Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales. Chapter 3267. Among the 7 ancestral demons, the one that Long Chen wanted to kill the most and show no mercy was definitely the primordial blood demon, followed by the heart-refining demon of the divine path. In any case, Long Chen's feelings for the primordial blood spirit dragon were stronger. It was the first ancestral dragon's blood essence that he had inherited. Now, the primordial blood demon was right in front of him. Blood-colored light spread, and bloody shadows overlapped. The entire world was dyed red, as if he was in a sea of blood. The primordial blood demon's eerie laughter rang in his ears. Chilly winds and waves of blood. After the dead spirit blood talisman, neither side suffered any damage. However, this was only the beginning. In the next instant, the two of them were full of murderous intent. One wanted to devour again, while the other wanted revenge. Long Chen carried the deep anger and hatred for the primordial blood demon in his bloodline. The power of the 2 original level destinable artifacts exploded in this world. Boom, boom, boom. It was as if the entire tomb of Samsara was rumbling. Naturally, the primordial blood demon, as a half-step ancestor realm existence, was not simple. After the dead spirit blood talisman failed to harm Long Chen, it was obvious that he had a deeper and more powerful slaughter rules of order. In the sea of blood, the primordial blood demon's body, which was as huge as a world, rushed out. Only a place as large as the tomb of Samsara could allow such a huge body to fight. At this moment, the primordial blood demon was covered in blood, and there was a deep coldness and ferocity in its eyes. It spread its bloody wings that covered the sky and the sun, and instantly rushed forward. The power of rules was released as it moved forward, and for a moment, it brought a terrifying killing intent to Long Chen. Slaughtering blood god. Another set of rules. Moreover, it was a brand new rule that Long Chen did not know about, but it definitely belonged to the primordial blood spirit dragon. How could a primeval troll comprehend rules? They were just copying others' knowledge. Blood god of massacre unleashed. Next to the immemorial blood devil, shadows appeared and dispersed. There were 9 shadows in total, and in the blink of an eye, they formed 9 immemorial blood devils. They looked exactly the same, but they were all formed by blood. These 9 immemorial blood gods were not immemorial blood devils. Facing these 9 immemorial blood gods, Long Chen indeed felt a sense of deadly crisis. Each of the blood gods of slaughter had a blood mark on their foreheads, which was complicated and ancient, just like the 9 beasts that had been sealed by the primordial blood spirit dragon in ancient times. Now, they had been transformed into natural laws and attached to the primordial blood devil. Although they all looked like the primordial blood devil, when they attacked Long Chen with the primordial blood devil, they used different natural laws. In the face of the siege of the immemorial blood demon and the 9 massacre blood gods, Long Chen was not frightened at all. He was now in the center of the Scarlet Storm. In the Origin Dragon Palace, a golden divine dragon coiled around him, the primordial dragon halberd, a silver-gray divine dragon in his hand, controlling the mountains and rivers of the new draconic sacrificial continent, the mission of the race, and the power of the billions of divine palaces. Currently, Long Chen had received too much faith from the entire myriad worlds. It was as though everyone had become a living being in his divine palace, providing him with the wishes of all living beings. His body was like the entire myriad worlds, as vast, as resplendent, and as mysterious. Nirvana primordial. When all the massacres descended, Long Chen fused the Chaos Dragon Fist, Primordial Dragon World, and Creation Reincarnation into the Primordial Dragon Halberd. All the power was gathered here, and the Primordial Dragon Halberd became the most terrifying weapon. Boom! At this moment, Long Chen was like a ray of light. The weapon in his hand was colliding with one of the massacre blood gods at a terrifying speed. When the massacre blood god used its body of blood, it displayed the law of lightning. However, all of this was torn apart by Long Chen with the primitive power. Ding! Long Chen's primordial dragon halberd carried the destructive power of the Nirvana primordial dragon halberd and pierced the massacre blood god's forehead. Under the extreme destructive power of the Nirvana primordial dragon halberd, the massacre blood god shattered like glass, turning into a rain of blood. The scene could only be described as spectacular. However, this was only the beginning. The other massacre blood gods were still attacking. Some of their attacks even landed on Long Chen's body. However, the Origin Dragon Palace blocked them. The defensive power of the Origin Dragon Palace played a huge role at this moment, giving Long Chen a chance to recover and counterattack. Even if he was injured, he still had the resurrection melody of life and the resurrection of the dead. Therefore, Long Chen would not be defeated so easily. Break. After breaking through the rules, the power of the Nirvana Primeval once again followed the primordial dragon halberd and fiercely slashed the forehead of one of the slaughter blood gods. Immediately, the runes collapsed and the slaughter blood god turned into a rain of blood and completely dissipated. From the power of the massacre blood god, one could understand that the immemorial blood devil's ability was stronger than Long Chen had imagined. He was indeed worthy of being a half-ancestor equivalent to the heaven-devouring giant devil. However, this did not stop Long Chen's determination to kill him. Break, break, break. The primordial dragon halberd swept everything in its way. Under the violent slash of Long Chen, the massacre blood gods were shattered one after another. He had too many deity palaces and endless power. Even if he exhausted his strength, he could recover rapidly. Boom! He swept across like a bloody light. He was the real peerless massacre god. Those massacre blood gods were all annihilated under the primordial dragon halberd. Although their attacks also hurt Long Chen, most of them were blocked by Long Chen's Origin Dragon Palace. Even though there were attacks that penetrated the Origin Dragon Palace, they did not cause much damage to Long Chen. The Nirvana primordial dragon halberd's final attack shook the sea of blood and tore the space apart. The primordial dragon halberd burst into a dazzling brilliance as the three powers merged into one and hit the immemorial blood devil's body. In an instant, a bloody hole was torn on the immemorial blood devil's body. Whoosh! The immemorial blood demon turned into a blood shadow and dispersed, before condensing once again. Only then did it barely manage to block Long Chen's slaughter. At this moment, the immemorial blood demon had already retracted its sinister smile from before. Instead, it had become cold and cold-blooded. In fact, Long Chen felt a little regretful. He wanted to kill the immemorial blood devil in one go. However, even if he had reached the ultimate god realm, he might not be much stronger than the immemorial blood devil. The immemorial blood devil escaped from his Nirvana primordial dragon unscathed. That alone was enough to show how powerful the blood devil was. The battle was still not over. Not bad, but it's a pity that you're too chaotic. You can't understand the true meaning of killing. That only belongs to me, the immemorial blood devil. His opponent was very arrogant and confident. Long Chen withdrew his massacre sword and said, "In that case, you must have comprehended something even deeper. If you really can do it, then take it out and let me see. If you only know how to talk, then it would be meaningless." The immemorial blood devil did not say anything after hearing what Long Chen said. However, its eyes were undoubtedly a few times scarier than before. Perhaps it was at that moment that Long Chen truly felt the most fatal threat of death from the immemorial blood devil. Killing. To Long Chen, the immemorial blood devil's will was indeed a new interpretation of killing. However, his understanding was different from Long Chen's. The immemorial blood devil's will was to kill for the sake of killing. However, Long Chen had defined his killing from the very beginning. He did it to protect and to survive. Two different concepts collided violently at that moment. It was not just a battle of realms and rules, but also an exchange of will. This was even more crucial. Once the will was defeated, all of Long Chen's understanding of killing would probably be for naught. In that instant, time seemed to stand still. Long Chen took a deep breath. In fact, he did not have a better way to fight against the immemorial blood devil's slaughter law. He had to admit that at that stage, his understanding of the slaughter law was not as good as the immemorial blood devil's. Of course, that did not mean that he was not as good as the immemorial blood devil. 1. The immemorial blood devil stuck out its thick tongue and licked the corner of its mouth. Its eyes were constantly changing. Silently, a rule was released. During this process, the immemorial blood devil did not move at all. The only thing that fell on Long Chen was its gaze. However, it was this gaze that possessed terrifying power. Dragon's inverse blood. Through that gaze, the real place where the rule was born was in Long Chen's body. It was all his blood. At this critical juncture, all the flowing divine dragon blood suddenly transformed into billions of immemorial blood devils. They were completely out of Long Chen's control and were biting, attacking, and destroying Long Chen's body. These primordial blood demons formed from blood were actually able to use the power of laws. These rules erupted in billions and attacked Long Chen from the inside. In a very short period of time, it was a devastating blow to Long Chen. Indeed, this was a rule that exceeded Long Chen's imagination. Only then did he realize that the ancestral dragon's rules had no upper limit. Just the massacre rule alone was much stronger than the dead spirit blood talisman. And this dragon's inverse blood was indeed the most terrifying rule that Long Chen had ever experienced. He had never thought that the massacre rule could reach such a level. The ancient blood spirit dragon was a dragon of blood and slaughter. The inverse blood of the dragon should be inclined towards blood, but its killing ability was also terrifying. When one's own blood became the opponent's weapon, condensed into the opponent's body, and even used one's own strength to execute the rules to destroy oneself, it was simply a disaster, and also an unimaginable miracle. Requiem of Life. If not for Long Chen's timely use of Requiem of Life to protect himself, he would have lost his life at this moment. He had been careless. He did not expect the immemorial blood devil to have such a rule. At this moment, his body had suffered great damage. His bones, internal organs, and other parts were all struggling. The only thing that could resist was the Requiem of Life. However, the billions of immemorial blood demons hidden in his body were really difficult to deal with, especially with the power of rules. Chapter 3268. The voice of the primordial blood demon came not only from the primordial blood demon in front of him, but also from the mouths of the hundreds of millions of primordial blood demons in his body. To Long Chen, it was a mental blow. A large number of primordial blood demons surged towards his world tree and even the Heart of Rule. They wanted to devour the Heart of Rule, destroy his primordial spirit, and completely destroy Long Chen. Long Chen's gaze swept across all the primordial blood demons in his body. Without exception, they were all hideous and terrifying. He couldn't tell that they belonged to him at all, but they were all his blood. True slaughter and death, Long Chen was indignant. He was even more furious. He was the heir of the primordial blood spirit dragon. Why did he need the primordial blood demon to teach him what true slaughter was? This was a humiliation. An unbearable humiliation. The primordial blood demon in front of him made Long Chen burn with rage. He didn't know how Mo Xiaolang's battle was going, but as his elder brother, if he couldn't even defeat the primordial blood demon, how could he save Sui Yan and bring them out? The threat of death was so heavy. However, the anger in his heart and the will of the primordial blood spirit dragon were also exploding rapidly. The world in front of Long Chen was completely drowned in blood. His anger was unstoppable at this moment. Boom! At this moment, even though Long Chen didn't control himself, his body naturally turned into the primordial blood spirit dragon and appeared in front of the primordial blood demon. The dragon and the demon faced each other on the sea of blood. Seeing the true form of the primordial blood spirit dragon, the primordial blood demon was dazed for a moment. Perhaps it was in its bones, but it actually felt a little afraid. Of course, it was only for a moment. Go to hell. Because of this, it roared even more furiously. However, it soon saw the eyes of the primordial blood spirit dragon. The eyes of the primordial blood demon were frightening and ferocious, but its opponent was indeed pure. However, it was this purity that made the evil of the primordial blood demon feel like it had nowhere to hide. Inverse dragon blood? Long Chen could feel the immemorial blood demon Dao Seal opening the way for him. In the massacre Dao Seal, the purest inverse dragon blood Dao Seal was pouring into Long Chen. This was what he needed, the key to unlock the Dao Seal. The tragic attack of the immemorial blood demon had given him such a key. When the endless immemorial blood demons attacked in a frenzy, wanting to devour Long Chen was completely immersed in the inverse dragon blood. He could see the blood of the immemorial blood demons, and he could feel the true essence of the rules. In the battle of wills, Long Chen was not suppressed at all. I'll show you what the real inverse dragon blood is. Suddenly, right in front of the primordial blood devil, Long Chen's primordial blood spirit dragon let out an angry roar. Whoosh, time seemed to come to a standstill. The primordial blood devil was stunned for a moment. That familiar power actually landed on his body, and in the blink of an eye, the blood on his body directly transformed into primordial blood spirit dragons. Furthermore, there were also billions of primordial blood spirit dragons, but the attacks of these primordial blood spirit dragons were much stronger than the primordial blood devils. The Dao Seal engulfed everything. The 10,000 death claws, heaven-slaughtering blood sword, extermination dragon seal, and even the dead spirit blood talisman were released from the billions of divine dragons. The moment they appeared, they dealt a more destructive blow to the immemorial blood demon. Boom, boom, boom. The billions of divine dragons moved, stirring up the atmosphere. Everywhere they went, everything was destroyed. The immemorial blood demon did not have the soul-returning song of life, so it could not block the attacks. In a very short time, amidst the screams, the immemorial blood demon was destroyed in front of Long Chen. Long Chen took the opportunity to control his blood and let it dissipate. The danger from before was reversed. How can you know such rules? The immemorial blood demon could not believe it. If Long Chen knew such rules, he would have used it long ago. Didn't you teach me just now? Speaking of which, I have to thank you. With the reversal, Long Chen quickly took control of the situation. It did not take long for him to suppress the immemorial blood demon. Impossible. The immemorial blood demon still could not believe that the rules he had just comprehended could be so strong that it could suppress him directly. It was because he was a divine dragon. This was a question he could not understand even at the moment of his death. Long Chen would not give him any chance. When he had the upper hand, he mobilized all his strength to activate the inverse blood of the dragon. The billions of immemorial blood spirit dragons completely destroyed the most furious and unwilling immemorial blood demon in a very short time. Boom! When the billions of inverse blood of the dragon rushed out of the immemorial blood demon's body, it was also the time when the immemorial blood demon died in battle. At this moment, he was completely destroyed and disappeared. At this time, the terrifying inverse blood of the dragon rule was also considered to have ended. The billions of immemorial blood spirit dragons formed by his blood also turned back into blood. The surrounding sea of blood was also disappearing, and all traces of the immemorial blood demon were also disappearing. What a close shave! Long Chen felt as though he had escaped from death. This victory was a little thrilling. If he had not comprehended the inverse blood of the dragon at the last moment, it would have been very troublesome. The half-ancestor of the ancestor devil was still unimaginably strong. At the moment when he defeated his opponent, Long Chen thought of Mo Xiaolang. He did not know how Mo Xiaolang's battle was. After all, he was in another world and could not be sure at a glance. Long Chen was worried about his safety. Therefore, when he defeated the immemorial blood demon, he did not have time to look carefully and directly turned to the battlefield on Mo Xiaolang's side. It's all right. When he saw the situation of the battle, he was slightly relieved. Although the battle between Mo Xiaolang and the perennial war demon was also very fierce, and both of them seemed to have suffered serious injuries, at least Mo Xiaolang's life was not in danger. When Long Chen arrived, the two of them were in the most intense battle. Mo Xiaolang had completely devoured the opponent's eternal flame, causing the opponent to be unable to recover and lose its immortality characteristic. Even so, the perennial war demon's attacks were extremely violent. If it was not for Long Chen's arrival, it was estimated that Mo Xiaolang would have been defeated by the perennial war demon if the battle dragged on. Of course, the situation was immediately reversed when Long Chen arrived. You killed the immemorial blood demon. When the perennial war demon was at its most violent state, he exclaimed. He did something that was beneath his status, and that was to run away. Long Chen had originally thought that, given the rules he cultivated, he would fight to the death. Naturally, if he were to fight to the death while being besieged by Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang, he would be a fool. After the perennial war demon fled, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang exchanged glances. They were mainly considering whether or not they should go after the perennial war demon. After all, their main objective was to save Soyan. At that moment, however, Long Chen suddenly sensed the existence of the void demon and Soyan in the world behind him. Soyan's existence could not be hidden from Long Chen. Go back. Now that his battle had just ended, Soyan and the void demon reappeared on the battlefield. Long Chen was sure that Soyan had appeared. Her sudden appearance was most likely due to the immemorial blood demon's heart. Just now, when Long Chen killed the immemorial blood demon, he did not have the time to take a closer look. He was worried about Mo Xiaolang's safety and rushed over. He did not expect that Soyan would appear in the blink of an eye. It was very likely that the void demon and Soyan had been on the battlefield all along. Although Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang didn't have the time to think too much about it, when they rushed back to the world where Long Chen was fighting, they saw Soyan holding the immemorial blood demon's heart in her hand. Without saying a word, she put it into her mouth. In her eyes, a blood-red light flashed. Not much time had passed. Soyan was clearly stronger, but her eyes seemed to have become more numb. Mo Xiaolang panicked. The void demon was behind him. It was a huge, illusory shadow. When Soyan took the immemorial blood demon's heart, he waved his hand to block it. Then, Soyan disappeared before Long Chen's eyes. Even the void demon disappeared completely. In a very short time, it became something that Long Chen could not sense at all. Eternal Vortex. At such a close distance, Long Chen wanted to use the Eternal Vortex's time power to imprison the void demon. This time, he could not let the void demon leave. I don't exist. You can't imprison me. The void demon's voice gradually weakened, indicating that he was leaving this place at an unimaginable speed. Don't worry. I won't kill her. She's my baby now. The void demon's voice was already very weak when he said that. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang were most depressed that they hadn't even touched a hair on the void demon's head. I have a vague feeling that the void demon is the most mysterious and strange among the 7 ancestor devils. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang calmed down and conversed. I think so too. Even the great Brahma ancient devil isn't as strange as it is. Only by remaining calm could one think things through clearly. Long Chen thought carefully and said, he appeared right after I defeated the primordial blood fiend and got Soyan to take away the primordial blood fiend's heart. There are 2 huge points of suspicion in this. First, He should have arrived before I killed the primordial blood fiend. The timing can't be that coincidental. He appeared right after I killed the Garuda Golden Fiend, and he arrived right after I killed the primordial blood fiend. The only possibility is that he has been following us all this while, but he didn't help us when we were killing the other ancestor devils. He even helped Soiyan collect the ancestor devils' hearts. Speaking of this, there was the second point of suspicion. The second point of suspicion is that the Void Demon ignored the lives of the other ancestor devils and attacked with us to snatch the ancestor devils' hearts and hand them over to Soiyan. Why is that? Is there a secret on Yen that we don't know? There were two major points of suspicion. There was no answer at all. Perhaps he would find out after killing the Void Demon. At 8 in the evening, Madman was invited to participate in a YY interview. The room number was 14373. Welcome, everyone. It said that there will be gifts and cute girls singing. I'll just be a bystander, there will be another chapter in a while. Chapter 3269. Although Su Yan's life was temporarily not in danger, she had refined the primordial blood devil's heart. Out of the 10 ancestral devils, she had refined 5 of them. Originally, 3 of them were enough to affect her mind, but now, there were 5 of them. The effects were even greater. Long Chen had a hunch that the Void Fiend's goal was to make Soiyan devour more. He just didn't understand why the Void Fiend would do that. After all, the more Soiyan devoured, the more of his companions would die. Don't worry. Although he comforted Mo Xiaolang, Long Chen couldn't convince himself. It was impossible not to worry in such a situation. It would be fine if the other ancestral fiends controlled Soiyan, but now that she was in the hands of the Void Fiend, who knew what would happen? Big brother, what do we do next? Mo Xiaolang could only try his best to remain calm, but he couldn't control himself. The demon's thoughts were also in his mind. Long Chen thought carefully and said, I think the Void Fiend might follow us. The Eternal War Demon didn't escape for long. If we can find him and kill him, it's possible that the Void Fiend will appear with Yen. When that happens, we might have a chance. That's right. This was the only hope they had now. It was better than waiting here. Let's go. The two of them exchanged glances. Then, they promptly made up their minds to speed up as they chased after the Eternal War Demon. As they did not immediately give chase, whether or not they would be able to catch up to the Eternal War Demon would depend on their luck. Big brother, my eternal sacred fire is still burning on his body. All of a sudden, Mo Xiaolang brought him a piece of good news. The eternal sacred fire burned eternally. It was difficult to expel and would never disappear. As long as the everlasting war demon couldn't get rid of the eternal sacred fire, Mo Xiaolang would be able to sense his location more strongly. If the void demon really appears, you have to take the opportunity to burn him with the eternal sacred fire. If you succeed, we'll know his location. Up until now, he still hadn't been able to save Soiyan. He should be getting anxious. Other than the perpetual war devil and the void devil, it was possible that the great Brahma ancient devil, the ninely giant devil, the divine Tao refining heart devil, and the other primeval troll had all gathered together. The present situation was much better than the 7-person siege. If Kitten was willing to help, there was no need to be afraid even if there were 3 ancestral fiends gathered together. After killing Perennial War Fiend, there are only 4 ancestral fiends left. The Void Fiend is problematic, but we don't have to be too afraid of the remaining 3. That was why killing the Eternal War Demon was crucial. Although they failed to save Soiyan, at least Long Chen and the others were quickly advancing towards victory. Over here. Mo Xiaolang secretly informed. He felt that the eternal sacred fire was getting closer. Perhaps the perpetual war demon didn't expect Mo Xiaolang to be able to find him through the eternal sacred fire. He's using the eternal sacred fire to heal himself. It's even more obvious. Although he escaped far enough and is separated by many worlds, he probably didn't expect us to be able to catch up. This time, don't let the perpetual war demon escape. Don't let the void demon escape either. The two secretly discussed everything until they approached the world where the perpetual war demon was. If the void demon was tailing Long Chen and the others, he would have warned the perpetual war demon if he were in his normal state. However, he didn't. This was enough to show that there was a huge problem with the void demon. Go over. It was another coordinated battle. Actually, if it was a one-on-one fight, Long Chen wasn't afraid of the perpetual war demon. However, with Mo Xiaolang's help, they could quickly finish off the opponent. Why not? When the perpetual war demon was bathing in the blue eternal flame and enjoying the feeling of being undying, Long Chen appeared before him with the sun-devouring dire wolf behind him. The eternal flame was very strong. During this period of time, the perpetual war demon had already recovered to his peak state. He was unharmed. Just as he was about to leave, he encountered the two of them. His expression changed. Are you two trying to kill me? If you have the guts, fight me one-on-one. Fair and square. The battle intent in the perpetual war demon's heart grew rapidly. That huge body erupted with a terrifying will to fight, suppressing Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang with a mental attack. What kind of joke is this? When we first came here, you didn't fight us one-on-one. Time was tight, and there was no point in talking. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang had already agreed. At this moment, the three of them attacked at almost the same time. The perpetual war demon was covered in the eternal flame. His body was huge, second only to the Jiuli giant devil. He had the most terrifying strength, the most violent battle rules, and the sharpest battle intent. At this moment, in order to survive, the first thing that erupted was his strongest mental will. This soul attack was comparable to that of the original soul race's Tong Tian soul overlord, or even stronger. Anyone who fought with the perpetual war demon would suffer. Before the battle even started, the opponent's mind was already being attacked by the opponent's incomparably strong will. A loud roar shook the ears of Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang. Undying, eternal battle will. The mental attack was centered on the perpetual war demon. It spread out in the most terrifying manner, like a howling storm. In the eyes of Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang, the perpetual war demon's body carried a supreme brilliance. That divine light made them tremble. The mental attack, undying, eternal battle will, indeed brought about a huge impact. As a result, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang were suppressed by the perpetual war demon for a moment. But it was only for a moment. After that, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang both withstood the opponent's attack. At this time, the perpetual war demon's new rule descended. The undying, eternal battle will was only a rule that increased his battle intent. The next rule was his strongest battle rule. Big brother, be careful. Mo Xiaolang had withstood this attack before, so he reminded Long Chen. At this moment, an even louder roar came from the perpetual war demon. It had the effect of intimidating Long Chen and summoning the other ancestral fiends. It was also forcing Long Chen to end the battle quickly. Roar. Unprecedented trillion divine punches. Pressing forward and fighting to the end, the perpetual war demon descended in front of Long Chen. His demonic claws condensed into fists, with Long Chen as his only target. At this moment, he activated his berserk mode. The most direct and overbearing fist intent rule was all based on the most overbearing rule. Unprecedented trillion divine punches rushed towards Long Chen. Each punch was stronger than the previous one. Boom, boom, boom. The trillion divine punches were like the waves of the vast sea. In the face of such a violent attack, Long Chen was unmoved. He still used the Origin Dragon Palace and the Primordial Dragon Halberd. He was familiar with it. He used Nirvana Primordial Beginning in front of the Berserk Perpetual War Demon. This was the impact of the Nirvana Primordial Beginning rule and the opponent's Will and Fist Dao rule. Long Chen's Nirvana Primordial Beginning peak destructive power collided with the Perpetual War Demon's trillion divine punches in the most direct and terrifying way. If the world in the Tomb of Samsara wasn't tough enough, the world would have collapsed under such a destructive impact. Boom, boom, boom. The collision of destruction and battle. However, the Perpetual War Demon's trillion divine punches could not be used to the end because Mo Xiaolang was behind him. He was not to be trifled with. When the Perpetual War Demon and Long Chen were fighting, the sun-devouring demonic wolf rushed forward and bit the Perpetual War Demon's neck with its huge fangs. In an instant, the trillion divine fires and the 5 ancestral fires controlled the Perpetual War Demon again. The Perpetual War Demon's unprecedented trillion divine punches were interrupted, but Long Chen was not affected. He rushed forward. The moment the sun-devouring demonic wolf trapped the opponent, he broke through the layers of flames. The Nirvana Primordial Beginning's power completely bombarded the Perpetual War Demon. Pft, bang, bang, bang. The Perpetual War Demon's body exploded. If he had encountered other opponents, he would be indestructible. The eternal flame quickly swept out and healed his injuries. It would not be so easy for Long Chen to kill him. The problem was that the eternal flame had just appeared, and the sun-devouring demonic wolf swallowed it all. This made the Perpetual War Demon dizzy again. He was indestructible, but he had encountered a nemesis like the sun-devouring demonic wolf. The sky-devouring race was so heaven-defying. They did not follow the rules of the world. Many times, there were even things that were impossible. The Eternal Life War Demon was severely injured, and he struggled frantically to escape. However, Long Chen was more decisive when it came to killing. After the Nirvana Primeval defeated his opponent, he suddenly turned into a primordial blood spiritual dragon in front of the Eternal Life War Demon. Don't. The Perpetual War Demon's fighting spirit disappeared instantly. All that was left was the fear and unwillingness to die. Inverse Dragon Blood. There was no mercy. He left the Perpetual War Demon alive. Who knew when he would destroy everything Long Chen had? His mercy now was cruelty to himself and his own people. Long Chen had already experienced how terrifying the Ancestor Devil was. Destroy. Under the dual impact of the inverse dragon blood and the burning flames, the Perpetual War Demon let out an earth-shattering scream. However, he turned into ashes in the imprisonment, destroyed from the inside by the ancient blood spirit dragon's rules. The cooperation between Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang completely crushed him. If not for Mo Xiaolang, Long Chen's inverse dragon blood might not have been able to kill him. Because he had the eternal flame, he could resist and recover. Just like Long Chen before, he would not die so easily. The so-called undying Perpetual War Demon turned into ashes in front of Long Chen. He died completely. However, this was actually the most tense moment for Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang. Because at this moment, the Void Demon might appear. In order to seize the initiative, of course, they had to get the Perpetual War Demon's heart as soon as possible. Mo Xiaolang got closer to the Perpetual War Demon's heart. When it appeared, Mo Xiaolang instantly held it in his mouth. When he transformed from a sun-devouring fiend wolf to his human form, the Perpetual War Demon's heart appeared in his hand. Now that he could not open any space, he could only hold it in his hand. Long Chen quickly came to his side and looked around vigilantly. At the same time, Mo Xiaolang transferred the Perpetual War Demon's heart to Long Chen's hand. After all, Long Chen could protect it better. Void Fiend, come. At 8 p.m., Madman was invited to participate in a YY interview. The room number was 14373. Welcome everyone. I heard there will be gifts and cute girls singing. I'll just be a bystander. Chapter 3270. Grasping the heart of the eternal war demon, Long Chen sensed his surroundings and waited for the arrival of the void demon. Mo Xiaolang was also fully prepared. If the void demon came this time, he would definitely do everything he could to snatch Sui Yan away. Now was the crucial moment. For a moment, everything seemed to stop, and the atmosphere became heavy. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang were highly focused, searching for the void demon that seemed to not exist. Indeed, when the void demon did not make a move, it was no different from not existing at all. As time passed, the two of them couldn't help but lose their patience. 15 minutes had passed, but the void devil still hadn't moved. In fact, it hadn't moved at all. Big brother, I think this time, either he did not follow us, or he did follow us but saw that we were on guard, so he did not dare to make a move. But he is still watching the surroundings. Mo Xiaolang said. Of course, he was secretly talking to Long Chen, so that the void demon would not know that they were talking. Long Chen said, that's right. There is a higher chance that he is nearby. If we continue like this, he will not make a move. Clearly, he does not have absolute confidence that he can fool us. Then what should we do? Now that something had happened to Su Yan, he was extremely anxious at all times. It was quite difficult for him to calm down. Long Chen thought about it and said, since he does not appear, we can only continue looking for other ancestor demons. The more we kill, the higher our chances of success. Of course, because we now have the heart of the eternal war demon, we need to be wary of the void demon at all times. For safety's sake, we need to constantly imagine that he is beside us and be ready to attack. Looking like they were relaxing and looking for other primeval troll would attract the void demon to make a move. After making up their minds, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang continued their journey. However, they were much more cautious this time, paying attention to their surroundings at all times. Once they encountered a primeval troll in this endless world, they would kill it quickly without exception. Many demon supremacies at the full circle realm had died in their hands. Since the beginning, they had killed more than 10 primeval troll. The further they went, the harder it was to encounter primeval troll. But once they did, they would usually be together in 2s or 3s. There were even cases of 4 primeval troll being together. This meant that they were constantly meeting and converging during the process of moving. The remaining 4 ancestral fiends might very well have already gathered together. That would be difficult to deal with. The void devil hasn't made a move yet. I hope he doesn't join forces with the other 3. If that happens, things will get very troublesome. The deaths of Primordial Blood Fiend, Eternal Battle Fiend, and Garuda Golden Fiend in battle definitely have something to do with the void demon's refusal to save them. From the looks of it, there's a rift between him and the other ancestral fiends. There's likely a problem. Therefore, he might not be able to stay with the other 3 ancestral fiends. Regardless, the void demon's actions were truly incomprehensible to Long Chen and company. They continued searching and killing, but they did not encounter any other ancestral fiends. As time passed, the two of them felt even more anxious. After all, Sui Yan was still in the void demon's grasp. They could not feel at ease if they did not save her. What's this? When they arrived in a brand new world, they chanced upon a brown object. It was huge and long, and it pierced through the entire world. It was not a living thing, but it possessed immense spirit chi. It was the only thing in the tomb of Samsara that possessed spirit chi. It looked like a gigantic primordial chaos immortal essence. It seems to be a tree root. The two descended above the object. From its material, it was indeed a tree root. Long Chen took out his primordial dragon halberd and slashed it slightly, tearing open the thick bark. It was indeed made of wood, but it was rather hard. It was the hardest tree Long Chen had ever seen. Long Chen had used his primordial dragon halberd, but he had only just scratched the skin. In order to sever the tree root, he would probably have to use laws. If there is a giant tree, then this tree must be very big and very hard. Let's not talk about how this giant tree has anything to do with the tomb of Samsara. When we see this giant tree, we will be suspicious and want to climb up from its roots. Others will definitely do the same. We can follow this tree and look up. Alright. Soon, the two made a decision. Let's go up. We still have to be careful of the void demon. The two made up their minds and followed the tree root up. This is the Samsara tree. In the entire tomb of Samsara, this world was the largest because it was the core of the tomb of Samsara. Generally speaking, it was not easy to find this core space among the countless worlds. However, because of the Samsara tree, it was much easier to find. As long as one could find the roots and branches of the Samsara tree in other worlds and follow them, they would be able to come to this largest world. This largest space was so large that it could bear the entire crown of the Samsara tree. Of course, the only thing in the entire space was the crown of the Samsara tree. The size of the sacred tree of Samsara was almost the same as that of the builder tree. Of course, in terms of material, it was like the difference between foam and steel. This was a world that even an original-grade creation artifact could not destroy. It was the core of the entire tomb of Samsara. On it, there were countless branches and leaves. To mortals, these branches and leaves were like continents. They were incomparably huge. Of course, there were no living beings here. There were no living beings. There was only the kitten who came here first. This burly man, who looked like a white tiger, stood proudly in the middle of the Samsara tree. Around him, the branches and leaves of the Samsara tree were actually moving, as if they were his arms. One could imagine how terrifying the power of such a huge body was. The sacred reincarnation tree actually still exists. However, I never expected it to have weakened to such an extent. Back then, it was the source of power for the entire reincarnation tomb. It bore many sacred reincarnation fruits. Through the nourishment of the sacred reincarnation fruit, even after reincarnation, the divine dragons were able to rapidly gain great power. Now, the sacred reincarnation tree has actually withered to such a degree. Does the large sacred reincarnation tree bear a single sacred reincarnation fruit? As long as I have a samsara fruit, I might be able to return to the progenitor realm. The kitten's eyes were blazing. As he walked in this huge world, he couldn't help but think of the tens of thousands of dragons soaring in this place. Although he wasn't a divine dragon, he still had great divine might. The dragon souls here all respected him very much. Everything has disappeared. Everything has died. Sigh, the sky-devouring clan, kitten's eyes were full of helplessness. However, he was very focused on finding the samsara fruit. After walking in this huge world for a long time, he revealed a look of surprise. I didn't expect that after hundreds of millions of years, the samsara tree would still bear a samsara fruit after withering to such an extent. I've really hit the jackpot. This samsara fruit has probably been here for a long time. Only today has it been discovered. Other than this one, Kitten almost searched the entire samsara tree, but he did not find a second one. Below him, there was a huge fruit the size of a spiritual star. It was a complete and regular sphere, pink in color. It shone with a light like the sun. It was simply the sun of the surrounding world. If one looked from afar, it was indeed no different from the sun. A fruit like a sun. If Long Chen saw it, he would even suspect that the samsara fruit could be moved out and arranged for trillions of lives to live on it. Of course, those trillions of lives would be very lucky. This was because if the samsara fruit was considered a primordial immortal essence, its level would definitely exceed the origin level. It was something that could allow Kitten to return to the progenitor realm. Back then, I was only allowed to eat one samsara fruit every 100,000 years. Every time, I would die of craving it. Today, I finally have the chance to enjoy it again. That taste is so nostalgic. Unfortunately, this should be the last samsara fruit in the myriad worlds. Now, 90% of the power in the myriad worlds has entered the stomach of the sky-devouring clan. It is impossible for another samsara fruit to be born in this world. This was the deepest helplessness in Kitten's heart. It was also a kind of pain. The reincarnation barrier that protects the samsara fruit still exists. With my current strength, it is quite difficult to destroy the reincarnation barrier. Back then, my Lord Cat, I, the sacred beast of reincarnation, could destroy the reincarnation barrier with one claw. Kitten wanted to be serious, but recently, he had been showing a different personality for no reason. This made him very distressed. Could it be that I have been affected so badly? That me, it really is me. He was not too sure. He felt that his carefree and careless self was a little strange, but also somewhat familiar. Anyway, it was very strange. It was difficult for him to be sure that it was him. Whatever, I'll destroy the reincarnation barrier first, then see if I can help them. His most important goal in coming to the tomb of reincarnation was the samsara fruit. He had finally found it, so of course he would not stand on ceremony. Next, he began to destroy the reincarnation barrier in the sky. The reincarnation barrier was a layer of pink light on the surface of the sacred fruit of samsara. It was a part of the sacred fruit of samsara. Every sacred fruit of samsara would be protected by the reincarnation barrier. Ordinary dragon souls could only absorb the power of the sacred fruit of samsara through the reincarnation barrier. Only supreme divine dragons were qualified to swallow the sacred fruit of samsara and be reborn. Boom, boom, boom. Because of the destruction, he spent a lot of time and energy, causing a huge commotion. Not long after, Kitten panted and said gloomily, I didn't expect my power to drop to this level. Damn it, Lord Cat. That personality kept popping up, the reincarnation barrier was only half destroyed, and it was still healing. At this moment, Kitten felt the arrival of danger. Looking back, he saw three huge figures descending in the distance. They were Primeval Troll, Jiuli Giant Demon, Divine Tao Heart Demon, and Great Brahma Ancient Demon. Chapter 3271. The three ancestral fiends gathered together. They followed the roots of the samsara tree and arrived in a huge world. The moment they arrived, they were extremely shocked. But immediately, they heard the sound of Kitten attacking the samsara barrier. The three looked at each other and rushed over. It's the existence that separated us. That's right. It's an expert that appeared mysteriously in the infinite worlds. Heaven-devouring troll demon mentioned his existence before. He's even more difficult to deal with than Long Chen. But this time, there are three of us. Kill him. The three ancestral fiends quickly made their decision. Of course, Kitten very quickly discovered them. When she turned her head, her cold gaze was locked in an intense confrontation with the three ancestral fiends. She was originally in a good mood, but when she encountered the primordial troll fiends, her mood immediately soured. Shit from the sky-devouring race. The primeval troll made Kitten feel extremely disgusted, especially the divine Tao Heart Refinement Demon. Kitten naturally recognized him. He looked like one of the 10 ancestral dragons. Both parties faced each other over the samsara fruit. This is some good stuff. No wonder you would try to sneak in. No matter what, since we've seen it, it belongs to us now. Even your life belongs to us. The ninely great demon said with an incomparably deep voice. That's right. Great Brahma Ancient Fiend was among the three. He was the one who knew Kitten's strength the best. He was secretly reminding the other two. This one is difficult to deal with. The three of us have to attack together. We can't let him have any chance to retaliate. Killing him will help us turn the tables. They were well aware of how many primordial ogre fiends they had lost, as well as the strange changes that had occurred to the Void Fiend. Now that 3 ancestral fiends had died in battle, they were already extremely anxious. The most depressing thing was that they couldn't find the Void Fiend. What they needed to do now was to kill Kitten, then Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang. Finally, they could settle the score with the Void Fiend. Kill. Almost instantly, without any communication, the 3 ancestral fiends hurriedly took action. They could tell that the samsara fruit was definitely a good item. It contained the purest power and could make anyone stronger. It was the greatest treasure that could be born in the infinite worlds. As for Kitten, he couldn't be bothered to talk to the primeval troll in front of the samsara fruit. He felt extreme disgust and disdain. Cat was the purest Fae. Among Fae above the primordial realm, his true form was the strongest in combat. Therefore, when the 3 ancestral fiends attacked, he instantly transformed and revealed his true form as the samsara divine beast. As expected, it was a huge, pure white tiger instead of a cat. Its size was larger than Mo Xiaolang's and was comparable to the largest ancient giant demon, the Jiuli giant demon. It was one of the largest giant beasts in the myriad worlds. Even the 6 paths of reincarnation beast, which was as large as a nebula, was like a baby in front of it. In terms of divine might, the 3 ancestral fiends retreated in fear when they saw the samsara beast's true form. There was a whirlpool-like mark on its forehead. It shone with blinding light on the samsara tree and penetrated many worlds. It was the mark of samsara. The samsara beast was fighting the 3 ancestral fiends. Among them, the 3 ancestral fiends attacked the samsara divine beast at the same time. Right in front was the 9-li troll fiend. He was about the same size as the samsara divine beast. He was a possessor of extreme strength and destruction laws. He possessed the most terrifying physical strength in the world. His thick body, arms, and hind limbs possessed the power to easily destroy everything. The 9-li great demon let out a terrifying roar. Like a combination of a bull and a divine dragon, he instantly charged above the samsara beast. His demonic claws condensed into 2 fists that erupted with unparalleled strength. A single punch caused space to tremble and everything to shatter. The fists were comparable to an original grade creation divine artifact. The 9-li great demon's attack method was similar to Mo Xiaolang's. They both wanted to restrain their opponents. Their true attacks were on the divine Tao heart refining demon and the Brahma ancient fiend. 3 of them. The 3 ancestral fiends had already exceeded the limits of what Kitten could handle. When the 3 ancestral fiends attacked at the same time, he felt as though he was facing a formidable foe. In a blink of an eye, the 9-li great demon was right in front of him. No matter how far Kitten dodged, the 9-li great demon chased after him with all his might. Although he was using ordinary laws, these ordinary laws possessed terrifying destructive power unique to the 9-li great demon. Boom! The punch was dodged by the samsara beast, but it struck the samsara barrier. Immediately, the samsara barrier trembled. Its might was comparable to Kitten's previous attack. Don't go! The 9-li great demon let out a deafening roar. He followed like a shadow and pestered Kitten relentlessly. He locked onto the samsara beast and was willing to suffer injuries in order to restrain Kitten. Bang! In a very short period of time, he pounced on the samsara beast's back. His teeth, claws, wings, and tail shackled the samsara beast's body, leaving a huge wound. At that moment, he succeeded in restraining Kitten. The terrifying and domineering power shackled Kitten's body. With the 9-li great demon's ferocity, he was going to tear the samsara beast apart. At the same time, the Brahma ancient demon and the divine Tao heart refiner unleashed their destructive laws at the same time after a short period of preparation. For example, the black and gold divine Tao heart refiner's huge body turned into a whirlpool. Suddenly, a terrifying torrent erupted, forming endless seawater that crashed towards Kitten. Of course, the ninely great demon was also included. However, his attack would not hurt the ninely great demon. Don't let him escape. Because of the ninely great demon's imprisonment, the two of them were so confident that they could use the laws to completely finish off Kitten, leaving him with nowhere to run. Karma Torrent. The laws of karma formed a torrent, containing unimaginable destructive power. It covered the sky and covered the earth, drowning me. As for the Brahma ancient demon, although his laws weren't as powerful as the divine Tao heart refiners, it was definitely more terrifying. Nameless Incantation. Its huge body poured out all its energy, condensing into a small dot. That was a gray dot that looked like an eye. However, it was a different kind of eye, illusory and not real. It was precisely this eye that shot out a beam of light towards the eyes of the reincarnation beast. This seemingly simple beam of light was actually one of the most terrifying killing moves of the Brahma ancient devil. Kitten didn't understand the mysteries behind it. The Brahma ancient demon was indeed mysterious and terrifying. He was the hardest to deal with here. He was worthy of being the first primeval troll to be born in the myriad of worlds. The ninely great demon's imprisonment caused the other two ancestral devils' killing moves to descend. Life and death were on the line. Scram! At that moment, Kitten was infuriated. His long and hard tail, which was like a steel whip, instantly smashed onto the ninely great demon's head, shaking it where the eye should be. With a slap, blood and flesh flew everywhere. Boom! The vigorous tiger god flipped over and slapped the ninely great demon's body with his thick tiger claws. Although the ninely great demon excelled in strength, in terms of strength, Kitten wasn't inferior to him. In a short period of time, he sent the ninely great demon flying and broke free from his entanglement. At that moment, the other two ancestral devils' killing moves didn't even have time to escape. Mirror of Samsara. When Kitten retreated, an illusory mirror condensed in front of him. This was a law. After the mirror formed, it was incomparably smooth. The appearances of the Brahma ancient demon and the divine Tao heart refiner appeared in the mirror. Instantly, the two ancestral devils' attacks landed on the mirror of Samsara at the same time. With a loud explosion, the hastily formed mirror of Samsara shattered. However, the karmic torrent and the nameless incantation were reflected by the mirror of Samsara. The mirror of Samsara was one of the reincarnation laws. Its effect was somewhat similar to the primeval troll's endless devil body. However, the reflection came faster and more ferociously. The karmic torrent and the nameless incantation returned at the same time. Facing the divine Tao heart refiner and the Brahma ancient demon, the two ancestral devils' expressions changed slightly. Of course, they were half-step ancestors. Given that they were prepared, they wouldn't be injured by their own attacks. The Brahma ancient demon and the divine Tao heart refiner spent a certain amount of effort to settle their own laws. At the same time, they had a certain understanding of Kitten's strength. To be able to block two of our laws with one law, this person's strength is terrifying. He's the true strongest existence in the myriad worlds. However, his limit is probably only two of us. So, kill him. There were three of them. To them, the previous battle was just a warm-up. The real battle had just begun. Not only did the primeval troll want to kill the huge threat that was Kitten, but they also wanted to obtain the samsara fruit. If we get the fruit, we can all become stronger. It'll be much easier to deal with the void demon. This traitor should die a horrible death. The three of us must divide and devour him. It's not just the nihility demon. The one before us, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang, all deserve to die. We have to seize this opportunity to kill them. Kitten was the person they needed to defeat the most. Therefore, the three ancestral devils quickly entered a state of madness. A bunch of damned dog things. The kitten was even more enraged. The primitive giant devil had left several bloody marks on its pure white body, ruining its current perfection. In its eyes, as long as these stupid and filthy things touched it, it would be unforgivable. He temporarily gave up on the samsara fruit. He didn't know how many ancestral devils Long Chen had killed, or whether he had saved Soyian. All he wanted now was to cut the three primeval troll into pieces. Chapter 3272. This tree is really huge. It must be as huge as the holy tree of Builder Tree. Of course, even if it's so huge, it's not that big compared to the entire tomb of Samsara. Otherwise, we wouldn't have walked for so long before we hit the tree roots. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang continued upwards. They passed through more than 100 worlds and had already reached the position of the tree trunk. They did not discover any primeval troll nearby, so they continued upwards. Of course, they used all sorts of relaxed postures to attract the appearance of the Void Fiend. However, after it disappeared the last time, there was no more movement from the Void Fiend. There's a battle up there. Although they were very far away, Long Chen could vaguely sense it. There's only us and the primeval troll here. There definitely won't be a fight between the primeval troll. That's Kitten. Instantly, Long Chen guessed who it was. This sudden discovery made him put the matter of the Void Fiend aside. Since Kitten had taken action, there had to be a reason. Let's go. Without another word, he and Mo Xiaolang no longer advanced slowly. Instead, they charged towards the area where the battle had erupted. In the blink of an eye, they passed through more than 10 worlds. It was already rather obvious that they had arrived here. The most obvious was Kitten's Samsara law. It was extremely powerful and had far-reaching effects. There's also a law that's similar to world creation. It should be the Great Brahma Ancient Fiend. Kitten is fighting the Great Brahma Ancient Fiend. Long Chen was not too worried. He was very confident in Kitten. But soon, he sensed the existence of the karmic law. It was extremely intense. The divine Tao heart refinement demon is here too. This battle is probably over. Kitten said that he can only deal with 2 at most. We have to intervene and take the opportunity to kill more ancestral fiends. He and Mo Xiaolang charged with all their might. The Ninely Great Fiend is here too. Kitten is in danger. In the next instant, they sensed the presence of the Ninely Great Fiend. Of the remaining 4 ancestral fiends, apart from the Void Fiend who was still missing, the other ancestral fiends were all present. A fierce battle was about to befall them. In an instant, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang rushed into this huge world. The entire canopy of the Samsara sacred tree existed in this place. They found the source of the battle in a very short time. They rushed over without saying anything. Almost instantly, they saw 3 huge primordial demons. The Great Brahma Ancient Fiend, Ninely Great Fiend, and the Divine Tao Heart Refinement Fiend were present. In the middle of the 3 ancestral fiends' encirclement was a snow-white tiger. However, its body was stained with blood, making it look rather pathetic. Of course, the 3 ancestral fiends were not in a good state either. They had injuries that were in no way inferior to Kitten's. This proved that they had not been able to do a thing to Kitten before Long Chen arrived. The moment Dan Long Chen entered, the Great Brahma Ancient Devil found a chance to launch an attack and unleashed a shocking law. Genesis. Under the shroud of the Genesis, a brand new world was born. It enveloped Kitten completely. This was a prison built by the Great Brahma Ancient Fiend. It was a world that lacked movement. It was a world of stillness. Everything that entered this world could not move. It was the same for Kitten. Fuse. When Kitten released his terrifying power to tear the Genesis apart, the great Brahma ancient fiend took control again. He did not expect the Genesis world to completely fuse into the reincarnation divine beast's body. With Kitten's body as the world, it turned Kitten into the Genesis world itself. For a moment, it truly restricted Kitten's movements. The divine Tao heart refinement demon and ninely great fiend had been waiting for this moment. They used their killer moves to deal with the reincarnation divine beast. As for the great Brahma ancient fiend, he was still tightly restraining Kitten. He was fighting with Kitten. Once he persevered, the divine Tao heart refinement demon and ninely great fiend could completely destroy the defenseless Kitten. It could be said that Kitten was in a very dangerous situation. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang were lucky to have arrived before this. Otherwise, if they lost Kitten, they would lose a huge helper in the future, a brotherly bond that could not be restored. Attack! Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang instantly made their arrangements. In that instant, Long Chen held the primordial dragon halberd and rushed towards the great Brahma ancient fiend alone. The great Brahma ancient fiend had his back facing Long Chen, while Mo Xiaolang transformed into the sun-devouring fiend wolf and rushed towards Kitten. Rebirth Cleave. This rule was fast and fierce. It attacked the great Brahma ancient fiend from the back. The great Brahma ancient fiend was doing his best to control Kitten. This was the most intense moment. It was very difficult for him to return and deal with Long Chen's attack. To them, Long Chen had come too suddenly and at the right time. Bang! The rebirth cleave tore a huge wound on the great Brahma ancient fiend's body. The Genesis rule was broken because of the great Brahma ancient fiend's injury. A rule without the support of power, especially when it was being controlled by Kitten, the result was obvious. Originally, Kitten was about to tear the Genesis rule. Therefore, before Mo Xiaolang arrived, the Genesis rule disappeared. Kitten regained his movement. At this critical moment, Mo Xiaolang changed directions and effected the ninely great devil's attack. And Kitten's cold gaze landed on the heart-refining devil that was about to kill him. The ferocious tiger's murderous gaze frightened the heart-refining devil and it hurriedly retreated. On the other side, the ninely great devil did the same. The three ancestral devils quickly gathered together, forming an iron mountain horn. And at this moment, Long Chen was standing between a huge pure white tiger and a black sun-devouring fiend wolf that was surrounded by countless flames. This seemed to be a moment that had never happened before. His two most important brothers were by his side in unprecedented strength. White Tiger and Black Wolf. The only slight regret was that Kitten's personality wasn't as comical as before. This still made Long Chen feel that he was filled with power. At this moment, he was using the soul-returning song to heal Kitten. Kitten didn't refuse. Among the three of them, one was the ancestral dragon successor, one was an all-powerful demon ancestor before the epoch, and one was from the sky-devouring race that could devour heaven and earth and had terrifying potential. Fate had made the three of them brothers. And at this historic moment, they were facing three ancestral devils. Other than the strange and mysterious Void Devil, these three were the final camp of the primeval troll. They were also the strongest group. Each of them was a half-step ancestor. It was them who had almost forced Kitten to his death. Now, with the arrival of Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang, the final clash and a very fair duel had finally arrived. Upon seeing Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang, the three ancestral devils had ugly expressions. They were so close to succeeding. To them, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang had come at the wrong time. But without a doubt, they had a greater desire to kill Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang. This was because in this short period of time, Long Chen and company had killed three of their ancestral devils. Of course, they also hated Kitten. This was because Kitten's appearance had disrupted samsara, resulting in such a situation. Now, the situation was disadvantageous to the three of them. Long Chen was worried that they would escape. But they didn't. After all, the samsara fruit that could change the outcome of the battle was right beneath Long Chen and company's feet. Their departure would allow Long Chen and company to regroup. Coupled with the benefits of the samsara fruit, the primeval troll would no longer have a chance of victory. We originally thought that the tomb of the sky dragon was unable to open up your world and prevent you from escaping. We thought that it was the only place that could kill you. But we never expected that we would shoot ourselves in the foot and be killed by you one by one. The ninely great fiend was especially furious. The tomb of samsara did have its advantages, but Kitten's appearance had turned the advantageous situation into a disadvantageous one. Especially the transformation of the void fiend, it made the other ancestral devils fall into a state of extreme devotion. However, none of us are cowards. Today, there are only 3 of us left, and the 3 of you are here. This heaven-defying fruit is also here. Since this is the case, it's time to determine the victor and the loser. You weaklings of the myriad of worlds have created a miracle to force us to this extent. However, it's still uncertain who will be the one laughing till the end. Clearly, the 3 of them did not want to leave. Moreover, they wanted to fight to the death. Ignorant dogs, I can't wait for you to stay. Since you want to die, I'll grant your wish. Kitten was almost killed just now, so he was naturally furious, especially towards the great Nirvana ancient devil. He glanced at the great Nirvana ancient devil and said to Long Chen, since you 2 are here, I'll give you 2 opponents. Leave the great Nirvana ancient devil to me. As for the other 2, you can choose yourselves. Among the opponents, the great Nirvana ancient devil was the strongest. On Long Chen's side, Kitten was slightly stronger. Long Chen had no objections to this arrangement. In fact, ever since he saw the heart-refining devil, he felt the same as when he saw the primordial blood demon. Blasphemy against the existence of the ancestral dragon. Seeing Long Chen's arrangement of opponents, the 3 ancestral devils almost went mad with anger. Of course, their killing intent and fighting intent had reached a terrifying level. This huge world and the crown of the samsara tree was perfect for them to fight. Heart-refining devil of the divine Tao, get over here. Long Chen made a prompt decision and went to the left first. To be honest, his team had a higher chance of winning now. Aside from Su Yan, who was still in trouble, he was very confident that he could kill these 3. As long as they were dead, he could slowly deal with the void demon. This time, the 3 of them were fighting side by side. Their previous tacit understanding had returned. Long Chen was filled with unprecedented confidence. With these 2 brothers present, there was no way they would lose. The heart-refining devil's expression was ice-cold in response to Long Chen's provocation, but he didn't say a word. His golden and black wings flashed as he chased after them. Along the way, the samsara tree's branches and leaves were all cut down. Ninely giant devil. Chapter 3273. The battle with the 7 ancestor fiends had turned out to be a great victory for them. It was something that they had never dared to imagine before. If the matter of the void fiend and Suyen were to be put aside, things would have been much easier for them. However, it was precisely because Soyeon was still under the control of the void fiend that she had not responded at all. Furthermore, she was still devouring the ancestral fiend's heart. They did not know what Soyeon would become with the 3 ancestral fiends' hearts, as well as the primordial blood fiend and Garuda golden fiend. As such, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang were under immense pressure. It was especially so for Mo Xiaolang. He still needed to control himself, or he would lose his mind. They did not know where the void fiend was, but the remaining 3 ancestral fiends were right in front of them. It was a great opportunity to kill them and resolve the crisis of the infinite worlds. Therefore, he had to fight to the death. Otherwise, what could he do even if he went out to search for them? The void fiend was completely void, and its nothingness laws were many times stronger than the formless fiend. Therefore, Mo Xiaolang vented all his anger on the nine-li giant demon. At that moment, his eyes were even redder than the violent nine-li giant demon. The savage aura that belonged to the sky-devouring clan made the nine-li giant demon nervous. Of course, the nine-li giant demon's body was extremely huge. Although it was a primeval troll, it had 2 pairs of arms, making it look like a giant. Boom! When it gathered its terrifying physical strength, its body emitted a series of thunderous booms, as though billions of stars were colliding in its body. This was the strongest physical strength that Long Chen had encountered so far. Roar! The nine-li giant demon let out a roar that sounded like a wild bull. Its aura swept out, as though it was tearing through space. It charged forward and collided with Mo Xiaolang. Bang! The clash between the 2 giant beasts was destructive in its power. During the battle, countless branches of the samsara tree exploded during the battle between the 2 behemoths. It was as if continents were collapsing during their battle. At that moment, Mo Xiaolang already possessed the ability to truly contend against a half-martial ancestor. He did not lose against the eternal war demon, nor did he wish to lose against the nine-li great fiend. Wait for me. He had accompanied her for so many years, and now, with the heart of a heaven-devouring giant demon, he had proposed to her. She had tearfully agreed. The moment she had been waiting for had finally arrived. In this life, the trials and tribulations were always with him. Mo Xiaolang became more and more glorious, but he never left. He had only wanted her to become stronger and better, but he had never imagined that such an unforeseen event would occur. He felt guilty and blamed himself, but he also knew that all of this was useless. The most useful thing was to kill this opponent in front of him as quickly as possible. Therefore, in Mo Xiaolang's eyes, there was a blood feud between him and the nine-li giant devil. He had blocked Mo Xiaolang's path. Die! At that moment, there was an endless amount of power in his blood vessels and body. It exploded and poured out endlessly, forming endless flames. The color of blood gradually filled Mo Xiaolang's world. On the other side of the battlefield, Kitten was fighting the great Brahma ancient devil, and Long Chen was fighting the heart-refining god devil. No one was wasting time. The battle was about to start. This was the final battle between the myriad realms and the primeval troll. The 3 decisive battles between Long Chen and his 2 brothers were about to start. The entire world, the entire tomb of samsara, was in a state of shock. Long Chen's gaze was cold and solemn. To him, his opponent was a giant. Fighting against him was no different from fighting against the entire world. The heart-refining god devil's black and golden dragon scales shone with a righteous and glorious light. He was like a peerless saint, standing proudly in the world, looking down at Long Chen with a noble and condescending gaze. You really look alike. However, that's only an appearance. You have an evil soul inside. Long Chen had just killed the primordial blood devil. Now that he looked at the heart-refining god devil, his heart was filled with hatred. But we're all living beings. Evil or not, that's just your definition. From the perspective of the myriad realms, it's survival of the fittest. We, the primeval troll, eliminate you. This is the choice of the myriad realms. There's no difference between good and evil. The heart-refining god devil said calmly. This was his Tao, he wouldn't let Long Chen influence him so easily. Bullshit. Your birth has nothing to do with the myriad realms. The primordial blood devil that I killed had the same thoughts as you. Although they were conversing, both of them were staring at each other. This was a terrifying battle that could break out at any time. They were brewing, waiting to deal the fatal blow. Don't think that you can scare me just because you killed the primordial blood devil. In my eyes, he's nothing. The heart-refining god-devil wasn't affected by Long Chen at all. He was still high and mighty, incomparably noble. "Aren't you curious how I killed him? I'm not interested." On the other side, the battle had already started. It was a terrifying slaughter. Only Long Chen and the heart-refining god-devil were still facing each other. But at this moment, the heart-refining god-devil couldn't take it anymore. From the looks of it, his primordial blood devil wasn't gaining the upper hand. This made him a little anxious. After circling around Long Chen once, the heart-refining devil took advantage of this moment and suddenly attacked. This attack directly ignited the battle. The three battlefields were filled with the flames of war. Among them, the battle between the sun-devouring demonic wolf and the ninely giant devil was the most intense. Most of the battles were close combat. Flames soared into the sky, and the berserk ninely giant devil was a visual impact. Karma Torrent. The heart-refining devil of the divine Tao flapped its golden and black flesh wings, forming a torrent of the laws of karma. It was boundless and engulfed everything, engulfing Long Chen within it. After that, it charged towards Long Chen from all directions. The karmic torrent brought about a fatal threat. This karmic law was even above Long Chen's comprehension. For a moment, Long Chen was completely trapped, and his life was in danger. Of course, this was only a test of the heart-refining demon technique. Only by doing this would he know how best to kill Long Chen and completely destroy him. Facing the karma torrent, Long Chen's face was cold. He had two origin-grade destinable divine weapons, which were his greatest source of power. Now that the origin dragon soul was protecting him, the primordial dragon halberd became his weapon. Endless life and death calamity. Past and future life reversal. 2 consecutive karma laws were released in different ways. A total of 6 karma laws appeared, starting with the life and death calamity, followed by the past and future life reversal. Their target was the heart-refining god-devil. In fact, Long Chen was even more anxious. However, he used the calmest method to kill the heart-refining god-devil. This was one of Long Chen's most hated enemies. Boom boom boom. The life and death calamity split the karma torrent in half. However, the karma torrent from other directions continued to engulf Long Chen. It looked like Long Chen was about to be engulfed in the sea of karma. At this moment, the past and future life reversal technique bypassed the life and death calamity and appeared before the heart-refining god-devil in the blink of an eye. It contained the power of karma, and with such a clever use, it instantly appeared before the heart-refining god-devil, disrupting its rhythm. Buzz. The past and future fate inversion rushed into the divine Tao heart-refining demon's body. This was a law that was difficult to resist. With the divine Tao heart-refining demon's ability, he could indeed restrain the law of karma in a short period of time and completely control the past and future fate inversion to protect himself. However, the problem was that by the time he finished controlling the past and future fate inversion, Long Chen had already escaped from his control and was completely unharmed. In a clash of laws, it was difficult for Long Chen, who possessed the 8 ancestral dragon legacies, to lose. Even though the karma laws were inferior, he was still superior in other aspects. Through this clash, the heart-refining god-devil gained some understanding of Long Chen. He realized that this fella might not be easier to deal with than Kitten. Therefore, he decided to go all out. The other party's recovery speed is too fast. If this drags on, I will definitely lose. The only way is to try and use the laws to destroy him. Instantly, the heart-refining god-devil reacted. He restrained the past and future life reversal technique and spread his wings to fly above Long Chen. In an instant, the heart-refining god-devil transformed. Right now, is the time for you to die. The tone of the heart-refining god-devil changed. It became solemn, like the heart-refining god-dragon from billions of years ago. He wielded justice, punished evil, and spread justice. Long Chen, you've committed all sorts of evil deeds and massacred countless people. Today is the day you'll be executed. Are you prepared to die? In the air, the heart-refining god devil enunciated each word as if he was reciting. I'm ready. Hurry up and grant me death. At that moment, Long Chen did something that even the mind-refining demon found inconceivable. He let go of the two origin-grade destinable divine artifacts as if he was really waiting for death. He completely let down his guard and gave up on resisting. With the most easygoing attitude, he smiled and looked at the mind-refining demon, who thought that he was invincible. What a farce! The heart-refining demon sneered. Since Long Chen had given him such an opportunity, he naturally wouldn't stand on ceremony. At that moment, he became even more divine. A golden and black light enveloped him, making it seem as if he had truly become the heart-refining dragon of divinity, reaching a level where he could pass off the fake as the real one. Long Chen, I grant you the death penalty. Come on, don't waste my breath. Long Chen narrowed his eyes as he looked at him, a smile once again appearing on his face. Die. This infuriated the heart-refining god devil. In an instant, the most terrifying laws of karma were about to descend upon Long Chen. Chapter 3274. Although Long Chen's eyes were narrowed, his gaze was actually solemn. It contained his hatred for the heart-refining demon of the divine Tao, as well as his urgent concern for Su Yan's life. All of this showed that he wanted to win this battle as quickly as possible. Not far away, Mo Xiaolang's battle was extremely intense. He and the ninely great demon were both riddled with scars and it was hard to determine the victor. As long as he killed the heart-refining demon, it would be the end of the three ancestral devils. The three ancestral devils would definitely die in battle. At that time, the myriad worlds would truly be at peace. The final moment had finally arrived. To Long Chen, this was a terrifying and bold challenge. This was because he planned to repeat the process of learning the inverse dragon blood. The inverse dragon blood was a type of nomological rule that was comparable to the nirvana primeval. He deeply understood that the descent of the mind demon of the Shinto Tao would definitely be the same nomological rule. Sure enough, it was as expected. This was the reason why he would go crazy and take the risk. High up in the sky, the heart-refinement devil of the god Tao was already shrouded in light. The golden and black lights were fusing and the two terrifying lights had already lit up the entire world. When the two colors were fused, the strange thing was that it turned into white. Pure white. Holy and noble. Of course, it was also terrifying. Long Chen raised his head and saw a white blazing sun in the sky. Within the blazing sun, he could vaguely see the heart refiner. It was majestic and terrifying. Divine Tao trial, sinners shall be punished. In an instant, the heart-refining devil of the divine Tao let out a deafening roar. Karma trial light. The pinnacle of the karma nomological law was unleashed at this instant. Long Chen was its only target. The white light that shrouded the heart refiner seemed to explode as it shot towards Long Chen. This light was the karma trial light. This was the strongest nomological law of the heart refiner at the half-ancestor level. One could imagine how powerful it was. Morality and karma dragon. I focus on karma, but the nomological law of morality is also an important part of the heart refiner dragon. This karma trial light is the perfect fusion of karma and morality. The judgment is the judgment of morality, the embodiment of morality. I have to say, the heart refiner dragon has taught me something. When the karmic trial light was born, Long Chen only needed a single glance to immediately see that it was his problem. He could also see his way out. This was the reason why he had given up on resisting. Once he gave up on resisting and allowed himself to accept the laws, this was the fastest way for him to learn a type of law. Of course, it was also more risky than any other method. For Long Chen to choose such a method, he was undoubtedly risking his life and courting death. But this was his way. He was fearless as he spread his arms wide to receive the karma trial light. Using this rule to deal with Long Chen, from the perspective of the divine Tao's heart devil, he believed that Long Chen was evil, so he should be judged by karma. Karma was uncertain. From the perspective of the divine Tao's heart devil, if Long Chen's karma was evil, then the power of the karma trial light would be formidable. Because it was from the perspective of the heart refiner dragon, the nomological law was relatively powerful. Although it wasn't as strange as the inverse blood of the dragon, it definitely surpassed it in terms of absolute lethality. This was the destructive light of judgment. Under the judgment, as long as the person being judged was killed, the light of judgment would be able to kill him. Under the cold gaze of the heart refiner dragon, Long Chen was completely drowned by the karma trial light. What a joke! Courting death. He had actually given up resisting against such a killing move. This was the stupidest of stupidity. The heart refiner dragon had no idea what he was going to do, but he knew that Long Chen would definitely be annihilated by the karma trial light. What he had predicted was completely correct. The power of the karma trial light was to purify and annihilate. It was one of the most direct destructive powers. Under the intense annihilation of the light, Long Chen's body started to dissipate and turned into ashes before the eyes of the heart refiner dragon. Death arrived when Long Chen was enjoying the karma trial light. That's right, his expression at that time was indeed one of enjoyment. But no matter what, he was already dead. Even though the heart refiner dragon still had doubts in his heart, as long as Long Chen was dead, other minor details didn't matter. What a strange fella. To think that he was courting death. At that moment, the heart refiner dragon still had some doubts in his heart. The moment he retracted the karma trial light, something unbelievable happened before his eyes. Right before his eyes, the dissipated Long Chen was reborn from the green flames, completely unharmed. From death to rebirth, it only took an instant. And just this instant was enough to change many things. Then, under the heart refiner dragon's astonished gaze, Long Chen transformed before his eyes, turning into the heart refiner dragon. The real heart refiner dragon. The golden and black scales lined up neatly, the dragon horns were the sword of judgment, the dragon tail was like a spear, and the dragon claws were like blades. When the heart refiner dragon truly appeared, the heart refiner dragon seemed deformed in comparison. He looked bloated and lowly. The true nobleness and majesty belonged to the heart refiner dragon. Of course, to the Shinto heart refining demon, what was even more terrifying was the fusion of the golden and black light on the Shinto heart refining dragon. That's right, through extreme experience, Long Chen was able to comprehend the karma trial light faster than the inverse dragon blood. At that time, he died at a terrifying speed under the karma trial light. The pain tore him apart. However, to become stronger, to end this final battle, to give Mo Xiaolang and Sui Yan a perfect ending, Long Chen chose to endure and fight. He always wanted to surpass his limits. This was because he shouldered the greatest responsibility of the entire world. There were too many things he wanted to topple. If he didn't fight, how could he be here today? Therefore, in the midst of destruction, Long Chen didn't make a sound. The karma trial light was a form of enjoyment to him. In this enjoyment, the karma Tao seal allowed him to truly understand the rules. At the final moment, he comprehended it. Therefore, after coming back from the dead, the true karma trial light had already formed in his heart. Now, he was just displaying it. However, within it, there was the true Tao of the heart refiner dragon, the good and evil of the world. This was still the world, the good and evil of the primeval troll didn't exist. At that moment, the white light completely enveloped the heart refining divinity dragon. Within that white blazing sun, the heart refining divinity dragon coiled. That was the true karma and judgment. Such a scene caused the heart-refining divinity dragon to tremble in fear. It wasn't just the suppression of strength, it was the impact to his soul. Before the true heart-refining divinity dragon, his nobility was already a form of humbleness. No. Although he said no, the karma trial light that belonged to Long Chen still descended. Although it was similar to the heart refiner dragon, in fact, from Long Chen's perspective, all primeval troll were evil. They were existences that destroyed the bottom line of morality. This was the true trial. Bang! In an instant, the karma trial light hit the heart refiner dragon just like how it had hit Long Chen before. In fact, it even pierced through it. The karma trial light was like how Long Chen had been annihilated before. Even though the heart refiner dragon was struggling, it was destroyed by the destructive light. Perhaps it was due to karma, but when dealing with the heart refiner dragon, the destructive power of this nomological law was much stronger than usual. Perhaps this was the wrath of the ancestral dragon. Karma itself was a mysterious nomological law. This time, Long Chen witnessed the karma nomological law being released to its strongest degree. Logically speaking, the destructive power of the karma trial light should be able to be strong or weak. However, this time, it was unprecedented. It was the strongest. It was so strong that the heart refiner dragon was completely annihilated. Long Chen could see it very clearly. Under the illumination of the light of karma judgment, the divine Tao heart-refining demon was quickly reduced to ashes. The ashes began to spread from the place where it had been pierced, and it was purified into powder. How did you? Perhaps the greatest doubt and unwillingness of the divine Tao heart-refining demon was that Long Chen had grasped the trial of karma in such a short period of time. However, it didn't even have the chance to voice its doubts before it was completely annihilated. The only thing left was probably the divine Tao heart-refining demon's heart. Long Chen turned into human form and held the heart refiner dragon, placing it in the same position as the eternal life war demon. Now that he had killed the heart refiner dragon in the shortest time possible, he definitely had to help Mo Xiaolang and Kitten kill all the ancestral devils. Long Chen's battle started the slowest, but also ended the fastest. After the battle ended, he quickly discovered that Kitten had actually crushed the great Brahma ancient devil. It was about time. With Kitten's current personality, he would not let the great Brahma ancient devil escape. He was more concerned about the battle between the sun-devouring dire wolf and the nine-li giant devil. This battle was extremely bitter. Logically speaking, Mo Xiaolang, who lacked an absolute killing move, should not have been able to defeat the nine-li giant devil. However, perhaps the matter with Sui Yan had made his fury and madness effective. Even now, he was fighting the nine-li giant devil with his life on the line. He had not fallen behind, and he had even forced the nine-li giant devil to not dare to fight him head-on. The nine-li giant devil's huge body was constantly being tangled with the ancestral flames. It was badly mangled and charred. As for the sun-devouring dire wolf, it also had lacerations on its body. But even so, the sun-devouring dire wolf did not seem to notice. In its melee battle with the nine-li giant devil, it was bitter again and again. Seeing Mo Xiaolang like this, Long Chen understood his heart. He also knew that such a loyal person could not be suppressed by his nature. That nature did not exist. Mo Xiaolang's nature was hot-blooded, kind, and true. Chapter 3275. This wasn't a competition, but the final battle between the myriad worlds and the primeval troll. Since Long Chen was free, he naturally wouldn't sit by and watch as Mo Xiaolang and the nine-li great devil fought. Perhaps Mo Xiaolang would win, but the most important thing for them was to kill more ancestral devils and rescue them so that they could return to their companion safely. Seeing the sun-devouring fiend wolf's crazed roar and blood-red eyes, Long Chen knew how desperate he was. So he descended behind the ninely great devil as fast as he could and attacked as fast as he could. The battle between Long Chen and the heart-refining fiend demon was too fast. Life and death were decided in an instant. The great Brahma ancient devil saw the heart-refining fiend demon's tragic death, but he couldn't do anything because he was completely suppressed by Kitten. All he could do was stay alive. As for the ninely great devil, he was driven mad by Mo Xiaolang. Surrounded by flames, he had no idea what was happening to the heart-refining fiend demon behind him. In his impression, the heart-refining fiend demon was stronger than him and wouldn't be defeated so easily, let alone killed. So when Long Chen descended behind him, he barely noticed it. But it was over. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang were now in a pincer attack, especially Long Chen. At the last moment, he used his fatal rule. Inverse Dragon Blood. Even though he was using it in human form, the killing power of the inverse dragon blood was terrifying. The ninely great devil was full of blood qi. When Long Chen's control over blood manifested in his body, the boundless blood transformed into primordial blood dragons. Billions of primordial blood dragons absorbed the ninely great devil's strength and attacked his insides with the most destructive force. Outside his body was Mo Xiaolang's flame diagram. Endless flames complemented Long Chen's rule. Roar! In that instant, the ninely giant devil reared his head back and howled in agony. This was the most tragic sound he had ever made. One could vaguely see billions of primordial blood spirit dragons surging within his body. Their bloody shadows were visible on the skin of the ninely giant demon. Break! Even though the other party was in such a sorry state, Long Chen did not show any mercy. Reverse dragon blood, millions of mystical dragons, were currently tearing the ninely giant devil apart, turning it into flesh and blood. On the other side, Mo Xiaolang had already displayed the sky-devouring fire diagram. Rumble! The heaven-devouring fire diagram descended on the ninely giant demon. The huge pulling force caused the ninely giant demon's body to completely disintegrate. Under the ravaging of the ancient blood spirit dragon, the ninely giant demon turned into countless pieces of flesh that were devoured by the sun-devouring demon wolf. It was obvious how furious Mo Xiaolang was at all the ancestral fiends. The giant demons of the Jiuli tribe were torn apart by the two forces and were devoured by Mo Xiaolang. Of course, that was also the moment of their deaths. The sun-devouring demon wolf's devouring meant certain death. Especially with Long Chen's reverse dragon blood, the ninely giant demon was almost done for. Boom! With a final loud sound, the ninely giant demon disappeared completely. Mo Xiaolang retracted all the flames and the surroundings suddenly quietened down. The broken branches and leaves also stopped moving. Out of the 3 battlefields, 2 of them were already completely silent. 2 ancestral fiends had died in battle, leaving only the great Brahma ancient demon, who was completely suppressed by Kitten. From this point of view, the great Brahma ancient demon was indeed the strongest among the 10 ancestral fiends. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for it to last so long in the hands of Kitten. It was hard to imagine that the 10 most terrifying ancestral fiends of the primeval troll had all died in battle. Only the struggling great Brahma ancient demon and the elusive void demon were left. From this moment onwards, it could be confirmed that the primeval troll no longer posed a threat to the myriad worlds. Most of the primeval troll had already died in battle. 8 of the top 10 ancestral fiends had already died in battle. The remaining Great Perfection Realm fiend supremacies of the Tomb of Samsara couldn't even leave, let alone cause any trouble. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang had obtained an unimaginable victory this time. Of course, Soyan's safety was also lacking. Of course, it was also because of Kitten's help. Otherwise, they would probably be dead by now. Even the myriad worlds might have perished. Thinking back, it was like a dream. Of course, the battle was not truly over. Now, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang's hearts were tense. They quickly gathered together. Mo Xiaolang spat out something and handed it to Long Chen. This is the ninely great devil's heart. After obtaining the ninely great devil's heart, Long Chen now had 3 ancestral fiends' hearts. Now, his attention was not on the ancestral fiend's heart. After putting it away, he and Mo Xiaolang quickly rushed to Kitten's side. Kitten and the great Brahma ancient demon were on the samsara fruit, engaged in the final battle. Help me kill him quickly. Long Chen did not think much and prepared to attack. If the 3 brothers attacked, the great Brahma ancient demon would definitely not live for more than 10 breaths of time. After finishing him off, they could search for the void demon in peace. However, just as they were about to attack, the reincarnation divine beast that looked like a white tiger glared at Long Chen and said, "Don't interfere. I will take care of him myself." Since he said this, Long Chen could not do anything. After all, Kitten did not have any memories of interacting with him. Of course, he absolutely believed that Kitten could defeat his opponent. It was obvious that under Kitten's suppression, the great Brahma ancient demon was completely crushed, even if he used his amazing creation nomological laws. When Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang arrived, the battle was already at its final juncture. The great Brahma ancient demon was already in a heavily injured state, while Kitten was basically unaffected. This white tiger was simply the great Brahma ancient demon's nightmare. I am waiting for the primordial devil race. The death of the divine Tao heart refining devil and the ninely great devil was a huge blow to the great Brahma ancient demon. He did not think of escaping. Now that his defeat was already decided, what he wanted to do the most was to drag Kitten down with him. As expected, at this moment, his body was burning with golden flames. Not only was it burning his strength, but it was also burning his flesh and blood. Rumble. Endless golden flames instantly shot into the sky. It was as if the great Brahma ancient demon's body had expanded dozens of times. You guys are really not bad. You have inherited the legacy of the divine dragon, and even in such a disadvantageous situation, you still managed to do this. Amazing, amazing, ahaha. Surrounded by the golden flames, the great Brahma ancient demon seemed to have gone crazy, as if he had lost his mind. At this moment, there was no need to mention how great the blow was to him, especially the betrayal of the void demon. They were a group of ancestral devils. Sometimes, they were really unimaginable. No one knew what they really wanted. Was destruction really that important to them? What were they after? No one knew. What was their connection with the Sky-Swallowing clan? At least, there was no movement from the Sky-Swallowing clan. Long Chen deeply understood that after finishing off the primeval troll, the only enemy in the future was the Sky-Swallowing clan. The terrifying Sky-Swallowing clan, the cricketers. No matter what, the great Brahma ancient demon, who was forced to a dead end, gave up everything. In a magnificent way, he used his own life to complete the last rule. Of course, in front of him, the reincarnation beast's eyes were cold. Against the great Brahma ancient demon's rule, he was doing the same thing, but he did not need to pay the price with his life. At this moment, the great Brahma ancient demon shone with golden light. Many symbols appeared on his body, and those symbols swept around him like waves. Amidst the flames, a real world was born. That was his creation rule. That world was endless, huge, and complete. Not only did it have the sun, moon, and stars, mountains, rivers, trees, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, but it also had living beings, corpses, reincarnation, and all living things. Everything was there. A world that was born in an instant. The great Brahma ancient demon's divine body burned and turned into ashes, fusing with the world. His body became countless pieces, becoming the power of the entire world. Gods and Buddhas. The rule was formed. In that world, tens of thousands of golden figures appeared. They seemed to be cast from gold. They sat in the air, chanting scriptures and emitting thunderous sounds. For a time, the entire world was filled with them. Under the chanting of the gods and Buddhas, even if they weren't attacked, Mo Xiaolang and Long Chen still felt extremely uncomfortable. They had no choice but to retreat. Long Chen understood that he couldn't block this level of rule attack. Fortunately, they hadn't participated, otherwise they would have become the great Brahma ancient demon's target. Perhaps Kitten knew that the great Brahma ancient demon would use his life as the price to create such an attack. That was why he didn't let Long Chen and the others interfere. This was Kitten's good intentions, not his arrogance. The world of gods and Buddhas formed a golden wheel in the air that was surrounded by flames. It rotated, and the entire world was a law of destruction. The countless living beings within it were all part of that law of slaughter. Facing such a rule, the reincarnation beast's expression was solemn. It first retreated a distance, then its huge body walked in the air, forming a reincarnation cycle. World of Reincarnation. The reincarnation beast's rule shone brightly in the space between its eyebrows. A white world of reincarnation was born on the reincarnation beast's head. It was very similar to the world of gods and Buddhas. In this world of reincarnation, there were also countless lives. Naturally, although they looked similar, their essence was different. The great Brahma ancient demon was the law that created the world. As for Kitten, he was the law of reincarnation. Living beings weren't part of his power, they were part of the meaning of reincarnation itself. The reincarnation beast was using the living beings to fight against the gods and Buddhas. If it wasn't for the price of his life, the great Brahma ancient demon wouldn't even have the qualifications to fight against the world of reincarnation. But at this moment, two worlds, two different rules, formed an unprecedented and incomparable confrontation. Chapter 3276. Buzz. The gods chanted in unison. Their might was vast. Everything was for the sake of destruction. The world of reincarnation was like a whirlpool. Countless lives were inside, but there were too many of them. The reincarnation beast's reincarnation laws were even more heaven-defying. At this moment, in front of Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang, the reincarnation of all beings and the gods collided. Two great worlds, two great laws, were melting each other. The edges of the two worlds were collapsing. All the gods and Buddhas in the heavens, all the gods and Buddhas in the sky, and all the mountains and rivers were crushed into pieces. The reincarnation of all beings was also destroyed. In this confrontation, Kitten did not obtain an overwhelming victory. In fact, the destruction and melting of the world of samsara of all beings was even faster than that of the world of gods and Buddhas. It was like a collision between a piece of silver and a piece of gold. Countless lives turned to ashes. Billions of gods and Buddhas were destroyed, turning into dazzling light. Such a scene could only be described as shocking. Kitten will lose. Mo Xiaolang couldn't help but ask when he saw the samsara of all beings was melting faster. No, he will win. Long Chen revealed a relaxed smile. From the current situation, the great Brahma ancient devil was bound to lose. Why? The great Nirvana ancient devil used his life to display his laws to such an extent. Both are melting. Although the cycle of reincarnation is being destroyed faster, the difference isn't too big. The great Nirvana ancient devil will die in the end if he does something like this. He just wants to die together, but his laws aren't strong enough to crush Kitten. At most, he will injure Kitten a little, but he will definitely die. It was just as he had expected. The chanting of the gods and Buddhas filled the sky. Deafening explosions rang out. The final result was that everything collapsed. Whether it was the world of gods or the reincarnation of all beings, everything was destroyed. At the same time, the surrounding branches and leaves of the reincarnation tree were destroyed. It was like countless continents were destroyed, turning into nothingness. Not even ashes were left behind. When the world of gods and Buddhas and the cycle of reincarnation of all living beings completely dissipated, the Brahma heaven ancient devil didn't leave behind any words and completely disappeared without a trace. The golden dust that filled the sky was probably left behind by the Brahma heaven ancient devil. However, in this world, there was no longer any information about it. Long Chen even thought that he would deal some damage to Kitten. In fact, he didn't do anything at all. In the later stages of reincarnation, he caught up and destroyed the great Nirvana ancient devil's laws. Maybe it was because the great Nirvana ancient devil knew that he couldn't defeat Kitten, so he gave up. In any case, apart from the Void Demon, the other 9 ancestral demons had all died in the hands of Long Chen and company. Among them, Long Chen had killed many of them alone. The tomb of Samsara had become his hunting ground. One ancestral fiend after another was slain by him. In the end, only the Void Demon was left. If he could kill the Void Demon and save Soyan, as long as the Sky-Swallowing clan didn't do anything, the 10,000 worlds would have a long period of peace. That was what Long Chen longed for. This is yours. The reincarnation divine beast transformed into its human form and stretched lazily, as if this battle was insignificant. Right now, all of its attention was on the reincarnation sacred fruit below. It was an important item for it to return to the progenitor realm. He gave Long Chen the great Nirvana ancient devil's heart. Now, Long Chen had gathered 4 ancestral demon hearts. They came from the perennial war demon and the 3 ancestral demons he killed here. He borrowed the great Nirvana ancient devil's heart. At this time, Kitten had already descended on the samsara fruit and was prepared to destroy the reincarnation barrier. With his cold personality, even though he had defeated the 3 ancestral demons, he didn't feel happy. It was as if he had done something insignificant. What is this? Long Chen and Mo Shaolang still didn't know about the samsara tree and the samsara fruit. The sacred fruit of samsara. Before the epoch, there were many sacred fruits of samsara on the sacred tree in the tomb of samsara. Only peerless divine dragons could take effect. Ordinary divine dragons could reincarnate just by smelling it. According to your current standards, the sacred fruit of samsara is a primordial immortal spirit that surpasses the origin. Kitten said lightly. I see. Long Chen couldn't help but be tempted. However, this was something that Kitten had obtained. Kitten obtaining it was the same as him obtaining it. What effect does it have? Asked Long Chen. It can probably help me recover to the progenitor realm. It's just a guess. I'm not sure. Don't disturb me. Kitten said impatiently. However, Long Chen knew that he didn't have any ill intentions. This fellow was just being stubborn. When the 3 ancestral fiends attacked him, it was Long Chen who came to save him. At that moment, Long Chen was very relaxed. The Void Fiend hadn't appeared for a long time. Long Chen had nearly forgotten that the Void Fiend was following them while he was talking to Kitten. After all, he had waited for a long time without the Void Fiend appearing. This even made Long Chen feel that the Void Fiend wasn't following them at all. But at that moment, he appeared. After lurking for a long time, he even took on a human form and appeared behind Long Chen. In that instant, Long Chen felt a law suddenly appear behind him and strike his back. It wasn't a very strong law. It only made Long Chen stumble. But it was precisely because of this that the Void Fiend had prepared for a long time and directly snatched away the 4 ancestral fiend hearts from Long Chen. All of this happened in a short moment. By the time Long Chen realized that the ancestral fiend hearts had been snatched away, the Void Fiend had already escaped and was no longer by his side. However, due to its violent movements, the Void Fiend, which had never appeared before, finally revealed itself in front of Long Chen and company. Long Chen didn't know if he should be happy or depressed that the Void Fiend had suddenly snatched away the 4 ancestral fiend hearts. He instantly reacted. This was the only chance to capture the Void Fiend and save Soyan. Xiao Lang. Xiao Lang was beside Long Chen and naturally knew of the sudden change in the Void Fiend. This was a chance to save Soyan, so Mo Xiaolang naturally went crazy. The two of them attacked at almost the same time. Eternal Whirlpool. Primordial Mist Dragon World. The double shackles of spacetime completely descended on the Void Fiend. Mo Xiaolang instantly transformed into the sun-devouring Fiend Wolf. Under his control, flames spread and formed a raging inferno. Even Kitten saw the changes. He hesitated for a moment before chasing after the Void Fiend. After all, he now knew that this was the last fish that had escaped the net. The three brothers immediately gave chase, especially since Long Chen had already used his law to descend on the Void Fiend's body. For a moment, it was still somewhat effective. In terms of combat strength, the Void Fiend wasn't stronger than the other ancestral fiends. It was only superior in that it could transform into nothingness, making it difficult to detect. Don't even think of leaving. Under the control of Long Chen, Mo Xiaolang, and Kitten, the fleeing Void Fiend suddenly realized that it was difficult to escape and made a decision. Soi Eon appeared in front of Long Chen, but her eyes were cold and emotionless. The four lights in her eyes were constantly changing, giving Long Chen a headache. In such a short period of time, Soi Eon had consecutively devoured 4 ancestral fiends' hearts. A total of 9 ancestral fiends had died, and all 9 ancestral fiends' hearts had been devoured by Soi Eon. If not for the Void Fiend, Soi Eon wouldn't have been able to do that. He could feel that as she devoured more ancestral fiends' hearts, she was getting further and further away from Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang, even though she was still herself. Her eyes were also turning colder and colder. After seeing Soi Eon, Mo Xiaolang lost all reason. Go. At that moment, the Void Fiend struck Soyan's body with a law. At that instant, Soi Eon completely vanished from Long Chen and company's eyes. They couldn't even sense her presence. Then, the Void Fiend turned around and reverted to his true form. He no longer hid himself and revealed his body, blocking Long Chen and company. The Void Fiend's true body was actually the most ordinary primeval troll. After he was no longer in the void, other than having the massive body of an ancestral fiend, there was nothing special about him. Stop chasing. I've already used the law of traceless and traceless to make her leave this place. In this Sky Dragon tomb, it's impossible for you to find her among the 100,000 worlds. Indeed, Soi Eon did not exist in the entire world or the surrounding worlds. However, the Void Fiend had stayed behind. His intentions were clear. In order to prevent Long Chen and company from disturbing Soi Eon, he seemed to be willing to stay here and buy time. If you want to find her, you'll have to step over my body. After saying that, the Void Fiend immediately used his law. Realm of Nothingness. One law, one world. Suddenly, the Void Fiend swept Long Chen and company into a world that didn't seem to exist. It was a world of nothingness. Nothing existed. Even the samsara tree and samsara fruit had disappeared. In my realm of nothingness, unless you kill me, you won't be able to leave, the Void Fiend said coldly. Kill him. Since that was the case, Mo Xiaolang couldn't hold back anymore. All he needed to do now was kill him and find Soi Eon. Wait. Long Chen needed to calm down even though he was as anxious as Mo Xiaolang. At that moment, he stared at the Void Fiend and said angrily, "What's your purpose? Why did you betray the other primeval troll and let Soi Eon devour the ancestral demon's heart?" At that moment, Soi Eon had devoured 9 ancestral demons' hearts. Who knew what would happen to her? Back then, she had only devoured 3 ancestral demons' hearts and reached the ultimate god realm. If she were to digest the other 6, it would be unimaginable. Vaguely, he felt that the Void Fiend was trying to make Soi Eon into some kind of existence. Chapter 3277. In the realm of nothingness, the laws were connected to the Void Demon. If the Void Demon didn't die, they wouldn't be able to leave this place, let alone find Soi Eon. Of course, this was also a disadvantage of the Tomb of Samsara. As long as Soi Eon escaped, it wouldn't be easy to find her. It would take some time, and she would probably be able to refine the ancestral demon's hearts during this time. There was no way to stop it. If the three of us want to kill you, it'll only take an instant. Since that's the case, there's nothing you can't say. Even if you don't, we'll find Suyin after we kill you. Long Chen was already preparing the laws as he spoke. You're right. The Void Demon sneered and said nonchalantly, anyway, that's how it is. The truth is that I don't think the same as the other ancestral demons. They think that they can survive by destroying the myriad worlds, but I don't think so. Our primordial demon race is made to be hunters. If there's no prey, what's the point of having hunters? So, I see that Demon Wa has already swallowed 3 ancestral demons' hearts, so I'm just going with the flow. Among the primordial demons, Demon Wa has this special trait as well. She can fuse with many ancestral demons' hearts. Actually, when you messed us up in the Tomb of the Sky Dragon, I knew that the 7 of us were doomed. So, I had to create a surprise. This surprise is also my final effort for my race. We primordial demons don't have a single progenitor. So, I want to break through this limit for my race. I want to give birth to a primeval troll that even the Sky-devouring clan can't imagine. She might even be the one to overthrow the Sky-devouring clan. This is my only wish. So, you hate the Sky-devouring clan too, right? You and I are both ants. What do you think? The Void Demon laughed heartily. Under the control of his decision, a miracle of the primordial giant demon race was being born. This new lord of the primeval devils has fused with the natural laws and talents of the ancestor devils. It's like she's an amalgamation of all the ancestor devils. Such a heaven-defying existence, I'm going to give her a name. She's the lord of millions and millions of fiends, primeval giant devil. The gathering of all ancestral fiends, he was just like Long Chen. There were all sorts of rules, and there were even karma and slaughter. How heaven-defying was this? Creation, karma, power, battle, slaughter, metal, devour, creation, and so on. Long Chen had inherited 8 types of ancestral dragon essence blood. In terms of rules, he was about the same as Soi Eon. Clearly, what the Void Demon had created was a true monster, a primitive troll. But she was Soi Eon. Don't worry, she's the amalgamation of all the ancestral fiends. Even if all the ancestral fiends are destroyed, the wills in their inheritance will still affect her. I'm a treasure. She'll kill all of you and destroy the entire world. When the Sky-devouring clan wakes up, she can claim credit and survive. In the end, she'll slaughter all the Sky-devouring clan and become the only existence left. This was the Void Demon's hideous thought. He wanted to nurture a progenitor. Of course, to Long Chen, it was impossible for the primitive troll to deal with the Sky-devouring clan. This was a helpless rage that belonged to the primeval troll. Now, he finally knew what was going on and was no longer confused. He had wasted some time, but he had obtained the precious truth. It was time to rush out and stop Soi Eon. Although Soi Eon wasn't in danger for the time being, it would only be more troublesome if she was affected by the ancestral fiends. Kill. The 3 of them looked at each other and made up their minds. They definitely couldn't let the Void Demon live. No matter what the primitive troll did, they had to kill the Void Demon first. Samsara of all beings. Little Cat was not polite at all. He was about to take the reincarnation fruit. The other party had trapped him here. If he lost the reincarnation fruit, he would go crazy. Inverse dragon blood. The void demon came and went like a ghost. Everyone was worried that he would escape, so they attacked with killing moves. Seeing that they had all attacked, Mo Xiaolang didn't attack. He just wanted to prevent the void demon from escaping. The samsara of all beings and inverse dragon blood combined to form a destructive force that defied the heavens. The void demon's body started to crumble from the inside. Then, as the samsara of all beings wore him down, his whole body crumbled. He's not dodging. Long Chen was puzzled. Now that the realm of nothingness had fused with his body, the only way to destroy this place was to kill him. If he wanted to buy time, he should at least try to dodge a little. Although they were confused, they didn't stop attacking. They were determined to kill the void demon. Just like that, the void demon was completely annihilated by their attacks. The realm of nothingness disappeared together with it. They returned to the world where the samsara tree was. The samsara fruit, which was like a sun, was still there. Back there, the three of them had different goals. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang were naturally anxious to find Soyian, but Kitten was about to get the samsara fruit, so he definitely didn't want to leave. Where's the heart of the void demon? When he killed the void demon, Long Chen seemed to have caught a glimpse of the void demon's heart. However, in the blink of an eye, everything became empty. It was as though it had never existed. However, Long Chen was sure that he had seen the heart of the void demon before. It can't have disappeared, Long Chen thought carefully and suddenly remembered that the void demon could turn itself invisible. Could it turn the heart of the void demon into invisible as well? Although it had already been annihilated, it was normal for some nomological laws to remain. At that moment, the void demon's final voice reverberated in the world. I have to say that you all fell into my trap. I was waiting for you to kill me. Otherwise, she wouldn't have transformed into a primitive demon without gathering enough ancestor demon hearts. Now, my heart of the void demon has reached her side. Next, the three of you can wait patiently for the birth of the primitive demon. It won't take long, although I left first, I also saw your miserable deaths. Today, none of you will be able to escape. At this point, his voice was completely cut off. I see. No wonder he trapped us with the realm of nothingness even though he knew he would die, waiting for us to kill him. If we had known earlier, we wouldn't have killed him and wouldn't have experienced the final transformation. Mo Xiaolang and Long Chen all realized this. At this moment, the primitive giant demon seemed to be born unstoppably. Kitten looked at them and said, to be honest, if you want to find her, you won't be able to find her, and you can't stop her either. So, I have to take the sacred fruit of samsara first. Maybe I can deal with the primitive giant demon. He'll attack us. Mo Xiaolang was dumbfounded. They had to go out and search now. The tomb of samsara was huge. How could they know where Soyian was? Nonsense. She's under the influence of the 10 primeval troll. She won't attack us. Who will she attack? Who killed the 10 ancestor demons? Kitten said. Long Chen knew that although the 10 ancestor demons were killed and the other primeval troll were mostly dead, the crisis of the infinite worlds was not over. The 10 ancestor demons were basically gathered together and combined into one body. As long as Soyian really reached the progenitor realm, not just the three of them, but the entire infinite worlds would be in danger. No one could stop Soyian and the primitive demon. That was the scariest thing. Could it be that there's no way to make her regain her sanity without having to fight against her? Is there no way to completely make her one of us? Is there a way to make the wills of the 10 ancestral fiends dissipate in her body? This was the best outcome that Long Chen could imagine. What a joke. She has completely inherited the power of the 10 ancestor demons. The wills of the 10 ancestor demons have penetrated into every corner of her body with no exception. Eradicating them is no different from stripping away all her power. Because she is using the power of the 10 ancestor demons, unless, at this point, Kitten paused and didn't want to continue. Unless what? Long Chen clearly felt that there was a hidden meaning in his words. Mo Xiaolang also stared at him. It's nothing. You guys go find her. Hurry up. I want to destroy the reincarnation barrier and obtain my samsara fruit, Kitten said in an annoyed tone. Kitten. Long Chen was slightly angered. He said sternly, this is a matter of life and death. If we can solve this biggest problem, we'll have peace and a chance to truly improve. We'll finally have the chance to fight against the sky-devouring clan. You and I live together in this world, we're both members of the draconic continent. If you have any ideas, just say them. Why are you hiding them? I am the reincarnation divine beast, not Kitten. The other party's eyes were cold as he confronted Long Chen. If Long Chen's attitude was so tough when he just woke up, he would probably slap Long Chen. Now, he couldn't easily crush Long Chen. Long Chen narrowed his eyes and said, Who exactly are you? It's completely meaningless. I can forgive you if you can't remember the friendship between us. However, I hope that you won't be so selfish when it comes to such an important matter. Otherwise, you'll regret it when you remember everything that happened between us. It's just some boring friendship. What's there to regret? This world is destined to be destroyed. What's the point of struggling? The only thing I want now is to let this samsara fruit return me to the ancestor realm. That way, even if the world is destroyed, I might still be able to survive. The Kitten stood guard in front of the samsara fruit. Long Chen looked at the samsara fruit and suddenly smiled. I understand. This samsara fruit is the key. Chapter 3278. It was obvious that he knew the method before, but he had kept his mouth shut afterwards. It was obvious that he was unwilling to use that method. And what Long Chen could imagine was that the only thing that Kitten was unwilling to do was the samsara fruit. When Long Chen mentioned the samsara fruit, Kitten fell silent. However, he still stood in front of the samsara fruit and did not say a word. The samsara fruit was very important to him. Ever since he had awakened, his greatest desire was to return to the ancestor realm. Now that such an opportunity was right in front of him, how could he give it up? The two people in front of him were familiar yet strange. He did not have any impression of them, but he felt that they were familiar. His silence made Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang understand that the samsara fruit was definitely useful to Soyian. Now that Soyian had devoured the hearts of the 10 ancestor demons, they did not know how terrifying she had become. However, no matter what, they had to let Soyian return to normal, especially for Mo Xiaolang. In his heart, Soyian was even more important than all the living beings in the myriad worlds. Kitten, give us the samsara fruit. In the future, I will definitely return this favor to you, even if I have to fight with my life. Mo Xiaolang's voice was cold, but it was extremely urgent. Now, the turning point was with the samsara fruit. It was not that Long Chen did not know how Kitten felt, but there were always priorities. Now that Soyian was in such a state, if the samsara fruit was the only solution, to him, of course, the best way was to give it to her. After all, there might be other ways for Kitten to recover his strength, so it was not so urgent. No, but, I can. The burly Kitten's eyes were cold, and he faced Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang as he spoke word by word. He was extremely resolute and decisive. There was even killing intent in his eyes. At this moment, he was only a reincarnation divine beast. Long Chen didn't expect that the brothers, who were fighting side by side a moment ago, would turn against each other. This was a feeling he had never felt before. It was a strong contradiction between Kitten and Mo Xiaolang. Long Chen didn't mean to stand on Mo Xiaolang's side, but he had a standard in his heart. Now it was Soyan who needed the samsara fruit more. Otherwise, he would have to kill her. Of course, Longchen didn't want anyone to die. Kitten, we can definitely discuss this. There are always priorities. Now that the primitive giant demon has been born, if we don't handle it well, there will be more casualties. Kitten sneered and said, "You don't have to worry about that. Once I reach the ancestor realm, if that fellow dares to act recklessly, I'll kill her. In any case, she's completely a primeval troll. How can I allow her to bring disaster to the myriad worlds? So, you don't have to worry at all." You. Mo Xiaolang's eyes turned scarlet. From the beginning, he had also taken care of Kitten like Longchen. They had been friends for many years. Today, when Kitten said such words, it was truly heartbreaking. However, Mo Xiaolang was clear that the one standing in front of them was indeed the reincarnation divine beast and not Kitten. If they asked him with the identity of Kitten, it would be too naive. "Big brother, it seems like we can only snatch it first," said Mo Xiaolang. "I know." Even if he was unwilling, he had to fight with the samsara divine sword. Longchen had never thought that he would work together with Mo Xiaolang to attack Kitten. Now that the situation had developed to this point, perhaps it was fate. From a rational point of view, he would not hesitate to offend the reincarnation divine beast and snatch the samsara divine fruit. "You've finally revealed your true colors. In the end, you just want the samsara divine fruit. Hee, if it wasn't for me, the two of you would have been killed by the primeval troll long ago. You're biting the hand that fed you so quickly?" Kitten couldn't help but sneer. However, he was already prepared to attack. He directly transformed into the reincarnation divine beast's original form. It was extremely huge and pure white. The samsara will shone all over its body. On the other side, Mo Xiaolang, who was extremely angry, also revealed the huge body of the sun-devouring demonic wolf. He was confronting Kitten. One white tiger and one black wolf. At that moment, the smell of gunpowder was thick and the murderous aura was strong. They could start fighting at any time. "Sky-devouring clan, you are one of the main culprits who destroyed our world. How dare you mix with us? Today, Lord Cat. I will teach you a lesson," the reincarnation divine beast said disdainfully. Between them, Longchen did not hesitate much. This time, he stood on Mo Xiaolang's side. Perhaps it was a bit unfair to Kitten, but this concerned Soyan's life. He could only do this. What he was most depressed about was why Kitten had lost those memories. "Brother, I will deal with him." "You snatched the samsara divine fruit," Mo Xiaolang said, gritting his teeth. "I will do it. You can't stop him." "You snatched the samsara divine fruit and then find Yen," Longchen said. Longchen made the most reasonable arrangement. Moreover, he understood that if Kitten attacked him, he might show mercy. However, if he attacked Mo Xiaolang, he would definitely not show mercy. He could not let them fight. "Don't even think about leaving." At that moment, the reincarnation divine beast directly attacked. He returned to the state when he fought against the great Brahma ancient devil. He did not show mercy at all. His nomological laws instantly included Longchen and Mo Xiaolang. He did not even think of letting either of them snatch the samsara divine fruit. The battle between the brothers instantly erupted. Samsara divine mountain. Kitten used his nomological laws. His body changed. Countless white lights covered his body and swept out. They condensed into a huge mountain, pressing down on the heads of Longchen and Mo Xiaolang, making it hard for them to breathe. "The samsara divine fruit cannot be taken by you. It is the key for me to recover to the progenitor realm. You might have a chance in the future, but now Soyan needs it more. Kitten, as long as we get rid of the primitive giant demon, not only will we have a great helper, but we will also be more confident in the future." We will also completely solve the crisis of the primeval troll. We will have a lot of time to prepare to deal with the sky-swallowing clan. You will also have many chances to recover. As long as we work together, there is a high chance of saving the broken worlds. Don't be naive. My goal is different from yours. Now, I only want to recover to the progenitor realm. When the disaster comes, I will still be able to escape. Obviously, he did not have a shred of hope for the disaster in the future. Long Chen was very angry when he heard this. So, you, the so-called reincarnation divine beast, are a complete coward. You are a coward before the battle has even started. Kitten, I look down on you, Mo Xiaolang said coldly. You, the sky-swallowing clan, what right do you have to talk about me? The source of all evil comes from you. Who knows if you will be the first to betray us when the sky-swallowing clan descends? The reincarnation divine beast said in a mocking tone. Of course, he did not stop attacking. Saying this was even more overboard. Anyway, at this moment, no one would give way to the other. Rumble. The reincarnation sacred mountain pressed down on them, causing Long Chen and Little Cat to be unable to retaliate or move. They were completely suppressed by the reincarnation divine beast. As matters stood, Little Cat did not listen to Long Chen's advice. The reincarnation divine beasts had completely taken over his body. Long Chen could only choose to fight back. Karma Trial Light. In that instant, Long Chen transformed into the divine way heart refining dragon. Only then did the third beast appear. The three of them, a divine dragon, a black demon wolf from the sky-swallowing clan, and an ancient demon ancestor white tiger, clashed fiercely. The divine way heart refining dragon's body was surrounded by white light. The karma trial light shot out like a sharp sword and pierced the samsara divine mountain. In an instant, the samsara divine mountain exploded. Kitten's reincarnation divine beast was turned into ashes by Long Chen's powerful charge. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang were emptied. They were finally free from the attack. No wonder you're so confident. So it turns out that you're not bad. The 10 great ancestral dragons have given you too many good things, allowing you to reach such a realm in such a short period of time. You're even able to fight against me. However, you're too arrogant and overconfident. I'm still better than a coward like you. Long Chen really couldn't stand this guy. He wanted to slap him a few times and take back the kitten of the past. Although the kitten of the past was cheap, everyone liked him. Although he loved to teach Long Chen some messy things, he was still Long Chen's life and death brother. Now, he was indeed a selfish and cowardly guy. At least I'm stronger than you, a hothead who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Kitten was still unconvinced. However, after the Samsara Divine Mountain was destroyed, Long Chen rushed up while Mo Xiaolang went down to the Samsara fruit. You really don't know the meaning of life and death. If a tiger doesn't show its might, you think I'm a sick cat? The reincarnation divine beast was furious. This time, it gathered a lot of energy and produced a terrifying pressure that pressed down on Long Chen. Very quickly, it used a Dharma law that Long Chen was familiar with. Samsara of all living beings. The terrifying Samsara law that killed the great Brahma ancient devil appeared. Kitten was crazy. It was as if he wanted to kill Long Chen. The Samsara fruit was too important to him. He wouldn't let it go no matter what. Therefore, the Samsara of all living beings descended from the sky. A world with a Dharma law pressed down on Long Chen. Although he knew that he wasn't Kitten, he still felt a little depressed. Such a destructive attack, if he didn't make a move, he would definitely die. Inverse Dragon Blood. For a moment, Long Chen used the Dharma law of the inverse dragon blood to the maximum. Instantly, the inverse dragon blood descended on Kitten's body. Long Chen reversed the flow of his blood and turned him into an ancient blood spirit dragon. At this moment, he attacked mercilessly. If he showed mercy, he would die. Although he was heaven-defying now, he knew that if he really wanted to fight to the death, he was still weaker than Kitten. Under the attack of the inverse dragon blood, a lot of blood burst out of Kitten's pure white body. For a moment, the samsara of all living beings trembled continuously. Finally, it was destroyed by Long Chen's powerful attack. Of course, the inverse dragon blood's dharma law was also suppressed by Kitten. Chapter 3279. However, the impact of the inverse dragon blood made Kitten even angrier. His eyes, which were originally pure white, turned into a whirlpool. He stared at Long Chen and roared, "I don't want to kill you. Don't force me. If you dare to touch my samsara fruit, I will start a massacre. Especially you, sky-swallowing clan." He was in a state of madness. This was not what Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang wanted. At the end of the day, they still cared about Kitten. It was just that they were more worried about Soyan's life. "We don't want to be enemies with you either. However, we have to save Yen-er's life. Kitten, she is just like you. She is an important member of our group." Long Chen gestured for Mo Xiaolang to stop. In his mind, the best outcome would be to discuss it with Kitten. Discussing things was better than taking things by force. Bullshit. I am not one of you. I am the samsara divine beast. Even if I have interacted with you for a period of time, it is nothing. In my long life, it is just a short moment. Although it was a short moment in your life, it was the most important moment. You cannot escape from us. Today, as long as you are willing to take a step back, we will repay you many times over in the future, Long Chen said solemnly. I don't need it. When I return to the ancestor realm, I will not care about you. Kitten said indifferently. No matter how many times Long Chen said, he was still so determined. There was no room for discussion at all. Big brother, there is nothing more to say. Although Mo Xiaolang and Long Chen had similar thoughts, he did not have much patience for Soyan's matter. If it was Long Chen, he would do the same. Yes, there is indeed nothing more to say. I will count to 3. If you do not scram, don't blame me for killing you, Kitten said impolitely. The destructive power of the rules was brewing again. 1. 2. At this point, there was still no movement. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang would not retreat at all, so at this time, Kitten dropped the last number. 3. Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, before he could attack, a huge change happened. The entire samsara tomb in the world, the three of them were in shook. It was as if the entire samsara tomb had been rammed by someone. Amidst the turbulence, all three of them felt the aura of a terrifying giant beast descending. For a time, even Kitten's face was solemn. All three of them stared in one direction, which was the direction where Soyan had left. Roar. An ancient and heavy roar erupted, piercing through the boundless world and reverberating through the air. After hearing such a voice, even little Cat felt how small she was. The three of them couldn't help but take a step back. They knew very well what exactly it was. That primitive troll has clearly been born. It has already taken shape. The Void Demon's plan has succeeded. The final Void Demon's heart has also reached that side. Kitten said with a hint of schadenfreude. However, his expression changed very quickly, because he could feel that the newly born primitive giant demon was heading in their direction. The reincarnation barrier had not been broken, so he could not leave this place at all. He could only leave this place if he obtained the samsara fruit as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would definitely die if he fought with the primitive giant demon now. Hurry up and move aside. If you don't move aside and let me refine the samsara fruit, all three of us will die if that guy gets here. Move aside and you might have a chance to survive. This made Kitten anxious. However, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang did not move. They looked solemnly in the direction where the primitive giant demon was descending and stood their ground. They knew very well that once Kitten refined the samsara fruit, Soi Eon would have no hope at all. Otherwise, Kitten would kill Soi Eon in front of Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang. Otherwise, Soi Eon would escape. If she destroyed the world, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang would still have to destroy her in the future. Therefore, they could not let Kitten refine the samsara fruit. Moreover, Mo Xiaolang and Soi Eon had just had a wonderful ending. How could they, therefore, they could not move aside at this time. Kitten was really anxious. He prepared to attack without saying anything. However, he had underestimated the speed of the primitive giant demon. At this moment, the entire world shook violently. Under the shocked gazes of the three, a terrifying super beast of unprecedented size rushed into the world. Rumble. Under that dazzling brilliance, the first thing that everyone saw was an ancient giant devil in the mouth of the gigantic beast. It was a devil lord at the Great Perfection Realm. Even a devil lord at the Great Perfection Realm was like a tiger in the mouth of a tiger in front of this gigantic beast. The devil lord was torn apart into a bloody mess before being swallowed whole. Crack. Blood sprayed down like rain. At this moment, the true appearance of this beast, which was even bigger than the Jiuli giant demon, was revealed in front of Long Chen and the others. This was the primitive giant demon. The most eye-catching part of the primitive giant demon was its pure white dragon scales. There was not a single blemish. It was like a gem, dazzling and beautiful. It added an exquisite sense of beauty to the cruel and cold-blooded primeval troll. Then, its head was long and slender. It was very similar to a divine dragon. It had a pair of exquisite, spiral-shaped pure white demon horns. Beneath the fiend horn were 10 pairs of relatively tiny eyes. Each pair of eyes had different colors and natures. On careful look, one could tell that these 10 pairs of eyes came from the 10 ancestral fiends. Their eyes were the only other color on the primitive troll demon's body. Its body was long and slender like Demon Hua. However, there were many pure white bone spikes that looked like platinum all over its body. Especially its tail, which was covered in bone spikes. It was the most hideous part of its body. A pair of gigantic platinum-colored wings unfurled, emitting a dazzling brilliance. A simple flap would produce an incredible storm. The platinum-colored bone spurs and 10 pairs of eyes were the greatest differences of the primitive troll. One could sense the aura of all the ancestral fiends from its body. Clearly, the primitive troll now possessed all the laws of the ancestral fiends. She seemed to be a combination of the 10 ancestor demons. The 10 ancestor demons that had died in battle seemed to have been reborn on her body. From their first encounter, Long Chen knew that this primitive giant devil would be very difficult to deal with. It was even more terrifying than the little cat. In fact, even the little cat's hairs were standing on end, and he was even more impatient. He couldn't wait to obtain the samsara fruit. But it was too late. The 10 ancestor demons had fused into one, causing the primitive giant demon's eyes to be extremely cold. From her violent gaze, it was obvious that she did not know Long Chen or Mo Xiaolang. She even wanted to swallow the other primeval troll alive. Clearly, the primitive giant demon, which the void demon had created with her own life, was a peerless killing machine. She only knew one thing, and that was to kill. Her killing was more like a wild beast's primal hunt. At that moment, she saw Kitten, Long Chen, and Mo Xiaolang. Among them, Kitten's body was the largest and the strongest, so he attracted her attention. At that moment, the primitive giant demon let out an earth-shattering roar that shook the entire tomb of Samsara. The 10 pairs of eyes exploded with different cold glints. Instantly, her hunt began. Whoosh! At that moment, the primitive giant demon gave Long Chen and company a show of strength. Her body suddenly vanished into thin air, completely undetectable. What a void demon is capable of. Clearly, the primitive giant demon was using the rule of nothingness. The rule of nothingness was the hardest part of the void demon to deal with. But the void demon wasn't very strong because it did not have as strong an attack as the other ancestor demons. But now, the primitive giant demon had the rule of nothingness and could disappear without a trace. It also had the most terrifying attack laws from the other 9 ancestor demons, such as the Brahma ancient demon and the primordial blood demon. When the primitive giant demon disappeared, the trio couldn't help but feel nervous. We have to let Yen-Er refine the samsara fruit, but I don't think she will take the initiative. Besides, the reincarnation barrier hasn't been broken yet. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang were trying hard to think of a solution. Normally, the primitive giant demon was the most terrifying existence. Although there was only slaughter in her eyes, that didn't mean she was stupid. With her ability, she definitely wouldn't personally consume the samsara fruit. After all, she definitely knew that it was a threat to her current situation. She might even personally destroy the samsara fruit. Now that she was in the rule of nothingness, the battle was about to begin. Long Chen could sense that the primitive giant demon's target was the 3 of them. Her most direct and important goal was to kill Long Chen and company. As for the samsara fruit, she wasn't interested in it for now. After all, Long Chen and company were her real prey. This was also the result of the 10 ancestor demons' influence. After all the ancestor demons had been killed by these 3. This was also their revenge. Among them, the one that threatened the primitive giant demon the most was the reincarnation divine beast. Therefore, while the reincarnation divine beast was still on guard, Long Chen suddenly sensed that the primitive giant demon's platinum divine body had already appeared behind Kitten. Be careful. The primitive giant demon's first move was to kill. Even though it had previously clashed with Kitten, it definitely didn't want him to die now. With Long Chen's warning, Kitten reacted quickly. Samsara mirror. Behind him, a samsara mirror appeared and blocked the primitive giant demon's first attack. Of course, it was also because of this that the final battle was about to begin. The primitive troll's slender tail with platinum bone spikes stabbed out. Without any rules, the power alone pierced through the mirror of samsara and destroyed it. Chapter 3280. The first time he attacked, he combined the abilities of the Void Demon and the Ninely Giant Demon. The power he displayed made Long Chen and the rest gasp. Kitten escaped the primitive demon's attack in his shock. He moved to another position, anxious and angry. He roared, "You've seen how strong she is. Let me tell you, the only way is for me to consume and refine the samsara fruit. Hold her off for a while so I can finish her off. Otherwise, once she reaches the infinite worlds, you'll know what it means to destroy the infinite worlds." Not only did he have to get Long Chen and the rest to move away, he also had to get Long Chen to help hold off the primitive demon for a while. Because the primitive demon was scarier than he had imagined, Kitten was asking for more. This was the combination of 10 ancestral devils, and they were the strongest weapons of the Sky-Swallowing clan apart from themselves. Impossible. The only way is for the 3 of us to work together and force the samsara fruit into her stomach. Let her refine it and recover. That was Long Chen's idea. In the end, it was still a matter of whether or not Kitten was willing to give up. "You're too naive. If she doesn't want to refine it, you can't force her." Kitten sneered. "No, I believe Yen-Er can do it. She must be fighting the 10 ancestral devils now," Mo Xiaolang said firmly. At this time, the primitive troll disappeared again. No one knew where she would appear and give them a fatal blow. Ridiculous, naive. You'll regret this. Kitten was still unwilling to give up. He looked at the samsara fruit with burning eyes and looked around warily. He really wanted to refine it immediately, but the problem was that Long Chen was still blocking him. If he tried to take the samsara fruit, Long Chen would probably attack him. Damn it, if the samsara fruit doesn't have the ability to calm, and purify evil spirits, they won't be able to use it. Kitten was very frustrated. Everything was in a hopeless situation, and the danger was not over yet. At that moment, Mo Xiaolang's sun-devouring wolf form appeared before Long Chen. He looked around with burning eyes and said loudly, "Yen, you're being controlled by the 10 ancestral devils, but I believe you can defeat us. No matter what, I'll be by your side. I told you to work hard. I'll get through this with you." Mo Xiaolang's gaze had never wavered after so many years of companionship and vows of undying love. He looked around resolutely, searching for traces of Suyin. In his eyes, there was only gentleness for Suyin. Mo Xiaolang had long become the person closest to her. He longed to help her resist the will of the 10 ancestral devils. Idiot! Kitten suddenly scolded angrily. Just then, as expected, the primitive giant demon appeared right in front of Mo Xiaolang. Its 10 pairs of eyes flickered and its huge wings flapped. A terrifying storm swept out and tore apart the samsara tree that was on the verge of withering. Yen, The sun-devouring wolf was like a baby mouse before an eagle. It was extremely tiny. Seeing the primitive troll appear, he was overjoyed. Yen, can you hear me? At that moment, what Mo Xiaolang faced was the primitive troll's sudden attack. It was an absolute killing move. Great Heavenly Fiend Seal. This was Ancestor Shi's rule. In the past, Ancestor Shi had allowed Mo Xiaolang and Long Chen to work together to kill him, but this rule had left a deep impression on Mo Xiaolang. But now, the rule had reappeared on Soyin's body, becoming a tool to kill Mo Xiaolang. The primitive troll's eyes were cold, and it had no intention of holding back. Its platinum claws swept up a violent storm, and the great heavenly fiend seal reappeared. It was even more terrifying, and its power increased greatly. The destructive power instantly descended on Mo Xiaolang's head. At that moment, Mo Xiaolang was still smiling, but his smile froze. The primitive troll's cold eyes made him understand that the one in control of this body was definitely not Soyian. Life and death were decided in this instant. But Mo Xiaolang was still very unwilling, and he felt even more guilty. If he hadn't given the heart of the demon to Soyian, this wouldn't have happened. If anything happened to Soyian, he would never forgive himself. Get out of the way. Long Chen knew this would happen. It would be very difficult for Soyian to win, so he had made preparations by the side. Now, he was fully prepared, and the 2 origin-grade destinable artifacts were at the ready. When the opponent used the great heavenly fiend seal, Long Chen stabbed it in front of Mo Xiaolang. Nirvana Primordial. This was Long Chen's strongest move. Chaos Dragon Fist, Grand Mist Dragon World, and Creation Reincarnation. The 3 powers combined together, and they were all on the primordial dragon halberd. The destructive power collided with the great heavenly fiend seal. The opponent's rule power swept over, and the huge impact sent Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang flying. Even the primordial dragon halberd almost flew out. So strong. If it wasn't for the origin dragon palace blocking most of the great heavenly fiend seal's destructive power, Long Chen would have been heavily injured. It was no wonder Kitten was so nervous. Even if the primitive giant demon wasn't Soyian, it would still be difficult to defeat it. The most frightening thing was that she could use all 10 of the Ancestor Devil's rule power. Not being able to kill Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang in one go infuriated the primitive giant demon. Its target was Long Chen and the others. At this time, no one could leave the battlefield, and everyone was locked down by the primitive giant demon. At this time, the 3 of them had no choice but to stick together. Kitten had no choice but to put down his arrogant head and team up with Long Chen and the others. Let me tell you, let me refine this samsara fruit, I can. Before Kitten could finish, Long Chen interrupted, no discussion. We can only save Soyeon first, and find a way for her to refine and recover. You can't do it. If you don't try, how do you know it can't be done? At most, I'll swallow the samsara fruit and then let her swallow it. I don't believe it won't work. Mo Xiaolang suddenly turned his head and glared at Kitten. You can try. If you fail, or if the effects are slow, you'll become the primitive giant demon's food. There's at least a 90% chance of success. If you really want to die, go ahead and try. Even now, Kitten was still teasing. Hearing Mo Xiaolang's decision, Long Chen was a little shocked. It was too risky. However, if he were Mo Xiaolang, he might do the same. There was no other reason, and there was no need to weigh the pros and cons. She was the woman he loved, and that was enough. Protecting her was his responsibility. Of course, Kitten would not give up on the samsara fruit for the time being. Even now, he had made up his mind. He couldn't care too much. After all, the primitive giant demon did not give them any time. The other party's massacre finally began. From this moment on, the primitive giant demon showed Long Chen and the others the power of the 10 ancestor devils when they joined forces. When the giant beast appeared out of thin air again, more laws poured down like a heavy downpour. In an instant, it brought the three brothers the most devastating blow. Mind demonic voice. It was Ancestor Shi's attack again. This was an attack at the soul level, and its power was much more terrifying than Ancestor Shi's. It directly hit the three brothers, causing their souls to fall into disorder. Black hole in the heavens. This was Demon Wa's attack. It had once targeted the chaotic divine might and Long Chen. This time, the black hole appeared beside the sun-devouring demonic wolf, making it feel like it had fallen into a swamp. It struggled with all its might, but it could not move for a short time. Undying, indestructible, eternal fighting spirit. Unprecedented trillion divine punches. The eternal war demon's terrifying attack appeared again, and it was even more powerful. First, the undying, indestructible, eternal fighting spirit directly gave the three brothers a new mental blow. Then, the unprecedented trillion divine punches directly landed on Long Chen. This was like 10 ancestor devils fighting against the three of them at the same time. The speed at which they released laws exceeded Long Chen's by a lot. The power of each law was much stronger than the original ancestor devil. The last law targeted Kitten. At that moment, the primitive giant demon's body emitted a dazzling white light. The karma law appeared perfectly on her body. It was as though she was the divine Tao heart demon. Karmic judgment light. The destructive light crossed the limits of space and instantly landed on Kitten. The karmic judgment light she used was much more powerful than Long Chen's and the divine Tao heart demons. Kitten was facing a huge blow at this moment. He had no choice but to use the All-Beings reincarnation law to resist. The All-Beings reincarnation world blocked in front of Kitten, but under the impact of the karmic judgment light, it continued to collapse. The destructive power of the light was too great. At least, Long Chen could not withstand it. Of course, the unprecedented trillion divine punches were also terrifying enough. At this juncture, Long Chen could not care about anything else. He directly transformed into the divine Tao heart demon. Karmic judgment light. It was similar to how the primitive giant demon dealt with the reincarnation divine beast, but its might was much weaker. However, this was already Long Chen's limit. He clenched his teeth and attacked with all his might to block the billions of divine fists. But even so, under the eruption of the billions of divine fists, 100 million attacks in an instant, Long Chen was still heavily injured. The karma trial light was shattered by the fist shadows. Even with the origin dragon palace blocking it, Long Chen's chi and blood were tumbling for a moment. His body was dented in many places. Requiem of life. Long Chen could only use this method to prevent his body from being destroyed. Fortunately, he had enough power to withstand the trillion divine punches. On Kitten's side, he used the All-Being's reincarnation to resolve the primitive giant demon's attack. However, he was exhausted and injured. As for Mo Xiaolang, he struggled to break free from the black hole in the sky. At this moment, he charged at the primitive giant demon without a care for his life. Chapter 3281. Perhaps he only wanted Soyan to see him, so that she could defeat the wills of the 10 ancestral fiends and make her think of him. However, it was extremely difficult. It had to be said that Mo Xiaolang had been rash this time. However, that was completely understandable. From the moment he entered the tomb of Samsara until now, his spirit had always been tormented. He was constantly tense and had to suppress it several times. However, the knot in his heart was indeed difficult to resolve. In front of the primitive troll's gigantic body, the sun-devouring demon wolf broke free from the black hole in the firmament. He gave up all resistance and charged in front of the primitive troll. He even transformed into human form in front of the primitive troll. Compared to the primitive troll, the humanoid Mo Xiaolang was just too tiny. He was too sudden. Long Chen did not even have time to hold him back. Yen, it's me. Can you see me clearly? Standing in front of the primitive troll, Mo Xiaolang's eyes were bloodshot as he roared at the primitive troll with a heart-wrenching voice. I believe that you must be fighting against the 10 ancestral fiends. You don't want to see such a battle either. You must be working hard. I believe in you. You can succeed. There's no need to be afraid of them. Mo Xiaolang clenched his fists and could not stop his tears. He looked at the primitive troll too with a burning gaze. No matter what Soyan had become, he had never abandoned her. Roar! The primitive troll was still dealing with Kitten and Long Chen. Only now did he notice the tiny Mo Xiaolang. To him, this was like an ant. Something the size of a speck of dust actually dared to roar in front of him. Yen, you can successfully wake up. You must remember that I told you that even if there comes a day when I can't control myself, I won't hurt you at all. But now, it's you. You must be the same. I know it's tough for you. I'm willing to bear it with you. Perhaps it was because he thought of how hard Soyan must be fighting right now that he started to cry. He thought about this girl. She had been suffering with him ever since they were in the desolate imperial region. She had suffered on the Devil Star. Now, in the tomb of reincarnation, she was still suffering. And the root cause of all this was the devil's heart that he had given her. It's my fault. He was a 7-foot-tall man, but he was on the verge of breaking down. The primitive giant demon let out a deafening roar and waved its massive claws. The platinum claws were like divine weapons of fate as they smashed towards Mo Xiaolang. Yen, Mo Xiaolang saw her attack. So that was how it was. She was still under the influence of the ancestral fiend's will. She could not even see the most important person in front of her. But at Mo Xiaolang's helpless roar, her claws suddenly stopped not far from Mo Xiaolang. Mo Xiaolang was overjoyed and excited. He could clearly see the 10 pairs of eyes of the primitive giant demon changing their gazes. Coincidentally, he saw the same gaze that belonged to Soyan. But her gaze was filled with tears. Clearly, she was also fighting and struggling within her own body. It wasn't that she could not see Mo Xiaolang, but that she could not control herself at all. Big Brother Xiaolang, that call made Mo Xiaolang feel the dawn of hope. It stunned him. What he desired the most was for the primitive giant demon to be under Soyan's control again. Seeing Mo Xiaolang really succeed in making Soyan's will appear, Long Chen was somewhat surprised. This must be because of the deep feelings between them. If it were Long Chen standing here, he would definitely be attacked. However, all of a sudden, there was a change that Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang could not have predicted. The primitive giant demon, which had been showing Soyan's pained gaze, instantly turned cold and bloodthirsty. The 10 ancestral fiends' wills rushed out in the most intense manner. They were like hungry wolves, and Soyan's will was like a sheep to them. They could not stop it at all. This sudden change created an absolute crisis for Mo Xiaolang. In that instant, Long Chen's heart went cold. He charged at Mo Xiaolang as fast as he could, and in the instant their gazes changed, a terrifying nomological law descended on Mo Xiaolang's body. Inverse dragon blood. In an instant, the endless blood in Mo Xiaolang's body transformed into the primordial blood spiritual dragon, giving Mo Xiaolang the most terrifying blow and destruction. In such a short period of time, Long Chen saw Mo Xiaolang's body covered in blood as he fell limply to the ground without any resistance. At the same time, the primitive giant demon used the strength of the 9-Li giant demon to swipe its huge claws at Mo Xiaolang's body. To Mo Xiaolang, it was like the sky had collapsed. But the most terrifying thing was the damage caused by the inverse dragon blood. Of course, there was also the rush in his heart. Xiaolang. The instant Long Chen caught him, the overwhelming claws had already descended before he could move. Under the circumstances, Long Chen could only protect Mo Xiaolang and use the Origin Dragon Palace to withstand this attack. Of course, he would be severely injured. But the most important thing now was to save Mo Xiaolang's life. As long as he wasn't crushed to death, he didn't care. His regenerative abilities were much stronger than Xiaolang's and Kitten's. Boom! However, the final attack didn't land on Long Chen. This allowed Long Chen to carry Mo Xiaolang and teleport away from the primitive giant demon. The one who had helped him was Kitten. He had used his body to knock the primitive giant demon away, so that Long Chen wouldn't be attacked by the primitive giant demon when he was defenseless. Thank you. Kitten had saved him from danger. You saved me last time. We are even now. Kitten escaped and said unhappily. He was stubborn. Long Chen couldn't be bothered to argue with him. Even was even. The key was the inverse dragon blood in Mo Xiaolang's body. Melody of life circling. First, Long Chen knew the rules of the inverse dragon blood. Therefore, even if it was the primitive giant demon, he had the confidence to suppress it. After all, he knew the rules and knew what was going on. Secondly, he had melody of life to suppress the inverse dragon blood and heal Mo Xiaolang's injuries at the same time. This time, Mo Xiaolang's injuries were quite severe. Luckily, Long Chen had arrived. Otherwise, his life would have been in danger. When Long Chen was protecting him, his body's insides were almost destroyed. Even now, he was still in a heavily injured state and had temporarily lost his fighting strength. Big brother, I saw Yen Er. She called my name. Mo Xiaolang was extremely excited. He grabbed Long Chen with one hand and his eyes were burning. He continued, let go of me. I can call her and let her remember us. Don't mess around. Long Chen pressed him down and said, Yen Er must be fighting with the 10 great ancestor fiends will, but it won't be that easy. You were so heavily injured because of your recklessness. Calm down first. The samsara fruit is the key. Looking back, the primitive giant demon was staring at Kitten. Perhaps because Kitten was the strongest among them, she ignored Long Chen and Long Chen. She was focused on killing Kitten. The scene became a one-on-one battle between the samsara divine beast and the primitive giant demon. At this time, Long Chen suddenly had an idea. Now that the primitive giant demon is pestering Kitten, it's my chance to get the samsara fruit. As long as I get the samsara fruit, I might be able to wake Yen Er up. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If Kitten wasn't suppressed, Long Chen wouldn't have this opportunity. Now that Mo Xiaolang was heavily injured and his inverse dragon blood was suppressed by Long Chen, it was only a matter of time before he recovered. He had to rely on himself for everything. Moreover, the reincarnation barrier had already been mostly destroyed by Kitten. In the battle, it was on the verge of shattering. At that moment, Long Chen's eyes were fixed on the samsara fruit. His breathing quickened. There was an intense struggle going on in his heart. No, this thing is so important to Kitten. How can I be so heartless? I must take this opportunity to get it. Absolutely not. He pushed Mo Xiaolang to a remote place to rest. At this time, he had already given up his previous idea. It was wrong to let the Kitten bear the terrifying attacks of the primitive troll alone. Therefore, he immediately joined the battle. You're actually not taking this opportunity to get the samsara fruit? Kitten, who was being suppressed, said coldly when he saw Long Chen. Long Chen didn't reply. Instead, he and Kitten launched a pincer attack on the primitive giant demon. To be honest, although the primitive giant demon was terrifying and powerful, it wasn't that easy for it to kill Long Chen and the others. Get out of the way. I'm going to deal with her personally. I'll let her have a taste of the power of the reincarnation divine beast. Kitten was completely enraged after being repeatedly suppressed. Roar! The primitive giant demon became even more berserk. It couldn't be bothered with Long Chen. It was fighting the reincarnation divine beast, treating it as its strongest opponent. At this time, Kitten's strength was completely stimulated. He clashed fiercely with the primitive giant demon several times. Right at this moment, the reincarnation beast retreated a certain distance. Suddenly, an even more heaven-defying aura erupted from its body. Boundless reincarnation energy formed a shocking vortex that swept out in all directions. It was boundless, and its aura was monstrous. The strength of the reincarnation power had already affected the entire world. It seemed that Kitten was truly enraged. He hadn't used this method against the great Nirvana ancient devil. Maybe Kitten can suppress the primitive giant demon. I'll stay here and see if I can restrain the primitive giant demon. Long Chen thought. He would let Kitten display his strength first. However, as if sensing Kitten's attack, the primitive giant demon let out an earth-shattering roar. An even more terrifying power exploded from its body. In that instant, it had the characteristics of a great Nirvana ancient devil. It had lost to Kitten last time. This time, it had come for revenge. Chapter 3282. He could even be sure that it was the will of the great Brahma ancient devil that was controlling the primitive troll's body. The other's patience and outburst gave Long Chen a bad feeling, so he moved to Kitten's side to prevent any accidents. To Long Chen, everyone around him, all his family, all his brothers and sisters, were important to him. Whether it was Soi Yan, Kitten, or Mo Xiaolang, Long Chen didn't want anything to happen to them. As the pillar of support, Long Chen carried too much responsibility. Just now, Mo Xiaolang had been seriously injured. If Long Chen hadn't gone over in time, he might have died in battle. The primitive troll was terrifying now. Long Chen's entire body tensed up, worried that something unbearable would happen. When he sneaked up behind the Kitten, the reincarnation mythological beast that the Kitten had transformed into had reached its peak. In an instant, the laws that he had hidden so deeply that it would be extremely difficult to use, the laws that surpassed the world of reincarnation, were unleashed at this moment. Myriad Tribulations World. This was the amplification of the world of reincarnation. The world of reincarnation was a world of reincarnation, and this Myriad Tribulations world was 10,000 worlds. 10,000 worlds of reincarnation formed above the reincarnation beast's head. Although none of them were as large as the world of reincarnation, there were 10,000 of them. This power was the pinnacle of the reincarnation beast's current peak. It was simply attacking with its life on the line. Kitten was different from Long Chen. He didn't want to show mercy. To him, if he could kill the primitive troll, then no one would compete with him for the samsara fruit. That would be the perfect ending. The myriad tribulations world was like 10,000 full moons, shining with silver light. Each world was made up of life and tribulations. At the critical moment, each world would turn into the most devastating blow. But just as Kitten was about to attack, the primitive troll didn't show any weakness. This was a vengeful rage from the firstborn primeval troll. He was mad and angry, and he hated Kitten to the extreme. The world of gods and Buddhas. It was still the same rule, but its power was much stronger than before. The world of gods and Buddhas was magnified by more than 10 times. A real world descended. There were countless living beings, gods, demons, suns, moons, stars, mountains, rivers, and trees. The sky was filled with the chanting of gods and Buddhas, forming a magnificent music. Buzz buzz buzz. For a moment, the world of gods and Buddhas seemed to be the core of everything. It was like a blazing sun, while the world of samsara of tribulations was like a tiny star. The two strongest existences had unleashed their laws at this moment, forming the most intense confrontation. Under Long Chen's astonished gaze, the samsara world of 10,000 tribulations and the world of deities and Buddhas were engaged in a destructive confrontation near the samsara tree. Boom! One by one, the worlds of myriad tribulations fell into the world of gods and Buddhas like meteorites. Every time it fell, it would cause a huge roar and laughter. It was like a collision between a real star and a continent. Bang! A deafening sound filled the air. This kind of rule was simply a competition to see who could last longer. It was obvious that the outcome was not clear yet, but at least Kitten was not defeated quickly. This made Long Chen feel that the samsara divine beast was still qualified to fight against the primitive giant demon. He was wondering if he should ambush the primitive giant demon at this moment. He did not expect a new change to happen at this moment. The primitive giant demon had the wills of the 10 great ancestor devils. Most of the time, it was Long Chen and the others fighting against the 10 opponents. Therefore, when the confrontation was at its most intense, the primitive giant demon could still take advantage of the gap in the middle to unleash another rule. Inverse Dragon Blood. This silent rule instantly landed on Kitten. Kitten was frantically controlling the world of 10,000 tribulations to attack the opponent, trying to break the opponent's defense. He did not expect this to happen at this moment. The inverse dragon blood triggered the transformation of the blood in his body, turning it into billions of primordial spiritual blood dragons that unleashed countless slaughtering rules. Like countless meat grinders, they carried out a destructive attack on the insides of his body that was hard to defend against. Ugh! In an instant, the samsara divine beast was completely drowned in the bloody light. The primitive giant demon was determined to kill him. Every rule was deadly. Under the influence of the inverse dragon blood, if Kitten used his strength to suppress the rampaging inverse dragon blood, he would not have the strength to control the world of 10,000 tribulations. This was a fatal crisis. If the inverse dragon blood did not suppress it, he would be reduced to ashes. In the face of such a terrifying crisis, Kitten panicked and his face turned pale. Damn it! He could vaguely see that the samsara fruit was not far away from him. Just a little more and I would have succeeded. I can't accept this. In the moment of despair and pain, Kitten chose to suppress the inverse dragon blood first. Although it was only for a short time, his body had been damaged too much. The inverse dragon blood rule was much more terrifying than what Long Chen had used. Destroy all of them. When Kitten turned his attention to the world inside his body, the world of 10,000 tribulations outside was being destroyed one by one. Without the support of Kitten's strength, each world of 10,000 tribulations was like a bubble in front of the gods and Buddhas. They were crushed one by one, and the gods and Buddhas in the world of 10,000 tribulations descended on Kitten's head with a solemn Sanskrit chant. At this time, Kitten had not managed to suppress the inverse dragon blood in time. It's all my fault for being too arrogant. I thought I could deal with this monster. I finally had the chance to be reborn, and I'm going to die here? How sad, how lamentable. With Kitten's level, she knew that she was definitely going to die from both the inside and the outside of her body. As for Long Chen, he did not take the opportunity to snatch the samsara fruit, and Kitten felt that he was a good friend. He did not think much about anything else. Anyway, he was in despair about the sky-swallowing clan, and Long Chen might not think highly of him. Whatever, it's good to die in battle. If I don't die now, I might die even worse in the future. Anyway, I don't want to return to the progenitor realm and let the sky-swallowing clan eat me and shit me. Thinking about it made Kitten feel disgusted. Inside his body, the blood dragon was rampaging. Outside his body, the gods and Buddhas were crushing down. Wherever this world went, all the samsara trees were destroyed and turned to ashes. One could see how destructive it was. Not far away, the huge primitive demon revealed a cold smile. It was ferocious, cold-blooded, and it was the pride of revenge. The great Brahma ancient demon wanted Kitten to die because of the rules he had broken. This time, the gods and Buddhas were unharmed. They descended, and Kitten was tormented by the inverse dragon blood. He did not even have the strength to escape. Die. Die. My fate as the samsara divine beast will end here. I should have died long ago before the epoch. He cried out in pain. It seemed very carefree. However, he suddenly burst into tears. Why did he feel so fearful and unwilling to die when death was truly upon him? He had deceived himself for too long. He, the samsara divine beast, was a proud existence. He was unwilling to be suppressed by the ancestral dragons on the dragon sacrificial continent. That was why he dared to challenge the void infinity dragon time and time again. Back then, everyone knew of his courage as the samsara divine beast. However, no one knew that he actually admired the 10 ancestral dragons the most. It was because he admired them that he dared to challenge them and felt that defeating them was the most meaningful thing. To Kitten, the first ancestral dragon and the second ancestral dragon were as if they did not exist. In the world, the void infinity dragon had the highest status. Therefore, he challenged the void infinity dragon and was sealed. Back then, he hated himself for being sealed. But who would have thought that it was precisely because of this that he actually survived? Everyone else had died, and only he himself was still alive. He was the only progenitor who survived. When he woke up, he saw that 90% of the world had been devoured. He saw that his admirers had all died in battle. He saw that everything was gone. How sorrowful was that? How desolate was that? Hence, the pain and helplessness in his heart was unfathomable. No one could understand the pain and helplessness in his heart. He was once the most arrogant fellow. After suffering such a blow, he was afraid. In his heart, the sky-devouring clan was already undefeatable. His former arrogance had long since vanished into thin air. He discovered that he was now a coward. What was even more tragic was that he clearly knew that he was already a coward, but he still didn't have the courage to resist. He just wanted to close his eyes and die just like that. He wanted to follow the footsteps of everyone from millions of years ago and no longer have to struggle pointlessly. The Divine Dragon Clan. Rule over all realms. Peace in all realms, balance in all things. Everyone is like a dragon, the common people prosper. Everything is but a dream. As for me, I am just an insignificant accident in this great dream. From today onwards, accidents are no longer accidents. Because the dragon's inverse blood and the gods and Buddhas had become his final talisman. At this moment, the reincarnation divine beast gave up resisting and allowed himself to be destroyed. He closed his eyes and thought of too many things in the past. The proud reincarnation divine beast had long passed away. The moment he was sealed, he was already dead. They, in the invisible world of death, are summoning me. Kitten could not help but laugh. However, his laughter was accompanied by tears. When death truly descended and the golden light pierced through his eyes, he suddenly trembled in agitation. He did not want to die. He did not want to die like this. At least, he definitely could not die in the hands of the primeval troll. No. No. I cannot accept this. At this moment, he wanted to roar and roar. But it was already over. When he opened his eyes, the gods and Buddhas were right in front of him. In the next instant, he would be engulfed by the rules and turned into ashes. Death descended without warning. At that moment, the golden light drowned him, causing him immense pain. Why was he so unwilling before death? Until he saw a figure standing in front of him, blocking his way. Same old rules. WeChat, Feng Qingyang has sent the game's gift pack exchange code. In addition, the Dragon Blood God of War mobile game had been updated. You could see the original work in the game. It was the Dragon Blood God of War. It had also added a soul refining system. Chapter 3283. He couldn't accept it. He didn't want to die. He still had worries. His pride had never disappeared. It was just that he hid it after the blow. But deep in his bones, he wasn't willing to admit defeat just like that. At this moment, he had a strong desire to live. He couldn't accept it. In his eyes, the sky-devouring clan was undoubtedly an insignificant existence. He had actually seen the chaotic heaven-devouring dragon before. Among the 10 great ancestor dragons, it was the most terrifying existence other than the first and second ancestor dragons. He didn't control anything and didn't do anything for the dragon sacrificial continent. He only knew how to devour and strengthen himself. A long time ago, Kitten had felt that something would happen to this chaotic heaven-devouring dragon. He just didn't expect it to cause such a huge ruckus. Back then, his 9 elder brothers and sisters were too lenient with this youngest brother. Perhaps it was because of this that he knew of this situation. Thinking of the sky-devouring clan, thinking of the chaotic heaven-devouring dragon, thinking of the current myriad worlds, Kitten's heart was filled with boundless rage. But this rage could only be drowned by endless despair. Until he saw a divine dragon appear in front of him. It was a huge silver-gray divine dragon. On its dragon scales, there was a virtual image of the entire dragon sacrificial continent. It was beautiful and majestic. That was also Kitten's home. This divine dragon was revered by Kitten. Primordial Dragon Sacrificial Ceremony. Appearing and disappearing unpredictably, his body was the entire dragon sacrificial continent. Kitten was born here, so to him, Primordial Dragon Sacrificial Ceremony was simply like a parent. He blocked above Kitten and withstood the terrifying attacks of the primitive trolls gods and Buddhas. That kind of attack was supposed to destroy Kitten. But because of the appearance of Primordial Dragon Sacrificial Ceremony, everything was different. Long Chen. In that instant, Kitten's head felt as if it was hit by a heavy hammer. Long Chen actually came to save him. But this wasn't an ordinary rescue. This was risking his life. Even the reincarnation divine beast would die under such an attack, let alone Long Chen. Why did he disregard his own life and come to save him? I can't figure it out, I can't figure it out. Kitten was stunned in that instant. He could only watch helplessly as the primordial dragon sacrificial ritual rushed in front of him. He could only watch helplessly as Long Chen fought desperately for his survival. It seemed like he had never regretted coming to this position for Kitten. Why? At that moment, Kitten's mind went blank. He knew very well that his current appearance had disappointed Long Chen. He knew very well that there was indeed friendship between him and them. It was just that he didn't want to care about it. To him, it was insignificant. He also knew that it was Long Chen who had brought him back to this world. However, even if she had disappointed him, why did he still come to save her? In this battle, Kitten would indeed save Long Chen, but that was on the premise of his own safety. Such a life-risking rescue at the most critical moment, Kitten knew that he would never be able to do it. He definitely wouldn't throw away his own life for Zhou Donghuang's sake. When he was most unwilling and in despair, Long Chen's appearance at the risk of his life had really shocked him. Everything had happened in that instant. All the gods and Buddhas had descended. In Kitten's eyes, Long Chen's expression was cold, and only his eyes were slightly red. Nirvana Primordial Beginning. The primeval dragon sacrificial ceremony roared and fused with the entire dragon sacrificial continent. At this moment, he was unprecedentedly powerful. He fused the Chaos Dragon Fist, the Grand Mist Dragon World, and the Creation Reincarnation Cycle's power together, forming a pitch-black sphere in his mouth. That was the fusion of the Chaos, Grand Mist, and Creation powers. And before that, there was something else. That was the primordial sacrificial stone that the Grand Mist God Master and the Creation God Master had gifted to Mo Xiaolang when he got married. Long Chen had refined this primordial sacrificial stone, and this was the first time he used it. The Nirvana Primordial Beginnings power struck the primordial sacrificial stone. The billions of divine dragons in the primordial sacrificial stone enlarged and penetrated through. The moment the gods and Buddhas descended, the Nirvana Primordial Beginnings power and the primordial sacrificial stone's power struck the world of gods and Buddhas. In that instant, destruction. Rumble. Even the space of the tomb of Samsara started to crumble. Large patches of the reincarnation sacred tree were severely damaged and turned into dust. In Kitten's eyes, the Nirvana Primordial Beginnings power tore a huge hole in the world of gods and Buddhas. However, the world of gods and Buddhas didn't suffer a destructive blow. That terrifying destructive power still drowned Long Chen completely. At this instant, a huge force from Long Chen's side struck Kitten's body and sent Kitten flying in the opposite direction. Just like that, it became a confrontation between the primordial sacrificial dragon and the primordial giant devil. The Nirvana Primordial Beginning and the world of gods and Buddhas were facing off. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The surrounding space was exploding. Big Brother. Mo Xiaolang, who had been severely injured, looked over in horror. His whole body was trembling. The two people in front of him were the most important people in his life. Little cat's throat was dry. He stared blankly at all of this, unable to say a single word. But there was no doubt that he had survived. When he longed for survival the most, he was pulled out of despair and obtained survival. And the person who pulled him directly fell into the depths of despair. Kitten's eyes were wide open. The inverse dragon blood alone wasn't a threat to him. However, why was he feeling so sad? Why was he in so much pain? Why was he blaming himself? What was going on? Kitten didn't want to be like this, but his body couldn't control itself. It was as if many blurry images were rapidly emerging in the gorgeous collision of the rules. He trembled. He felt that the world in the past was blurry, but the world now was much clearer. I am Kitten. No, I am the reincarnation mythological beast. He struggled in pain in his memories. With his pride from before the era, it was hard for him to believe that he had such an image. Is he dead? He saw that Mo Xiaolang also seemed to have gone mad. He desperately chased after the battlefield, hoping to be buried in it. He couldn't understand why a person would risk his life to save another person when he couldn't even save his own life. Are you crazy? Kitten found it strange. He actually rushed up and blocked Mo Xiaolang's path. Because Mo Xiaolang was still seriously injured, he would definitely die if he entered the destruction of the rules. I'm not crazy. I just don't want to be a coward. Kitten, but you are. Mo Xiaolang spat out a mouthful of blood. He glared at Kitten and walked past him. At this moment, Kitten had suppressed the inverse dragon blood. I'm not. He was heartbroken. Even the sky-swallowing clan looked down on him. From the perspective of the reincarnation mythological beast, he didn't need to care about what Mo Xiaolang thought. But why was he so agitated now? At this moment, a badly wounded figure fell from the sky. It was Long Chen. His body was being destroyed at a terrifying speed. The golden light was like countless swords rampaging through his body, quickly taking his life. Because he had already used the resurrection from the dead, it was difficult to do so now. Even the power of the primordial sacrificial stone couldn't block this fatal blow from the primitive giant demon. At this moment, 90% of Long Chen was dead. Even the Void Aeon Dragon's primordial spirit was dissipating. Big brother. Mo Xiaolang caught him. When he saw Long Chen's current state, his eyes were filled with tears of blood. His veins were bulging, and his black hair was flying. He was in his most deranged state. Roar! In the sky, the primitive giant demon had been hit by the Nirvana primordial beginning. The snow-white dragon scales on his body were broken. Although he had almost killed Long Chen, he had also been injured by Long Chen. At this moment, he was using the eternal flame to recover. After inheriting the power of the 10 great ancestor fiends, Soi Eon was invincible. Chaos Green Flame. Mo Xiaolang could only use this flame to save Long Chen. He couldn't watch Long Chen die like this. At this moment, his heart was drowning in anger. Monstrous demonic aura exploded from his body. How is he? Kitten approached, a little stupefied. Scram. Mo Xiaolang hated him now. If not for saving him, Long Chen wouldn't be in such a state. Looking at Long Chen's heavy injuries, his heart was in torment. Kitten swallowed a mouthful of saliva. If Mo Xiaolang had said this to him on any other day, he would definitely have flipped out. But now, he kept his mouth shut. In comparison, he was more concerned about Long Chen's life. Samsara of life and death. He also had the laws of recovery, and was helping Long Chen. With the two of them working together, an emerald flame suddenly spread on Long Chen's body. It was as though there was a melody floating around. This was Long Chen's soul-circling melody. It was the strongest form of recovery. With the help of the soul-circling melody and the will of all living beings, Long Chen's injuries were recovering rapidly. Suddenly, Long Chen opened his eyes. He was out of the danger of death. Now, as long as the soul-circling melody continued, he would be able to recover. Fortunately, the primordial sacrificial stone had blocked in front of him. Otherwise, Long Chen was certain that he would have died. But at that time, he couldn't care so much. Big brother. Seeing that Long Chen had woken up, Mo Xiaolang was overjoyed. The demonic intent in his heart had also disappeared. The baleful aura on his body was also weakening. Why didn't you give up your life to save me? Kitten took a deep breath. He wanted to know the answer because he felt that he wasn't worth it. Chapter 3284. He didn't know how to answer, so he shook his head and said with a smile, "There's something wrong with my brain. If I had known that I would lose so miserably, I wouldn't have bothered to save you." Actually, that wasn't the case. At that moment, he had seen that he was about to be killed. Who would have had the time to think? Because he hadn't thought about anything, Long Chen had rushed forward. At that moment, he hadn't cared about his own life at all. Although Long Chen had answered this way, Kitten wasn't stupid. He didn't need to ask to know the answer. Long Chen treated him like his own brother. Even though Kitten was very annoying now, he was still his brother. As long as he was, Long Chen couldn't bear to see him die in front of him. In their big family, the eldest brother was the father. Long Chen had to bear this responsibility. He stood up. With the help of the soul echo of life, he recovered much faster. Actually, for Long Chen, as long as he was alive, it was enough. His biggest hope was that nothing would happen to the people around him. Are you trying to use this method to move me so that I will give you the samsara fruit? Kitten couldn't help but ask. I'm not as bored as you are. I will take the samsara fruit myself. You don't have to give it to me, Long Chen said with a determined look in his eyes. Little Cat's words made him a little speechless. Just now, he had almost lost his life. That little bit of effort in exchange for such a reprimand was indeed very sad. Long Chen's response made Kitten grit his teeth. Seeing that the primitive troll puppet was about to attack, he suddenly said with a determined look in his eyes, "You have made me think highly of you. It's really impressive that you were able to inherit the ancestral dragon's inheritance. I hate owing people favors. Since you risked your life to save me, I will repay you no matter what your motive is." At this point, Long Chen was pleasantly surprised. Had this guy finally thought it through? Kitten made up his mind. He said seriously, "I will give you half of the samsara fruit. The other half belongs to me. Your life is only worth half a samsara fruit." Just as Long Chen was about to speak, the other party added, "Don't worry, it's only for purification, tranquilizing, and exorcising purposes. Half a pill was enough. You can forget about the other half." The only reason why Long Chen wanted the samsara fruit was to wake Soi Yan up. After all, it was very likely that only the sacred fruit of reincarnation could save Soi Yan. Once the sacred fruit of reincarnation was gone, no one would be able to control Soi Yan. It would be terrible if she went to the infinite world. He could not control it, only kill it. And the primitive giant demon was so strong. Either the myriad worlds would be destroyed, or Soi Yan would die. Neither of those were the results that Long Chen wanted. "I only want half of it. Why are you so stingy? Why didn't you just hand over half of it earlier? Wouldn't the other half make you stronger?" With this news, there was finally hope. Mo Xiaolang had been very hostile towards Kitten because of Long Chen's death, but now it was gone. The conflict between men had always been this simple. Nonsense. Only half a pill. How do you expect me to return to the progenitor realm? Kitten was shaking with anger. Although he had only handed over half a pill, it was enough to make him tremble with pain. This was the samsara fruit. Before the epoch, he had to wait 100,000 years before he could enjoy one. He had finally found out that he had to give half to someone else. Alright, enough talk. The most important thing now is to break through this reincarnation barrier. As soon as Long Chen finished speaking, the primitive giant demon had completely recovered. But because it was the first time it had been injured, it was even more furious. It used the karmic judgment light to attack Long Chen and the other two. Her goal was to scatter these three opponents. The karmic judgment light was too strong, too fierce. In the next instant, the pure white destructive light attacked. Under the judgment, everything would be destroyed. In an instant, Long Chen and the other two split up. After all, the primitive giant demon was still some distance away, so they could dodge now. However, just as they dodged, Long Chen discovered that the karmic judgment light had pierced through their previous position and pierced right into the reincarnation barrier. Boom! Under the karmic judgment light, the reincarnation barrier could not withstand such a strong force and directly exploded. The remaining force pierced the samsara fruit and split it into two halves. The two halves flew in different directions. When the barrier of reincarnation was broken, the sacred fruit of reincarnation was completely revealed. Instantly, a rich fragrance swept through the area and filled the entire tomb of reincarnation in a short period of time. Just taking a breath was enough to increase one's strength. It was too fragrant. Unfortunately, there was only one. If there were more, they could directly throw it into the dragon sacrificial continent. The levels of the people in the dragon sacrificial continent would probably soar, and countless gods would be born in an instant. Long Chen and the others were a little dazed. This was too much of a coincidence. They had not even made a move, and the primitive giant demon had already helped them break the reincarnation barrier and even split the samsara fruit. The first to react was Kitten. He instantly drooled and rushed towards the half of the samsara fruit. With the huge body of the samsara beast, he directly swallowed the half of the samsara fruit and refined it. Within Kitten's body, majestic power began to explode. This was an unprecedented rapid improvement. He looked at the other half with envy. After all, he had already said it, so he held back in the end. At this time, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang controlled this half of the samsara fruit. This was the most important thing to save Soiyan. Kitten paid attention to the primitive giant demon's movements while focusing on refining it. The most precious samsara fruit swept through his body, allowing him to rapidly recover and improve himself. It's a pity that it's still lacking. I can't reach the ancestor realm. Kitten still felt the pinch. That half of the fruit, when the samsara fruit turned into liquid and swept through his body, Kitten suddenly froze. It was precisely because of the effect of the samsara fruit. When it purified his body, it seemed that some buried memories actually gushed out like a spring and surged out from an invisible corner of his body. Void Dragon Talisman. Lord Cat. God Wushu Sage Dynasty. Archaic Cemetery. 3 Great Emperor Domains. Void Dragon. Eternal God Realm. Myriad worlds, the memories of the past, like a line, came back to his mind one by one. Every moment when he laughed and scolded was so clear. He remembered those funny things, those tough battles, those days. Kitten couldn't help but smile. He had never thought that he would have such an interesting time. Is this really me? That's right, I am like this. The memories were replacing his current personality. He remembered everything, including the battles that Long Chen had gone through and the hardships that he had gone through to find his real body. Including the love that everyone had for him. Everyone was so familiar. Even the sky-devouring clan, which he hated, did not hate anymore. He had said that this was just a moment of his life, but Long Chen was right. This was the most important moment of his life. The me from before the epoch disappeared long ago. The me that has been reborn is the real me. Actually, I am the same as Soiyan. She was affected by the will of the 10 ancestor devils, while I was affected by my will from before the epoch. It's just that the me from before the epoch is already dead. Just like just now, I am reborn. Actually, Kitten did not just lose that part of his memory. He and Soiyan were almost the same. They were both greatly affected. The samsara fruit had purified him. It had eliminated the lingering will of the samsara divine beast in his real body. When the will had dissipated, he had returned. Long Chen had always wanted to help him find his memory, but in fact, even if he did, there was no real Kitten. Only by purifying the lingering will he be able to return. This time, even Kitten did not expect that consuming and refining the samsara fruit would result in such a change. Young master, you're finally back. At that moment, he was pleasantly surprised after his rebirth, as well as the guilt he felt for Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang in his memories. Fortunately, his selfishness from before the epoch did not cause him to suffer for the rest of his life. Fortunately, Long Chen did not die. Thinking of what had happened, Kitten could not help but tear up. Of course, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang did not know about his internal changes. Now, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang were rapidly discussing. Now that we have the samsara fruit, the problem is to send it into the primitive giant demon's abdomen and let it refine it. If we force it in, it will definitely be impossible. She is not stupid and will not refine what we put in. Moreover, it will be very difficult to put such a big samsara fruit into her abdomen. This was the problem that Long Chen was having a headache about. But actually, Mo Xiaolang had thought about it long ago. He had also said this before. Now, he said resolutely, "Big brother, I will swallow the samsara fruit and not refine it. Think of a way to make her swallow me. After that, I will spit out the samsara fruit. If she wants to digest me, she will also digest the samsara fruit. As long as she digests it, it will be fine." This was the most feasible and most likely to succeed. This method is too dangerous for you. Long Chen took a deep breath. He also knew of this method, but it was too risky. However, apart from this method, there was no other better method. Although the primitive giant demon was like a beast under the influence of the 10 ancestor demons' wills, it was not stupid. "Big brother!" Mo Xiaolang shouted angrily. "This is the only way. I know it is risky, but how can there be a way to save Yen, without taking risks? I once promised to protect her for the rest of her life. I will block all dangers for her. Now is the time when she needs me the most. How can I not do it because I am worried about the risks? You should know better than me that there are some things that you can't choose. You can only fight with your life. You taught me this and even demonstrated it for me. Why are you hesitating when it comes to me?" Long Chen understood. Yes, just like just now, he had risked his life to block that kind of attack for Kitten. He had not hesitated at all. Now was a great opportunity, why should he hesitate? Mo Xiaolang had his own persistence and protection. He was not only his own brother, but also someone else's man. Like him, he also needed to be protected for the sake of love. Okay. Chapter 3285. In this way, the two halves of the samsara fruit had a home. Although Kitten couldn't return to his peak realm after refining the samsara fruit, it had greatly improved his current realm. The samsara fruit was a relatively easy thing to refine. As long as one could withstand its power, one would be able to quickly control this power and use it. Furthermore, Kitten's realm was already high, so it was mainly for recovery. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang didn't know about the changes that had occurred in Kitten's body. Mo Xiaolang had temporarily stored the half of the samsara fruit in the sun-devouring demonic wolf's abdomen. The only problem now was how to make the primitive giant demon swallow him. The primitive giant demon wouldn't let them control him. Furthermore, even if he swallowed him, he would be in grave danger. He didn't know if he would survive. To Mo Xiaolang, this was a life-and-death calamity. Of course, he didn't care about the woman he would protect for the rest of his life. Now, while they were still clueless, the primitive giant demon attacked again. Just as Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang were about to retreat, the reincarnation divine beast, whose divine body had grown larger, suddenly appeared in front of Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang and blocked the primitive giant demon's path. This stunned Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang. Previously, Kitten had only cared about himself, so it was difficult for him to take the initiative to block them when they weren't in danger. My body is full of power now. Is it finally time for me to show off my power? You two little bitches, watch carefully. Watch how Master Cat takes care of this crazy little girl. The huge reincarnation divine beast suddenly turned its head. Its originally majestic and overbearing aura suddenly changed. It was hard to imagine that a fierce white tiger would actually say such words to the two of them. This familiar tone, this cheap expression, and this wretched gaze made Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang feel a huge surprise. "Kitten, you're back." For them, this surprise was too big. Of course, they hoped that Kitten could return to his original state and not have any conflict with him. But at least for now, Long Chen had not thought of any solution. He thought that it would be a headache, but it was suddenly solved. One could imagine how carefree and excited they were. For a moment, even Long Chen could not help but tear up. Boss, you're still crying." I understand now. It seems like you're not as strong as me. Now, you're so grateful that you're ready to give up your position as the boss and let me be the boss from today onwards? And you, little black dog, you used to suppress me. Now, Lord Cat is awesome. Once I settle this crazy woman, you'll have to call me boss." This was Kitten. Although he was a bit noisy and annoying, this was him, not the cold and aloof appearance of the reincarnation divine beast. From then on, it was obvious that he had returned to the big family. Of course, today's crisis was not over yet. But at least, Kitten would not kill Soyan to solve the problem. Based on the current situation, it was actually more difficult for Primitive Troll to refine the rest of the samsara fruit than to kill her. If that's the case, the samsara fruit must have helped Kitten recover. Obviously, this samsara fruit is very useful. It's quite possible, Mo Xiaolang analyzed. At this time, Kitten had already started fighting with Primitive Troll. Kitten seems to have become stronger after refining the samsara fruit. He's actually on par with Primitive Troll for now. We'll go help him. You find a chance to charge in. Long Chen said. Okay. The two of them moved forward, one on the left and the other on the right. Until now, the three of them had united and fought together. They even entrusted their own safety to each other. Reincarnation Divine Beast, Sun-Devouring Demonic Wolf, Primitive Troll. This time, Kitten was the main force, while Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang were helping from the side. But it also caused a lot of trouble for Primitive Troll. We have to exhaust her power, or even injure her. That's why she needs the samsara fruit to recover. Only then can we stimulate her to devour. Long Chen naturally knew this from the battle with Primeval Troll. Of course, if she recognized the samsara fruit, she might not devour it. She might even destroy it. If the samsara fruit was destroyed, it would be over. So the final part of the plan was to let Mo Xiaolang enter her body. Only then would it work. Although it was a huge crisis, at least Mo Xiaolang had no regrets. Then let's fight first. In order to save Soyan, they had to end the battle with Primeval Troll once and for all. Not only Long Chen and Kitten, but even Mo Xiaolang attacked mercilessly. Heaven-devouring fire diagram. At this moment, the billions of sacred flames on his body turned into a seven-colored sea of flames in front of Mo Xiaolang. In the next moment, 5 types of flames were born on Mo Xiaolang's body and merged into the sea of flames. They were 9 Hell Demon Ancestral Flame, Heaven Emperor Ancestral Flame, Chaos Green Fire, Primordial Calamity Fire, and Eternal Sacred Fire. The 5 types of ancestral flames became the center of the billions of sacred flames. In an instant, the sea of flames turned into a huge whirlpool and started spinning. Spinning at high speed. An unprecedented devouring power descended. The flames formed a whirlpool, and all its power was directed at Primitive Troll. Of course, Mo Xiaolang's heaven-devouring fire diagram was not enough to devour Primitive Troll. After all, he was far from the heaven-devouring troll's level of power. However, this heaven-defying devouring power could cause Primitive Troll some trouble. Being pulled by the endless flames, Primitive Troll naturally had to struggle. It had to use its power to resist, and it could not precisely control its body. Right now, Sun-Devouring Dire Wolf had to use all its power to barely control Soyan. Karmic Judgment Light. Long Chen was not afraid of hurting Primitive Troll. After all, Primitive Troll had such a strong life force that it would be difficult to kill. As long as it did not die, as long as Soyan could wake up, Long Chen could restore her to a complete state. Shundao Heart Dragon appeared. Gold and black fused, karma and moral judgment fused. In an instant, the karmic judgment light exploded, and in front of Long Chen, the primordial sacrificial stone appeared again. It magnified Long Chen's attack, forming a terrifying attack. That karmic judgment light was directly magnified, exploding with dazzling light. Like a pure white sword, it rushed towards Primitive Troll's eyes. She had 10 pairs of eyes, and they were emitting a demonic light. Because of Mo Xiaolang's heaven-devouring fire diagram, Primitive Troll hurriedly used its laws to resist. The two karmic judgment light clashed, and just like Long Chen and Shundao Heart Dragon, Primitive Troll actually had the upper hand. The magnification of the primordial sacrificial stone allowed the karmic judgment light to pierce Primitive Troll's eyes. Instantly, Primitive Troll let out an angry roar. Those 10 pairs of strange eyes were actually blasted into a bloody mess by Long Chen. This was the first time they had injured Primitive Troll. Although it did not affect its core, it would affect its senses to a certain extent. However, the biggest killer move was still with Kitten. When it came to fighting, he was still quite serious. Looks like I have to injure her to a certain extent. Now that he was surrounded by 3 people, and he had become stronger, it was indeed a good opportunity. Kitten used this chance, and in front of everyone, he once again used the supreme reincarnation laws. 10,000 worlds of reincarnation. 10,000 worlds of reincarnation gathered around the reincarnation divine beast like countless whirlpools, descending once again. These were like 10,000 rotating killing discs that danced in the air. Then, under the control of the Kitten, they locked onto any part of the primitive giant devil. I'll let you have a taste of Grandpa Cat's power. Kitten shouted loudly. The myriad tribulation samsara world rushed out. Tens of thousands of samsara worlds crushed over. Seeing such a majestic attack, Mo Xiaolang simply couldn't bear to imagine it. However, for the sake of Su Yan's survival, he had to endure the anxiety in his heart. Golden Battle Realm. The eyes were destroyed, and an even more terrifying attack descended. Kitten, who had absorbed the samsara fruit, was stronger than before. The 10,000 worlds of reincarnation was no weaker than Primitive Troll's world of gods and Buddhas. In his haste, Primitive Troll could only use the Golden Battle Realm to resist. It was quite effective, and Long Chen, Mo Xiaolang, and Kitten were completely trapped in the Golden Battle Realm. From the outside, it looked like a giant metal ball had trapped all 3 of them. If other gods and demons were under this control, they would not be able to move at all. But the 10,000 worlds of reincarnation rushed out of the Golden Battle Realm, tearing through the metal and attacking Primitive Troll's body. Endless demon body. But Primitive Troll was Primitive Troll. This was a terrifying existence created by the Void Demon at the cost of everything. Primitive Troll also had the endless demon body. Suddenly, Primitive Troll became illusory. All the 10,000 worlds of reincarnation rushed into her body, but it was as if she had entered another world. Of course, many of the 10,000 worlds of reincarnation hit her before she could transform into the endless demon body. Each world of reincarnation tore huge bloody marks on her body. Oh no! Endless demon body could retaliate. Rumble. At this time, the 3 of them worked together to tear apart the Golden Battle Realm. But in the next moment, endless demon body exploded, and thousands of 10,000 worlds of reincarnation returned. Their target was Long Chen and the others. Such a terrifying attack was the Primitive Troll's shocking counterattack. Each world of reincarnation was fatal. At this critical juncture, everyone's faces changed. They did not expect that the 3 of them working together, using all their strength, could not do anything to primitive troll. And now they were facing such a crisis. This was Kitten's 10,000 worlds of reincarnation. He could only rely on himself to solve this. Chapter 3286. 10,000 Tribulations of Reincarnation, Worldly Bond Dispelled. Fortunately, Kitten had absolute control over his own laws. When the other 10,000 tribulations of reincarnation descended from the endless demon physique, he was able to dispel them at the first instance. Of course, they were also not injured. Because of the endless demon physique, although the three of them had used all their strength, it had not dealt much damage to the primitive ogre. However, it seemed to have succeeded in making the primitive ogre even more berserk. Under the eternal flame, the wounds and eyes of the primitive ogre were healing. Xiaolang. Hearing Long Chen's warning, Xiaolang knew what to do. He rushed to the side of the primitive ogre, opened the sun-devouring demon wolf's mouth, and devoured. The primitive ogre was in the same predicament as the eternal combat demon. Because the eternal flame could not burn her body, it was devoured by Xiaolang. As such, the wounds on her body were difficult to heal. Roar! Troubled by the wounds, the primitive ogre was even more enraged. Especially after losing her eyes, the wills of the 10 ancestral demons were also in chaos. Although Soyeon could not fight against these wills, it was still her body. She was the only true primordial spirit. Therefore, she could still cause some trouble in her body. Xiaolang was constantly communicating with her, encouraging her. Although they did not speak, Xiaolang still believed that she was awake. She was giving it her all. In this way, the primitive ogre could not really unleash much of her strength. This is a chance. We have to work harder and add more wounds to her body. When the time comes, we can make her even more berserk and devour Xiaolang. Long Chen had to be calm. All right. The three of them continued to attack. While ensuring their own safety, they added small wounds to the primitive ogre's body. Of course, they did not give her a chance to use the eternal flame. Long Chen could feel that the primitive giant devil hated Xiaolang the most because Xiaolang had devoured the eternal flame. Therefore, many of the fatal attacks were aimed at Xiaolang. However, they were all blocked by Long Chen and Kitten. The three of them had been companions for many years and had an excellent tacit understanding. Boom! Boom! The destruction of the sacred reincarnation tree's crown was simply too great. But there was no other way. After a series of fierce battles, the three brothers were all injured, but with Long Chen around, as long as they were not killed, they were able to hold on. But the primordial giant devil was different. Although she was the one going crazy most of the time, her body was now drenched in blood. Her wings, tail, and other parts of her body were riddled with wounds that were deep to the bone. Roar! The primordial giant demon's eyes hadn't recovered. If they still existed, they would definitely be scarlet red. It's about time. This battle had finally reached the most dangerous moment. The primitive giant devil was so terrifying. If they continued to fight, it would be dangerous for the three of them. Now that the primitive giant devil was enraged, it was the best time for her to devour Xiaolang. Xiaolang. Long Chen exchanged a look with him. Big brother, I'm ready. At this time, Xiaolang was actually very relaxed. His eyes flashed with a light that Long Chen was very familiar with. Perhaps after becoming a husband, Xiaolang had great confidence in himself and Soyeon. Little black dog, protect your life. Kitten shouted. And then he and Long Chen rushed in front of Xiaolang and set off. Long Chen transformed into the primordial worshipping dragon at this time. Although he didn't have the primordial dragon spirit now, his body was still quite large. Let's go. This time, everyone was unafraid of death. The primordial worshipping dragon, the mythical beast of samsara, the sun-devouring demon wolf. This time, they gave up on the battle of laws and chose to fight hand to hand. First up were Long Chen and the mythical beast of samsara. The mythical beast of samsara crashed into the primitive giant devil's abdomen, while Long Chen rushed above his head. They attacked at the same time. The mythological beast of reincarnation slammed into the ancient troll once. As blood flashed, his huge tiger claws pierced into the ancient troll's lower jaw and pulled open its huge mouth. At the same time, Long Chen descended above the ancient troll. The primordial sacrificial dragon wrapped itself around the ancient troll's neck and pulled open the ancient troll's mouth at the last moment. They had already discussed this. At this time, Mo Xiaolang transformed into his human form and rushed into the primitive giant devil's body. The primitive giant devil's devouring was also his weapon. Long Chen and the mythical beast of samsara's daring actions only lasted for a moment. Although it was only a moment, at least they succeeded. Back. At this time, Long Chen fled from above, while Kitten fled downwards. The enraged primitive giant devil chased after Kitten, who was the greatest threat to her. At this time, Mo Xiaolang was in her mouth. She could choose to swallow or spit him out. Therefore, this was a dangerous moment. Long Chen and Kitten both held their breaths. Boom! Ancestral fire burned at the corner of the primitive giant devil's mouth. The primitive giant devil knew of Mo Xiaolang's existence, and made her choice in the shortest time possible. Perhaps influenced by Soiyan, the enraged primitive giant devil directly swallowed Mo Xiaolang. With the primitive giant devil's digestive ability, she was confident that once swallowed into the world within her body, there would be nothing left of him. Success. Of course, this was only the first step. Next was when Long Chen and Kitten were the most nervous. They held their breaths and stared intently at the primitive giant devil. In the primitive giant devil's abdomen, Mo Xiaolang revealed the body of the sun-devouring demon wolf. The surroundings were dark and gloomy. Countless nomological storms swept this place, and the power of death descended instantly. Clearly, the wills of the 10 ancestral demons were controlling this. They wanted to reduce Mo Xiaolang to ashes. This was their territory. As such, from the outside, the primitive giant devil stopped chasing Long Chen and Kitten, and focused on dealing with Mo Xiaolang. After swallowing Mo Xiaolang, she could still recover some strength. Should we disturb her? Kitten asked when the primitive giant devil finally calmed down. No need. Let her refine the sacred fruit of samsara faster. Xiaolang will definitely be fine. This was his confidence in the pair of lovers. Mo Xiaolang was very smart. When countless death nomological laws exploded within the primeval troll, he immediately spat out the sacred fruit of samsara and transformed into his human form. Under the protection of the 5 ancestral fires, he rushed into the center of the sacred fruit of samsara. This way, if the primitive giant devil wanted to refine him, he had to refine the sacred fruit of samsara first. In an instant, countless terrifying nomological laws descended on the sacred fruit of samsara. The rich fragrance of the sacred fruit of samsara was a great temptation to the primitive giant devil. In essence, the greatest benefit of the sacred fruit of samsara was its power. Chi. Under the tearing of the primeval troll's nomological laws, the sacred fruit of samsara rapidly melted, turning into endless power that surged into the primitive giant devil's body. From the outside, the primitive giant devil's body was emitting the fragrance of the sacred fruit of samsara. Even without the fire of eternal life, his injuries were recovering. Especially his eyes, which had already regained a few pairs. This made the primitive giant devil a little excited. He had never expected to be able to devour such a good thing. The most obvious thing was that the primitive giant devil's strength was also increasing rapidly. This made Long Chen even more worried. If the primitive giant devil's strength was still being controlled by the wills of the 10 ancestral demons, that would be equivalent to shooting himself in the foot. Very soon, an unforeseen event happened. As his strength increased, the exorcism and calming effects of the sacred fruit of samsara began to take effect. The wills of the 10 ancestral demons had spread throughout the primitive giant devil's body, but under the purification of the sacred fruit of samsara, those wills were rapidly dissipating. It was these wills that were leading the digestion. Although they were enjoying the increase in strength, once their wills dissipated, they would disappear. Therefore, although they were confused, they reached a consensus in a very short time. They stopped devouring and spat out the sacred fruit of samsara. Mo Xiaolang was hiding in the sacred fruit of samsara, trying his best to avoid the storm of nomological laws. But at this moment, he clearly felt the storm suddenly stop. Clearly, the primitive giant devil had realized that something was amiss. Once it spat him out, he would be finished. Yen Air. Everything depends on you. This is the last chance. You must grab hold of it. If we fail this time, the two of us will be finished. Mo Xiaolang kept calling out to Sui Yan in this world of death. Scenes of the past flashed through his mind, from meeting to accompanying each other in life and death. Until today, the final moment of calamity. Yen Air, I don't want to die, and I don't want you to die either. We have to live on. Perhaps it was for survival. Perhaps it was for her deep love for Mo Xiaolang. Perhaps it was because the sacred fruit of samsara had been largely digested, causing the wills of the 10 ancestral demons to be largely destroyed. At this moment, under Mo Xiaolang's summons, Soyan's spirit seemed to have awakened. When the wills of the 10 ancestral demons wanted to chase Mo Xiaolang and the sacred fruit of samsara away, Soyan tried her best to digest it. In the unseen world, the desire, battle, and resistance of the two of them converged together. In this world of death, Mo Xiaolang could feel Soyan's resolute gaze. That power was everywhere. In an instant, the storm swept again. No one could have expected that the frail Soyan would be able to defeat the wills of the 10 ancestral demons at this moment. She must have been extremely crazy and desperate to achieve this. Every bit of sacred fruit of samsara she digested was a blow to the wills of the 10 ancestral demons. This time, Soyan had really gone crazy. Mo Xiaolang had taken such a huge risk to come here, and everyone was fighting for her. She was just short of that final bit. Her only chance to fight. Mo Xiaolang's gaze was her courage to break through all obstacles. Chapter 3287. Large amounts of the samsara fruit's power surged towards the primitive giant demon's body. The only thing Soyan had to do now that she had control over this huge body was to refine it with all her might. With every bit of refinement, the 10 ancestral fiends' wills would dissipate a little. The 10 ancestral fiends were not complete souls. Instead, they were remnants of the will that remained in the body. Perhaps to them, it was just instinct. They were actually attached to Soyan's primordial spirit. When Soyan displayed her will to destroy them, they were also doing their best to crush Soyan. Persevere. One could imagine how unbelievably terrifying the impact of the 10 ancestral fiends' wills was. Before this, Soyan did not even have a chance to control the body. If not for the 10 ancestral fiends' wills being attacked by the samsara fruit, this chance would not have appeared. But now was the best opportunity. All the hard work was for this final moment. Kill. While Soyan was working hard, Mo Xiaolang was not idling around either. In order to let the primitive giant demon refine it as soon as possible, he even gave up the chance to dodge and charged out of the samsara fruit. Then, he split the samsara fruit into pieces. He was doing his best to shatter the samsara fruit. This way, it would be much easier for Soyan to refine it. The two of them were fighting for the final victory, for each other, for the peace of the myriad worlds. Mo Xiaolang was doing this to force Soyan. At this moment, he was exposed to the primitive giant demon's destructive rules and was facing the same danger. His only chance of survival was for Soyan to destroy the 10 ancestral fiends as soon as possible and gain complete control of the body. At that moment, she could even control Mo Xiaolang to be safe and sound. The primitive giant demon was only refining the samsara fruit. The longer yen lasts, the closer we are to victory. Long Chen was extremely nervous. After all, as the samsara fruit was being refined, the 10 ancestral fiends' wills were being destroyed. The longer it lasted, the weaker they became. Those two fellows are insane. Kitten looked at this scene and was quite impressed. Unfortunately, this was a battle within the body of the primitive troll, and they couldn't help at the moment. Although Long Chen was worried, he knew that the power of love would allow them to break through everything. At this important moment, they would reunite and embrace each other. With every passing moment, they felt more at ease. Of course, Mo Xiaolang wasn't having a good time in this destructive storm either. As the samsara fruit died, he was also dying. However, he didn't make a sound and kept urging Soyan. His willpower alone was almost the same as Long Chen's. Silently, he watched as he was destroyed. Of course, what made him happy was that Soyan was still in control of her body. The reincarnation sacred fruit was still being refined. More and more energy was being absorbed. Although the 10 ancestral fiends had regained control a few times, Soyan's desperation had allowed her to snatch it back. A crazy woman's willpower was rather terrifying. Soyan had been weak at the beginning, but at this moment, especially when Mo Xiaolang was in danger, she was a real tigress. Crazy, Kitten's mouth was agape, looking incredulous. After another 15 minutes, almost all the samsara fruit inside the primitive troll's body had been refined. Mo Xiaolang was surrounded by many ancestral fires and was on the verge of death. The destructive nomological laws had caused him serious damage. Suddenly, a powerful force sent Mo Xiaolang out of the primitive troll's body. Mo Xiaolang woke up with a start. He thought he had failed at first, but the force was very gentle. He instantly understood that Soyan had sent him out, but a small portion of the samsara fruit was still inside. This simply meant that Soyan had gained the upper hand to a large extent. Brother Xiaolang, wait for me. Now that she was strong enough, it was time to fight to the death with the 10 ancestral fiends. In a trance, Mo Xiaolang had already appeared outside. Long Chen saw him and instantly appeared in front of him. Without a word, the life-circling melody enveloped Mo Xiaolang's body, saving him from the brink of death. Seeing Mo Xiaolang gradually waking up and getting better, Long Chen was completely relieved. The three could not help but look at the primitive troll. Now, the primitive troll seemed to have gone mad, rampaging through the world, destroying and aimlessly. That was the final struggle of the 10 ancestral fiends. Follow him. Long Chen and the other two followed behind the primitive troll. Not long after, all the samsara fruit in the primitive troll's body was devoured, digested, and turned into energy that completely broke through the defenses of the 10 ancestral fiends. Roar, roar, the primitive troll kept roaring angrily. The 10 pairs of eyes that had recovered shone with light. One moment it was ferocious, the next, it was determined. It was a resistance, the final indignation of the primeval troll race, but the outcome was already decided. When Mo Xiaolang had more or less recovered, the primitive troll's body froze in the air, gradually calming down from its rampage. Mo Xiaolang looked at the huge beast in a daze. He had already turned into human form. In front of him, the wills of the 10 ancestral fiends on the primitive troll's body let out one last scream. Even if they were so indignant, they had no choice but to dissipate. They were completely destroyed by Soyan. Soyan controlled the body and had the upper hand. With the support of the samsara fruit, she naturally would not let them go. She cleaned up every part of the body. Finally, the primitive troll gradually shrank, turning from its largest state into a human figure. The former Soyan looked weak, with her long hair dancing in the wind. Her eyes were filled with tears as she floated between heaven and earth. Her gaze was also fixed on Mo Xiaolang's body. They looked at each other without words, only tears could be seen. The battle of life and death was completely over. The primitive troll had completely become Soyan. From today onwards, the primeval troll would no longer exist. All the primeval troll in the tomb of Samsara, the remaining ones would definitely not be able to escape. Go, this beautiful ending was a little unbelievable to Long Chen. Kitten beside him was also extremely excited. He said, "Damn it. It's so good to have a woman. It can still be so touching after the battle, don't you have Zhuxi?" Long Chen turned his head and asked. Her? Ah. Kitten's mind was in a mess. Now, he still had the memories from before the era. Everything that was covered in dust had a certain impact on the current situation. For a moment, Kitten did not know how to answer. In the distance, Mo Xiaolang and Soyan, who had gone through the ordeal of life and death, were already hugging each other tightly. No one could disturb them. Let's go. We'll go and kill the remaining primeval troll. Kill as many as we can. Now, there were still many Perfection Realm Devil Supremacies wandering around. To Long Chen, although there were only so many left, the primeval troll had to be killed. He had already spread the news of defeating the primitive giant demons to the Death World and to the 10,000 realms. The 10,000 realms, who were previously like ants on a hot pan, were first relieved when they heard the news. Then, they became excited and cheered. They were extremely nervous before. The pressure brought by the 7 ancestor devils was too great. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang went to the battle alone. It was hard to imagine that they could still return victorious under such circumstances. Miracle was no longer enough to describe it. Everyone was extremely happy. This time, Long Chen and the others had indeed changed the entire world. In the 10,000 realms now, they were a big family clan. All of them were legends. Their story had become many versions of legends that spread to every other world. Even the people of other origin grade realms were full of respect for them. The 10,000 realms were celebrating. To them, the primeval troll was the world's biggest disaster. Now, the disaster is over. To the people of the 10,000 realms, they did not know the truth about the sky-devouring clan. So, in their world, there was no more worry. The greatest era of peace was about to come. With Long Chen guarding, everything in the 10,000 realms would definitely be endlessly prosperous. But this prosperity was all an illusion. Perhaps, the real war will come next. This kind of peace is also the peace that leads to destruction. Long Chen and Kitten looked for the remaining primeval troll while killing them. Of course, they were also looking for the exit to leave the Tomb of Reincarnation. Kitten was more familiar with this place. With him leading the way, it seemed to be much easier. After spending some time, Long Chen and the others had more or less cleared out the remaining Perfection Realm Devil Supremacies. Mo Xiaolang and Soyan also came over. Now, the 4 of them were the strongest existences in the 10,000 realms. In the future, they would be able to fight against the sky-devouring clan. Among them, Soyan and Kitten had both swallowed half a reincarnation sacred fruit. They were even more terrifying. In the future battles, they would definitely be of greater use. Big Brother Long Chen. Soyan's return had caused such a huge commotion. She was a little shy and did not know how to face Long Chen. Don't worry. I won't let you be isolated in the future and endure such a disaster again. Long Chen smiled. I will be careful in the future. Soyan was still the same. No matter how many disasters she faced, she still had a pure heart. Thank you, Big Brother Long Chen, for giving the Supreme Divine Dragon's inheritance essence blood to Big Sister. Soi Eon was referring to Bai Sushue. Xia Mao, he is looking forward to the revival of a new love. Maybe that infatuated sister of yours will go to his bed one day. Kitten said with a look of disdain. He was indeed back. Although what he said made Long Chen want to beat him up, he was still here. It felt so good to have him with everyone. Let's go. Let's leave this place. In a trance, Long Chen felt that everything was over. However, he was very clear in his heart that the real battle was about to begin from this moment onwards. That was the most important battle. That was the battle of life and death for the 10,000 realms, but now, if there was peace, it would be the eve of the biggest storm. It was so quiet that it would probably be suffocating. The 37th volume, Chaos God Race, ended. Tomorrow, a new volume would be released. Just like in the book, the last climax, the last explosion, the last wave, the last battle of life and death was about to come. Writing books is my life. I love it. I love it. Chapter 3288. Above the Earth martial arts realm, it took a lot of time and comprehension to advance to the next level. There were probably only a few people in the entire myriad territories who could have Long Chen's abnormal speed. Therefore, experts in the third level of the Earth martial arts realm and above were very precious. Now, Long Chen and the others wanted to personally create someone in the fourth level of the Earth martial arts realm. Long Shan's actual strength was in the fifth level of the Earth martial arts realm. However, without a few years of rest and recovery, he wouldn't have that kind of strength. Long Chen could feel that this old man definitely had a lot of resentment and hatred in his heart. This kind of resentment couldn't be appeased by Chen Xiong's death. Of course, the people who would bear his anger would be the Wuxia alliance. For Long Chen, this was a great thing. No one knew that a force to resist the Wuxia alliance was quickly forming in this small place. Very quickly, another half a day passed. At this time, the royal crystals around Long Shan had already dimmed a lot. The martial yuan in them had already gradually disappeared. It's about time. Long Chen said. Just as his voice fell, the royal crystals that were still floating in the air had already turned into ordinary stones. They all fell to the ground with a crackling sound. The light in the cave had also weakened. For ordinary people, this was already an environment where they couldn't see their fingers if they stretched out their hands. After everything was over, Long Shan slowly stood up. At this time, he gave Long Chen a rather dangerous feeling. Ever since he had reached the second level of the Earth martial arts realm, very few people would give Long Chen this kind of feeling. Long Chen had a premonition that at this time, Long Shan already had the strength to kill him. Presumably, this level was the level of Martial Emperor Zhao Wuji. Long Shan carefully felt the strength in his body. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at Long Chen first. His face, which had been stiff for many years, once again gave Long Chen a smile. "Little friend, thank you so much." Long San's eyes were filled with gratitude. Long Yu smiled sweetly and said, "Grandfather, this time, my younger brother and I were trapped in the Nine Hells Morning Soul Grounds. It was he who obtained the method to leave the Nine Hells Morning Soul Grounds from the Wuxia Alliance's martial emperor, and then he came to save us. It was his idea for us to follow the stone scorpion here." Long Shan laughed and said, "In that case, you are my true savior. These king crystals are all yours. You have done so much for my family. If you need anything from me today, just say it. I, Long Shan, will not hesitate to go through water and tread on fire." Long Chen laughed dryly and said, "You're exaggerating. We're all on the same side. It's just a small effort. It's getting late now. Let's get out of here quickly." This was not a place where they could stay for long. Everyone nodded and headed up together. Soon, they followed the original path and arrived at the wilderness of the Nine Hells Morning Soul Grounds. Looking around, Long Shan sighed and said, "This Nine Hells Morning Soul Grounds hasn't changed at all. However, since ancient times, there should be tens of thousands of people who have died here." Then, he looked at Long Chen and asked, "Little friend, you also know the way to get out of the Nine Hells Morning Soul Grounds? I've heard that there is a 10-meter tall hill in the Ninth Serenity Morning Soul Land. If we dig down 100 meters, there will be a geomantic compass. If we follow the direction indicated by the geomantic compass, we will be able to leave." Long Chen nodded. "That's right. It's the same as what I know." Long Shan showed a satisfied expression. Thus, the four of them stopped talking and began to search for the hill. Because of Long Shan, they had already wasted a day. Now that there was an expert in the fourth level of the Earth martial arts realm in charge, even if they got out, Long Chen wouldn't be worried. The gray-clothed youth had seen that small mountain before. The four of them persevered. After going around for a long time, they finally found that legendary small mountain. During these 4 days, the four of them were relatively relaxed. They chatted from time to time and improved their relationship. Long Chen also learned about some of Long Shan's deeds. Back then, he and the Martial Emperor were both in the fourth level of the Earth martial arts realm. However, they had a good relationship. Later on, when Long Shan reached the fifth level of the Earth martial arts realm, he fell into his good friend's trap and was sent to the Nine Hells Morning Soul Grounds. Because of his trust, he fell into the hands of Martial Emperor Chen Xiong. In the blink of an eye, more than 30 years had passed. Back then, he had been so glorious, but now he had become an old man. Long Chen couldn't help but sigh. Back then, the old ancestor of the Yang clan was right. He had to understand his good friend. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he died. Fortunately for Long Chen, the people he had met were all good people he could befriend. After finding the small mountain, Long Chen personally dove down a distance of over 100 meters. Sure enough, he dug out an ice-cold geomantic compass. After taking it out, Long Chen and the others carefully examined the geomantic compass. The compass was quite ordinary. They couldn't see any clues. It was bronze in color and looked no different from an ordinary compass. However, when Long Chen held the compass, he vaguely felt that the compass seemed to be connected to the entire Nine Hells Morning Soul Grounds. Holding the compass horizontally, the compass quickly pointed in a direction. After getting the compass, they were obviously ready to leave. This way. They immediately set off following the direction of the compass. However, after walking more than 10 steps, the compass actually reversed the direction it pointed to. How could this be? The young man in gray was somewhat depressed. They had just come from that direction. "Don't worry about it. Let's keep going." Long Chen frowned slightly. He turned around and began to walk back with the compass in hand. "It's precisely because the direction the compass is pointing to is strange that we can't get out of this damned place. Let's try to follow it no matter what," Long Chen said as he walked. Sure enough, after walking back for a while, the direction of the compass began to change again. Long Chen and the others firmly moved in the direction indicated by the compass. This Nine Hells Morning Soul Grounds is really magical. We walked around randomly according to the compass. At first, I thought it was just blindly walking around like before. I didn't expect that these unremarkable routes would actually be the real way out. After a few days, everyone sighed in their hearts. In these few days, Long Chen and the others had become quite familiar with the expert called Long Shan. They also roughly understood some of the things that had happened in the Divine Wuxia Sage dynasty in the past few decades. Long Shan also knew what was going on in the Divine Wuxia Sage dynasty. So, it's still the Martial Emperor's family. Even the ancient demon area has surrendered to the Wuxia alliance. Long Shan asked doubtfully. Indeed, the ancient demon area has already surrendered to the Wuxia alliance more than 10 years ago. At that time, the martial emperor directly went out and defeated all the experts of the ancient demon area in front of countless people with just a few moves. Long Yu said somewhat gloomily. The martial emperor was indeed recognized as the strongest expert in the divine Wuxia sage dynasty. He defeated all the experts of the ancient demon area. Long Shan nodded slowly and continued, every generation of martial emperors can practice the highest secret of the Wuxia alliance, the only advanced king-level battle skill of the divine Wuxia sage dynasty. It's reasonable that the experts of the ancient demon region are no match for the martial emperor's seal. You should know that the gap between battle skills of the same level can be very large, let alone a high king-level battle skill. It can definitely suppress all other battle skills. Unless there is a royal-level battle skill that has never appeared in the Shenwu sacred dynasty, no one will be a match for the martial emperor's seal. 5 Emperor Seals. Long Chen was a little puzzled. Seeing the confusion on Long Chen's face, Long Yu smiled and said, not the 5 Emperor Seals, but the Martial Emperor Seal, the Martial Emperor of the Wuxia Alliance Martial Emperor. Long Chen finally understood. Long Chen had thought that Long Shan was talking about the 5 Emperor Seals, but it turned out that it was just a battle skill with the same name. Maybe it was just a fake. However, being able to reach superior grade king grade was much more powerful than the soul-scattering dragon claw that Long Chen knew. Long Chen knew that he would have to face a martial emperor in the future, so he still felt some fear in his heart. Oh right. Isn't there a corpse in the sevenfold realm of the ancient demon area? It is said that every generation of the ancient demon area's master can control the ancient demon's corpse. The ancient demon's corpse has great fighting power. Even the 4th level of the earth martial arts realm can't defeat it. This generation's master didn't use the ancient demon's corpse. Long Shan suddenly looked confused. The ancient demon's corpse. The 3 young people looked at each other. They had never heard of this thing. Seeing their confused faces, Long Shan smiled bitterly and shook his head. He said, maybe the legend is false. If the ancient demon area had the ancient demon's corpse and could control it, how could the Wuxia alliance be able to ride on top of them? Long Yu and the others nodded. Long Chen had a question in his heart because he remembered the situation in the ancient demon area. While Long Yu and Long Shan were talking, Long Chen asked Kitten in the great virtual realm, Fat Cat, does the ancient demon's corpse have anything to do with the life chi in the ancient demon area? When you were in the sevenfold realm, you always felt that there was something down there. Could it be the ancient demon's corpse? Kitten said lazily, oh, boy, you're pretty smart. No wonder you're a young man under my protection, cut the crap. Long Chen said calmly. Chapter 3289. The 2 sides confronted each other. Amidst Zhao Danshan's provocative tone, the tension between the 2 sides intensified. The people from the Wuxia alliance obviously did not take the war people seriously at all. Hence, when they arrived, all of their originally cold faces revealed a mocking smile. When Zhao Danshan called the war people his grandchildren, they burst into laughter and pointed at Lei Zhen and the others. So the people from the Wuxia alliance only know how to take advantage of others with their mouths? The Wuxia alliance is the number 1 force in the Wuxia sage's empire. It's unbelievable that all of you are so weak, Lei Zhen sneered and retorted. What? Zhao Danshan's personality was similar to Long Chen's. They were more talkative and would never lose to others in a quarrel. At this time, he said, what do you mean by the Wuxia alliance is the number 1 force in the Wuxia sage's empire? There is only one force in the Wuxia sage's empire, and that is the Wuxia alliance. The other forces are just the lackeys of the Wuxia alliance. What kind of ridiculous war people are you? You'll be one of them in a while. The word lackeys deeply pierced the hearts of the war people. After they appeared, every war people's expression was cold. This was a great hatred of life and death. The Wuxia alliance was the enemy of the war people. The battle hasn't started yet. It's still uncertain who will win and who will lose. Don't be too happy yet, Jiang Wuya said as he stood next to Lei Zhen. Zhao Danshan's gaze shifted to Jiang Wuya. He suddenly remembered something and laughed heartily. Dragons, you are the most reckless clowns. If you weren't used to being cowards and couldn't be found, you would have been eliminated by the Wuxia alliance long ago. You wouldn't even have the chance to meddle in other people's business today. The Wuxia alliance is arrogant and despotic. They don't take others seriously. You, Zhao Danshan, are even more brutal. We came here not for anything else but to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. Jiang Wuya's face showed a proud expression. Enforce justice on behalf of the heavens? What a good, enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. What a good, dragons. Unfortunately, what you don't know is that your dragons are now leaderless. Zhao Danshan's face was filled with a crazy smile. When he said this, the other dragons were shocked, including Long Chen. Zhao Danshan meant that Long Yu was dead. Everyone's face turned pale for a moment. Don't believe him. Don't be affected by him. Long Yu isn't a fool. How could she have been killed? Jiang Wuya quickly said, pulling the gradually heartbroken crowd back from their sadness. They thought about it and agreed that Zhao Danshan's words could not be trusted. Seeing that Long Chen and the others did not have much of a reaction, Zhao Danshan laughed even harder. His eyes revealed a lustful light as he said, "It seems that you still don't believe me. Long Yu wanted to enter the Nine Hells' mourning grounds to save her brother, but she did not expect that she would alarm my master, the martial emperor. With her strength, how could she have escaped? Long Yu was stripped naked by my master in the sky above Wu Emperor City. She slept with him for 3 consecutive days and 3 nights. Then, she committed suicide. That scene was truly shocking. Think about it, under that beautiful moonlight, 2 naked bodies entangled in midair, while tens of thousands of people watched. Zhao Danshan spoke unscrupulously. His words caused the eyes of all the dragons to turn red. Their breathing became incomparably heavy, especially Jiang Wuya. His eyes were already bloodshot. He was the person who cared about Long Yu the most. If that was really the case, his entire world would have collapsed at this moment. A towering murderous aura emanated from all the dragons. Among them, Jiang Wuya's aura was the heaviest. It seemed that in a very short period of time, he had already lost his rationality and turned into a bloodthirsty and crazy beast. Without a doubt, Jiang Wuya liked Long Yu. Otherwise, he would not have betrayed the ancient demon region and started to wander with Long Yu. Normally, when they were together, he did not say anything to Long Yu. However, the way he looked at Long Yu, Long Chen could see that it was similar to the way he looked at Lingxi. It was a kind of love and pampering that came from the heart. That was why Zhao Danshan's words were such a blow to Jiang Wuya. Long Chen was anxious. Bullshit, who would believe your nonsense? Bullshit. Who would believe your nonsense? If it was really as you said, we would have known long ago that something so big had happened in Martial Emperor City. Would it be your turn to tell us? Zhao Danshan, even if you're lying, you don't need to prepare a draft. Furthermore, my eldest sister is no weakling. If she wanted to commit suicide, would Martial Emperor Zhao Wuji even bother to stop her? Long Chen shouted in a clear voice. He was the only one with a clear mind. Therefore, he absolutely did not believe Zhao Danshan's words. After all, there were too many loopholes. Moreover, Zhao Danshan's words at this time were obviously to cause the emotions of the war people of the dragons to fluctuate greatly and affect their performance in the future. Long Chen's words successfully woke everyone up. Jiang Wuya and the others secretly thought that it was a close call. If it were not for Long Chen, they might have fallen into a trap. Long Yu had taken care of each of them very much. If something had happened to Long Yu, it was very likely that they would lose their rationality and fight Zhao Danshan to the death. Then they would have fallen into Zhao Danshan's trap. Zhao Danshan and Yang Ningfeng were the two great martial emperors of the Wushu alliance. Long Chen's side did not have the power to resist them at all. Zhao Danshan was extremely shameless. Seeing that his scheme had not succeeded, Zhao Danshan was not disappointed. He laughed complacently and looked at the other side with a smile. He said, "It seems that there is someone among you who is not an idiot. Not bad, not bad. Your name is Long Chen, right? I reckon that you are also a descendant of the Long clan. The Long clan has 3 descendants. Now, 2 of them have already entered the 9 Nether Morning Soul Land. I'm afraid that they will not be able to come out in this lifetime." Long Yu had also been imprisoned in the 9 Nether Morning Soul Land. These words were probably true. After all, if this was not the case, with Long Yu's ability to conceal herself, how would they have known that she had gone to Martial Emperor City? Only by knowing that Long Yu had gone to Martial Emperor City could Zhao Danshan say these words in front of everyone. Jiang Wuya, Jian Chen, and the others looked at each other in dismay. Long Chen's mind was relatively clear. Moreover, he was currently the strongest person on the side. Unknowingly, he had already become the center of everyone's attention. As a result, he said, "It doesn't matter whether Big Sister's matter is true or not. We can wait until the end of the gambling battle to resolve it. Zhao Danshan has many tricks up his sleeves. We cannot let this matter affect the gambling battle. Big Sister might not be in trouble. We don't know the situation, so don't worry too much." Everyone nodded. Long Chen's words were indeed reasonable. No matter how worried they were, it was useless right now. After all, the Wushu Alliance was a colossal organization. Among them, the strongest, Long Chen, was still far from the Wushu Alliance. If it were not for Yang Ningfeng's gamble for the sake of a bloodless victory, they would not even have the right to stand in front of the Wushu Alliance today. Especially you, second brother. You must believe in Big Sister. Long Chen was most worried that Jiang Wuya would perform poorly because of Zhao Danshan's words. "Don't worry. I'm not a 3-year-old anymore." Being instructed by Long Chen, who was 20 years younger than him, Jiang Wuya could only say with a bitter smile. Of course, he knew in his heart what he should do. Therefore, Long Chen did not intend to give Zhao Danshan a chance. He directly looked at Zhao Danshan, who was smiling, and said, "Since the time is up, let's not waste time and words. Let the gambling battle begin now." The expert in the first LV of the Earth martial arts realm from the Wushu Alliance cannot fight. Zhao Danshan looked indifferent. He had originally wanted to use Long Yu's matter to hit the dragons a little. Now that his goal had been achieved, he took a few steps back. He was too lazy to pay attention to Long Chen. This gambling battle was made by Yang Ningfeng, and it had nothing to do with Zhao Danshan. Behind Zhao Danshan, a martial king took out a comfortable and gorgeous chair and placed it behind Zhao Danshan. He said to Zhao Danshan, "Please sit down." Zhao Danshan lazily sat on the chair that looked like a recliner. He narrowed his eyes and glanced at Yang Ningfeng coldly. He said angrily, "You made the bet. You handle it yourself." Although Zhao Danshan's tone was very impolite, Yang Ningfeng, who had always been overbearing, did not dare to say anything. He nodded obediently and then silently prepared for the gambling battle to begin. Although they were both martial emperors, the difference in status between Yang Ningfeng and Zhao Danshan was quite large. They were both martial emperors, and their strength should be similar. Just because Zhao Danshan was a genius and the direct disciple of the martial emperor Zhao Wuji, he could order Yang Ningfeng around like this? Long Chen did not understand this. When he saw Lan Ling beside him, Long Chen asked, "Sister Lan, this Zhao Danchen is so powerful that even Yang Ningfeng has to give him face. Lan Ling nodded and a look of disgust appeared in her eyes. She said, only now you know? This guy is famous for being arrogant and cruel. He has done many heinous things. He is a supervillain. However, he does have the right to be arrogant because he is very powerful. Among the three martial emperors, Zhao Danchen is fully deserving of being the strongest. He is also recognized as the second strongest person in the Wushu alliance. He is even the second strongest person in the Wushu Sage Empire. Otherwise, how could the old war emperor have died at his hands? So it's like that. Long Chen and Zhao Danchen had only exchanged a few moves. He still didn't know that Zhao Danchen was so powerful. Lan Ling revealed a helpless expression and said, if we lose this gambling battle today, I'm afraid many people will die at the hands of Zhao Danchen, including you and me. Few people in the Wushu Sage Empire are a match for this monster. Why? Long Chen asked in a low voice. Chapter 3290. Return. Many world lords, the four rulers, and the masters of the many original grade worlds, such as the Lord Gods of the three divine realms, the Demon Lord of six paths, and the Skirich Spirit Overlord, were all waiting for Long Chen and the others to return victorious. Tens of millions of years of cultivation made it difficult for them to shed tears, but the respect and gratitude they felt for Long Chen and the others came from the bottom of their hearts. The three ancestor devils brought billions of primeval troll with them, and it was Long Chen who led them to find the worlds hidden outside the infinite worlds. He saved them, and they finally won and killed the three ancestor devils. Later on, the seven great ancestral demons descended once again. Furthermore, there were 6 half-martial ancestors among them. This time, only the 3 of them managed to charge into the tomb of reincarnation. In a situation that was practically impossible, they managed to annihilate all their opponents and even managed to obtain an enormous increase in strength. From then on, the infinite worlds were no longer a threat to them, and a true era of prosperity was about to come. With Long Chen as the Lord of the Myriad Worlds, this was an era of prosperity and prosperity. In fact, many people were calling this day as the beginning of a new era. From now on, it would be an era that belonged to Long Chen and the others. But the deepest worry was still hidden in Long Chen's heart. Everyone, we are exhausted from the battle. We still need to rest for a while. Everyone, please return first. There will be many more opportunities for us to meet in the future. From now on, a different era has indeed arrived. Long Chen could not tell them about the Sky-Swallowing clan for now. There was no movement at the moment, and this was a good opportunity to rest, and he could have a lot of time to slowly grow stronger. When the various world lords saw that Long Chen and the others had returned successfully, they were relieved. Indeed, there was still a long way to go, so they took their leave one by one and returned to their own worlds. The most important characters were actually the world lords of the original grade worlds. Including the chaotic divine might, there were a total of 7 of them in 7 origin-level worlds. Of course, there were more experts on Long Chen's dragon sacrificial continent. Among them, Kitten and Soi Eon were the scariest. Soi Eon was now a primitive troll. The Void Demon thought it could directly create a progenitor primeval troll, but it wasn't that easy. Even though the primitive troll had the power of a progenitor, it wasn't really a progenitor, because she didn't have the important things of a progenitor. Of course, Kitten didn't count. At the very most, they were peak half-martial ancestors. Of course, even with that being the case, they were still more powerful than Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang. They were the 2 supreme experts of the myriad worlds. It's time to train seriously. After returning to the dragon sacrificial continent, looking at the world that belonged to the divine dragon, Long Chen's mood was completely relaxed. Mo Xiaolang and Soi Eon went to be intimate, while Kitten returned to the familiar world and began to play tricks on others. However, the sky-swallowing clan was like a poisonous thorn, making him unable to completely relax. If this world doesn't have the sky-swallowing clan, then it should stop here. If that's the case, I can let the dragon sacrificial continent return to the myriad worlds, instead of hiding in the god nation. The reason why he didn't let the dragon sacrificial continent return to the myriad worlds was because he was worried that the sky-swallowing clan would find out. After all, this was the world that the sky-swallowing clan used to be their mortal enemy. Continue forward. A great opportunity, a lot of time. Long Chen was very clear what he had to do now. He wasn't relaxing, but working even harder. He had to strive to have enough power to fight against the sky-swallowing clan before they awakened. As long as I reach the peak of the Tai immortal realm and find the ancestral dragon's origin dragon soul, I will be able to step into the progenitor realm and become a true ancestral dragon. That will be my strongest time. This was the deepest desire in Long Chen's heart. He was preparing for the upcoming time. This was the most important thing for him. I have to have enough confidence before the sky-swallowing clan awakens. Therefore, he was very anxious. However, he also understood that the ancestral dragon's origin dragon soul was definitely more difficult to find than the inheritance blood essence. In addition, he was still lacking the first ancestral dragon's inheritance blood essence. In the following time, he would move according to his opportunities, becoming stronger and searching at the same time. If he wanted to cultivate the nomological power, he would basically do it in the Tower of Time. If he wanted to increase his power, he would do it on the dragon sacrificial continent. If he wanted to search, he would search the entire myriad worlds, not letting go of any details. In just a few days, the entire myriad worlds had become peaceful and prosperous. Only Long Chen and the others could see the terrifying crisis behind this prosperity. Myriad worlds, this was the final radiance of the setting sun. Such a world might make Long Chen a bit sentimental, but more than that, he was filled with hatred. His fighting spirit was unprecedentedly high. Now that Kitten and Soiyan had returned to his side, he was unprecedentedly powerful. Next, it would depend on whether he could have enough capital in the urgent time. Time gradually passed. Li Xuanji was in the Tower of Time. When Long Chen was free and relaxed, he would stay by her side, waiting for the birth of this new little life. Of course, Lingxi and the others were also on her side. The family was unprecedentedly happy and harmonious. Little Longyan was anxious every day, waiting for the birth of her younger brother. She was even more anxious than Long Chen. However, this little life had been in the mother's womb for a longer time than Long Yan. As a result, it was unknown what kind of commotion it would cause when it really appeared. Long Chen was not anxious about his birth. As for Lingxi, she was still pondering about the divine curse ring, so Long Chen was not anxious either. The chaotic sky-devouring dragon's curse was not that easy to be removed. If he really wanted to remove it, he would have to wait for a suitable time. Therefore, Long Chen had never urged Lingxi. What he was most anxious about was the improvement of his strength and the search for the origin dragon soul. Up until now, Kitten did not have the sacred fruit of samsara and Mo Xiaolang did not have the flame. Their progress was very slow while Soiyan could not make any further progress. The only one who had great potential was Long Chen, but it was not easy for him to cultivate. Therefore, he was anxious. If this goes on, it's not difficult for me to reach the perfect realm of ultimate God. It's only a matter of time before I enter the ultimate God realm. I can do it as long as I have enough time. However, where can I find the ancestral dragon's origin dragon soul? In just a few days, Long Chen had traveled to many places. There was no news of many mysterious places. Long Chen even went back to the Samsara tomb and searched for a while, but there was no news. Instead, he saw that the Samsara sacred tree, which had once been glorious, had withered even more during their last battle. Long Chen tried to use the resurrection song of life to restore it, but it was to no avail. It was the death of the entire tomb of Samsara. In the future, let's see if there's a chance for the tomb of Samsara to return to the dragon sacrificial continent. At least for now, it was unreal. The current tomb of Samsara was bigger than the entire dragon sacrificial continent. In terms of world level, it was a world above the origin world. In the end, Long Chen thought of the divine dragon's origin dragon. This mysterious place. I wonder if it's possible to have the ancestral dragon's origin dragon soul. Long Chen had gone in a few times before, but he couldn't go deep each time. However, it was different this time. His realm and ability were much higher this time. Thinking of this place, Long Chen quickly returned to this place through the death world. The place where the dragon sacrificial continent used to be was now only left with the dense fog and the divine planet of destiny. The divine dragon's origin dragon was really too small. Others might not be able to find it even if they came here. Long Chen came to the strange cave. There was a power in the cave that even he couldn't see clearly. He couldn't see through it at all. The stronger he was, the more he felt that the divine dragon's origin dragon was magical. This is normal. After all, even the 10 great ancestral dragons were born here. Now, this place is even older than the dragon sacrificial continent. He didn't expect that this mountain rock would have such an ancient history. Long Chen didn't think too much about it. This time, he used the origin dragon soul to protect himself and the primordial dragon halberd to open a path. He directly barged into the passage of the divine dragon's origin dragon. No matter how strong he was, the resistance he faced after entering was hard to resist. However, this time, Long Chen persevered. He mustered all his strength and moved forward with all his might. Step by step, he felt that he was indeed moving forward. Soon, he was completely surrounded by that force. However, even he didn't know how far he had walked. There's nothing. After walking for a while, he realized that he was in an endless world where he couldn't see or hear anything. He even lost the direction he came from. When he wanted to continue moving forward, he realized that his feet seemed to be stuck in some kind of quagmire. He couldn't move forward anymore. Whoosh whoosh, a mystical sound of wind kept ringing in his ears. It seemed real and fake, like a dream and an illusion. It made him feel relaxed and at ease. All of a sudden, Long Chen had a feeling that he wanted to sleep here. That wouldn't do. Long Chen stimulated himself to wake up. At this time, he opened his eyes wide. In a trance, he saw that there seemed to be shadows around him. Some of these shadows looked like humans, some looked like beasts. There were all kinds of strange shapes and sizes. The shadows drifted past him, but he still couldn't see them clearly. At that moment, a human-shaped shadow drifted past Long Chen's eyes. Based on the curves of its body, it was definitely a robust woman with an excellent figure and primitive wildness. Long Chen stretched out his hand to touch the shadow. The instant he touched it, Long Chen heard a soft cry. Then, the shadow in front of him actually vanished into thin air. What's going on? That strange feeling made Long Chen even more confused. After all, he could already kill a half-martial ancestor now. How could such a miraculous thing happen? Before he could think too much about it, he lost his balance. Perhaps it was because the repulsive force of the divine dragon's origin grounds was stronger, but in the blink of an eye, Long Chen was rushed out. After thinking for a long time, he wrote in the afternoon. After all, there were a lot of plots and outlines that needed to be carefully arranged. He wanted to strive for the best plot, so he was a little late. After dinner, he continued writing. There are still 2 chapters that will be slightly late, probably after 22 p.m. Sorry for the trouble, everyone. This lunatic also wants to write the last part better. Thank you for your support. Chapter 3291. When he came out of the dragon god's origin grounds, Long Chen was a little confused. Just now, what was that? It was a blurry image that seemed unreal. However, that feeling could not deceive Long Chen. There must be something strange in this dragon god's origin grounds. He wanted to go in and explore again, but he realized that he was a little tired. He did not really want to go in. There was a feeling of resistance. I'll come back next time. It's hard to find anything else even if I go in this time. At the thought of this, Long Chen returned to the dragon sacrifice continent and continued his cultivation. Now that there was no other pressure, his days were peaceful. The myriad worlds were as quiet as a lake. All the worlds seemed to be growing. At a certain moment, it was as if a pebble had fallen into the lake. For a moment, ripples appeared on the surface of the lake. However, the ripples were too small and hard to notice. Of course, when the pebbles sank into the depths of the lake, there would always be some mystical changes. Before him was a colorful giant star. Around the giant star, there were tens of thousands of stars orbiting it. This was the beautiful spirit essence star ocean. There used to be a total of 2 trillion living beings. Due to the primeval troll disaster, the number had decreased slightly. Outside the spirit essence star ocean, an insignificant 9-colored light suddenly flashed. Compared to the entire spirit essence star ocean, this light was actually very insignificant. But it always existed. When the light gradually solidified, a figure appeared. It was a graceful figure. Not long after, all the light condensed and formed a person. It was a woman. This was a tall woman with tan skin. She was as strong as a cheetah and was filled with a wild nature that was hard to tame. She exuded an enchanting charm. Every part of her body was perfect and had the best proportions. It was as if she was a masterpiece created by the heavens. In fact, only 2 important parts of her body were draped with simple beast skins. That tattered beast skin was unable to block this spring scenery at all. Instead, because it was hidden, it made one's blood boil. This was a woman filled with a primitive aura. Her every move affected the world around her, as if she was a part of the huge world around her. The only thing that made people feel strange was that from the beginning to the end, her eyes were filled with confusion. She was like a newborn that had suddenly arrived in this world. To her, this world was filled with unknowns, and this kind of unknowns made her a little confused and curious. When she opened her colorful eyes, the first thing she saw was the beautiful spirit essence star sea. Where is this? The woman looked around in confusion. This was her first doubt. Her second doubt was, who am I? Everything was a blur. She did not know anything. She only felt that there was a guide in the dark that led her to the world in front of her. Go to here? She was a little dazed, but she still followed the instructions and walked towards this world. Her body was insignificant compared to the entire world. It was a tiny part of it, so it wasn't eye-catching at all. She passed through the tens of thousands of stars and headed straight for the spirit essence planet. In fact, her speed seemed very slow, but she traveled millions of miles in the blink of an eye. It didn't take long for her to descend on the spirit essence planet. She saw a huge city below her, and in that city, there were many people who looked exactly like her. She was still full of confusion. At this moment, she was standing on a bustling street, surrounded by people coming and going. Her eyes were a little innocent, and she looked around curiously. She looked at the transactions, saw children running, and even saw people fighting in the corners. Thanks to the god ancestor, many people in the spirit essence star ocean could come back to life. Yes, the god ancestor is really powerful. It is said that when he first appeared in the spirit essence star ocean, he was about the same level as the gods in the spirit essence star ocean. In just a few hundred years, he has become the master of the myriad world. She heard a lot of people talking about the god ancestor with admiration. God. Ancestor. This name sounded familiar. Who was it? She tilted her head. She still could not understand. There were so many people like her around. Who was it? At this time, there were already quite a few people who noticed her. They couldn't feel the slightest bit of power from her body. There was only a kind of mysterious, strange, and indistinct feeling. This woman was too outstanding, especially her curvaceous figure. She was constantly attracting the eyes of men. Many people's hearts were burning with passion. For a moment, the crowd unconsciously surrounded her. The sudden appearance of such a hot, yet perplexed, and somewhat retarded woman naturally attracted everyone's attention. Most of the people just wanted to watch the show and point at her. However, there were some bold ones who quickly approached her. One of the leaders said, "Miss, I'm Chu Fengxing. May I ask for your name? To be able to meet here is also fate. I wonder if I have the honor to invite you for a drink?" "You? What do you mean?" The woman looked at him in a daze. She didn't know what the strong desire in his eyes meant. She looked at her full chest and didn't know what was attracting him. "I mean, can you accompany me?" The man thought that the woman was teasing him. Usually, this meant that the other party had the same intention. So he was very excited. He had some power here. Usually, he had the final say here. When he spoke, no one dared to come forward. Today, he suddenly met such a tempting woman. Naturally, he would not let her go. After saying that, he walked towards the woman. Without saying anything, he took the woman's hand and put it in his palm. With a smile that he thought was like a spring breeze, he said, "Miss, please come with me." The people around looked at him and felt very sorry. This girl has probably lost her mind. Although she is so unique and charming, her life will be ruined if she is taken away by Chu Fengxing. Although they said that, everyone knew themselves and did not dare to stop them. "Don't touch me." Suddenly, the woman retracted her hand. Her expression was one of disgust. For a moment, Chu Fengxing did not understand how she had retracted her hand. At this moment, his gaze met the woman's. Only then did he clearly see that her eyes were actually so colorful. "You," before he could say a word, under the woman's gaze, Chu Fengxing started to disappear from his head. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared before everyone's eyes. Nothing was left. He appeared in this world out of thin air. How annoying. The woman was in a bad mood. She looked around. Everyone in her line of sight disappeared in an instant. Not even ashes were left. The ground below disappeared into thin air. From above, it looked like the entire city had become completely empty. The millions of people had all disappeared without a trace. Only the woman remained in the air. "These things are the same as me, but why are they so weak? This world is also so weak, and I seem to have great power." The woman felt that this was very strange. Although she did not know why she was happy, she did not want to know the reason. This was good. She also wanted to go to the next place with many people to take a look. This is good. There are many people here. It was impossible for a huge city to disappear without anyone noticing. Following that, several cities disappeared one after another. Not a single person was left. Why is it that everywhere I go, people talk to me with bad intentions? She was still puzzled. What she did not know was that the commotion she had caused in the Spirit Essence Star Ocean had quickly spread throughout the world. The experts of the 10,000 realms who were stationed here also quickly received the news. They rushed towards the woman's location while notifying the headquarters in the Death Rain. Several cities in the Spirit Essence Star Ocean have been evaporated. Millions of people have disappeared in an instant. I suspect that there are primeval troll remnants. We are now rushing over there to request for reinforcements. Such news quickly reached the Death Rain. The 15 dragon emperors were there to oversee the situation. Soon, they sent an expert to the spirit essence star ocean. It was a perfection realm deity emperor. Just as they approached, the perfection realm deity emperor disappeared instantly. This attracted the attention of the 15 dragon emperors. "What's going on?" the eternal dragon emperor said angrily. It had not been long since he had calmed down. "She is too strong." All the cities disappeared in her eyes. Even the deity emperor just now was turned into ashes by her eyes. "This is an incredible woman. Please inform the god ancestor as soon as possible." Hearing this news, the 15 dragon emperors started discussing. "Should we tell Longchen? It should not be a big deal. He is still cultivating. There is no need to disturb him." In the end, the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor said, "Let's tell him. This is a critical moment. It is better to be cautious. As long as we tell him, he will handle it himself. If it is something good, he will not bother to do it." The other dragon emperors agreed with her. Soon, the news was passed to Longchen. A woman who disappeared into thin air and appeared out of nowhere. Longchen was shocked. He knew very well that there were no enemies in the myriad worlds apart from the Sky Devourer clan. Based on the description, although it was highly possible that an ordinary ultimate god could do it, the problem was that no ultimate god in the myriad worlds would act so recklessly. "Let me take a look." Longchen made a decision instantly. When he arrived above the spirit essence star ocean, he was different from the others. He felt a suffocating aura. "Kitten, Xiaolang, Yen Air, come here. Something has happened." Longchen called out. Chapter 3292. However, Longchen did not know who it was at all. However, there really wasn't anyone in the infinite worlds that could strike fear into his heart. This made him think of the Sky-Swallowing clan. Not much time had passed since the final battle with the primeval troll. Or rather, it had just ended. Yet, a new danger had appeared. Longchen thought that no one would disturb the Sky-Swallowing clan for millions or even tens of millions of years. That was the reason why Longchen had ordered his experts to come to the Spirit Essence Star Sea as quickly as possible. However, Longchen was still very cautious. One must know that this was the myriad worlds. If a battle between half-martial ancestors or above were to occur, the Spirit Essence Star Sea might be instantly destroyed. In the blink of an eye, Mo Xiaolang, Kitten and the others arrived and stood beside Longchen. At first, they did not know what was happening. However, when they felt the aura of the Spirit Essence Star Ocean, their faces turned solemn. "Who is this?" Mo Xiaolang's eyes were solemn, just like Longchen's. Kitten's eyes widened. "That's strange. How can there be such an existence in the myriad worlds? This can't be the Sky-Swallowing clan. It doesn't feel like you at all. It looks like a human." But other than the Sky-Swallowing clan, what made Longchen less nervous was that he also felt that it was the Sky-Swallowing clan. As long as it wasn't the Sky-Swallowing clan, it wouldn't be that scary. However, this only made him more curious. In the myriad worlds, other than the Sky-Swallowing clan, who else could it be? "We'll know once we go down and take a look. Be careful." Longchen gestured to the other three. They nodded and went down together. Not long after, they landed on the Spirit Essence Star. The mysterious lady was heading towards another gathering place of the spirit race. In the middle of a mountain range, Longchen and the other three intercepted the mysterious lady and blocked her way. The mysterious lady could naturally feel their power. This made her even more curious. She had seen so much and finally, there was someone like her who wasn't so weak. "Who are you guys?" The mysterious woman opened her mouth and sized up Longchen's group of 4 as she asked slowly. Of course, at the same time, Long Chen was also sizing her up. From the look in his eyes, this mysterious existence seemed to be a bit confused, as if she didn't know anything. Long Chen asked, "My name is Long Chen. These are my brothers and sisters. I would like to ask, who are you?" The mysterious woman was stunned for a moment. She shook her head and said, "I don't know who I am, and I don't know where this place is. I suddenly appeared here. Can you tell me who I am, why I'm here, and where this place is?" Hearing this, Long Chen and the others became even more puzzled. He carefully looked at the woman and found that she had a familiar temperament, especially her colorful eyes. Just then, she became a little impatient and said, "Since you don't know me, then don't block my way. I will ask the others." As she spoke, she was about to leave. Her footsteps seemed slow, but they were actually very orderly. In the blink of an eye, she had crossed a long distance. But at this moment, in order to prevent her from causing any more damage, Long Chen and the others continued to follow. "Big brother, is she faking it or does she really not know anything? If she doesn't know anything, then we have no idea who she is or where she came from." Mo Xiaolang analyzed. "I don't think she is faking it. Long Chen had no way of knowing her identity." Just then, Kitten said, "Let me say something. Don't be scared. I feel that this lady was once a progenitor. Although she is a little weak now, she is still stronger than me. Moreover, other than the sky-devouring race, there are only the ancestor gods who were devoured by the sky-devouring race. But they have long become a part of the sky-devouring race's power. Why would they reappear? Moreover, they look completely blank. Ancestor gods. Actually, this was also within Long Chen's guess. Kitten said, before the epoch, there were tens of thousands of ancestor gods of the myriad worlds. The spirit essence star sea was considered a small world at that time, so I don't know the creator of this place. However, I have a slight impression of him. It might be the guy you saw. Actually, Long Chen guessed so too. Now that even Kitten said so, it must be close to the truth. Because of the sky-devouring race's devouring, the gods of the myriad worlds have lost their memories and everything from before the era. But they are not completely blank. And this woman who suddenly appeared is completely blank. Her appearance must be related to the sky-devouring race, but he had no idea what the sky-devouring race was planning. Long Chen had a headache. So this is ancestor god Ling Su. Soyan's eyes widened as she looked at the graceful woman in front of her. Indeed, this woman had the aura of a creator. Her entire body was filled with an ancient aura. Every move she made affected the entire Ling Su galaxy. It was as though the Ling Su galaxy was born along with her. Ancestor god Ling Su. Long Chen took a deep breath. He did not expect that one of the ancestor gods of the myriad worlds, who had been devoured, would reappear. Moreover, she had lost all of her memories. Could it be that this ancestor god Ling Su had escaped from being devoured by the sky-devouring clan and had hidden for an entire era before reappearing now? No matter what, she was now destroying the surroundings and killing living beings. This was to stop her. In the blink of an eye, she arrived at a new city and blended into it. Many people noticed her arrival. "Who are you? Do you know me?" Everyone stared at this beauty blankly. Perhaps they had heard about the destruction of the other cities. When she appeared, many people were scared away. Boring. In her vision, the world was beginning to be destroyed. "Wait, I know you." Long Chen instantly stood in front of her and clashed with her gaze. In that instant, Long Chen felt a strong impact that nearly suffocated him. The gaze of a progenitor. You are here to cause trouble. You will deceive me." The mysterious woman seemed to dislike Long Chen. She ignored Long Chen and directly destroyed the surroundings. Seeing more and more people die under her gaze, Long Chen gave Kitten a look. "Let's go." Kitten knew what Long Chen meant. He nodded and used his rule, samsara reversal. Back then, it was this rule that separated the 7 ancestor fiends and saved Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang. Now, the rule appeared again and its target was this mysterious woman. In an instant, samsara reversal swept her into it. Kitten brought Long Chen and the others and instantly appeared in the distant starry sky. From this position, the spirit essence star ocean was only the size of a small dot. Long Chen and the others stood in front of the mysterious woman. Long Chen said sincerely, "I do know who you are. I remember now. But I don't want to believe you. I just want to see if you are as powerful as me." Suddenly discovering that she had teleported so far away, the mysterious woman felt somewhat curious. Within the entire spirit essence star sea, not a single person could stop her. Only these people in front of her could stop her. She felt a desire to fight with these people. "Don't run." The mysterious woman clenched her fists. A pure, ancient and mysterious aura that resembled an amplified half-martial ancestor's power filled her fists. Although they appeared to be like ripples, they were actually astonishingly powerful and unfathomable. She wanted to attack. Until now, she still did not know what kind of power she possessed. It was not easy for her to meet Long Chen and the others. Of course, she could not control herself. Her desire for battle was something that was deep in her blood. Hiss. A terrifying feeling swept over her body, threatening the lives of Long Chen and the others. At this moment, if they did not counterattack, it would be very dangerous. As such, Long Chen gestured for everyone to attack. She is a very unstable factor. If we can shock and control her, it will be fine. But if she has no bottom line and causes more trouble, it will be terrible. This was what Long Chen was thinking. Attack. In an instant, 3 super behemoths appeared beside him. They were the pure white primitive giant demon that shone like platinum, the pure black sun-devouring fiend wolf that was surrounded by flames, and the illusory and domineering reincarnation divine beast. The 3 behemoths surrounded the woman in 3 different directions. How interesting. An excited smile finally appeared on the mysterious woman's face. In front of her was Long Chen. The only person she cared about was Long Chen. "I feel a sense of reverence from your body. What is it? I really want to know." Long Chen said, "We don't have to fight. If you don't attack us, we can be friends. I can even tell you who you are." "That won't do. I really want to attack you. I really, really want to, take this." At the end of her words, she directly attacked. She casually punched out, and a small fist imprint faced Long Chen. In fact, it was impossible to tell that it was a natural law, but it was actually so profound. That heaven-defying might was hidden within the mysteriousness. It was truly breathtaking. Nirvana primordial beginning. Long Chen held on to the primeval dragon halberd and unleashed the rules of the primeval sacrificial dragon. The primeval dragon halberd brought along the Nirvana primeval, and in an extremely short moment, it collided with the casual fist seal. It looked like a simple collision, but it brought about a huge impact to Long Chen, causing his qi and blood to churn, and he deeply felt the power of this woman. Is this the power of the progenitor realm? Although she is in a state where her power is severely depleted, the essence of the progenitor realm is still there. There is a difference between her and Kitten. She is not easy to deal with. But, she has her eyes on us. Chapter 3293. Even a casual punch from ancestor god Ling Su was a little too much for Long Chen. Moreover, he had even used a nomological law like the Nirvana primordial beginning. Because of this, Long Chen was even more certain of the other party's identity. Of course, no one knew why she had appeared out of nowhere. Her first attack didn't really injure Long Chen, which made the mysterious woman very excited. She had finally found an opponent that could withstand her attack. Perhaps she still didn't know that the person she was facing was already one of the strongest people in the myriad worlds. When she attacked Long Chen, Mo Xiaolang and the other two attacked at the same time out of consideration for Long Chen's safety. Their attacks came almost at the same time. Mo Xiaolang used the 5 ancestral flames as the core. Billions of divine flames swept out and spat out a huge fireball that looked like a real sun. It released a terrifying heat that rushed towards the mysterious woman. In an instant, the burning sun-like flames caused the entire sky to distort. Kitten could sense how strong this woman was. He knew that ordinary attacks wouldn't be able to suppress her. 10,000 Tribulations Reincarnation. All of a sudden, the 10,000 Tribulations Reincarnation realm descended and turned into countless discs that danced in the sky like blades. One by one, the reincarnation realms rushed towards her. Kitten was facing off against Mo Xiaolang. Their attacks were competing to outshine each other. Among the 4 of them, Soi Yan was the strongest. Although Soi Yan had a kind nature after transforming into the primitive giant demon, she still gave off a terrifying aura when she transformed into the primitive giant demon. All gods and Buddhas. This was the strongest attack of the great Brahma ancient demon, and it was easily cast by the primitive giant demon. Its power was even greater than Kitten's 10,000 Kalpa Samsara world. The primitive giant demon was proficient in too many laws, even more than Long Chen. Plus, there were many top laws. In a short period of time, the 3 terrifying attacks from the 3 great experts had practically drowned the mysterious woman. The burning sun fireball, the samsara of 10,000 tribulations, and the descent of the gods and Buddhas at the same time. The burning of the flames, the power of the samsara of tribulations, and the power of the world destruction of the gods and Buddhas gathered together. In Long Chen's opinion, such an attack was too threatening. Boom boom boom. However, what the 4 of them had witnessed was a miracle. It was because she was still the same as before, using the simplest martial arts to deal with them. Her divine body was extremely vigorous, and her movements were swift and violent. The most basic attacks were executed smoothly like floating clouds and flowing water. The deafening rumble could be heard even in the distant spirit essence starry sea and the primal chaos god world. They could also feel the terrifying impact, which made them realize that the terrifying calamity was still nearby. Not long after, Long Chen and the others were shocked to discover that although she was in a difficult position while fighting against the 3 types of rules, none of the rules could really hurt her. On the contrary, her attacks were rapidly destroying the rules. Not long after, the blazing sun fireball was destroyed, and the 1,000 Tribulations world of Samsara was completely destroyed. As long as she punched out, she would definitely be able to destroy a huge piece of it. Also, although the world of gods and Buddhas was suppressing her head, it was still destroyed after a few kicks. All the attacks vanished into thin air. Rumble. With a final loud bang, under the terrifying and mystical might, Long Chen and the others were shaken off. So tired, the mysterious woman who was surrounded by the crowd was panting at this time. She lowered her head and looked at Long Chen and the others with vigilance. As she panted, the animal skin on her chest almost fell off. Her plump breasts were also on the verge of bursting out. She gave off the feeling that she was the mother of all things. At least, when Long Chen saw her delicate body, it was hard for him to have any evil thoughts, but a kind of reverence. I'm not going to fight with you guys anymore. Actually, she didn't attack much, but she got tired very quickly. One could understand that she had a high cultivation realm, but her strength was exhausted. She had the essence of the progenitor realm, but right now, she didn't have enough strength that belonged to the progenitor realm. At this time, she actually chose to escape. But when she escaped, her speed was still relatively fast. In just a blink of an eye, she rushed out of the encirclement, turning into a dot and disappeared into the starry sky. Given her ability, honestly speaking, it was really difficult for Long Chen and the others to chase after her. But she ran away just like that, leaving Long Chen and the others speechless. "We can't catch up to her, boss." Long Chen looked at the direction where she left, unable to calm down for a long time. He first instructed the 15 dragon emperors, "Immediately inform all the world lords of the myriad worlds and our people stationed here. If they discover any news of this mysterious woman, they must inform me in the shortest time possible. Describe her appearance to them." "All right." Now, the 15 dragon emperors also understood that something big had happened. Before one wave had subsided, another wave had risen. Turning back to look at Mo Xiaolang and the other two, Long Chen said, "From the battle just now, she is indeed very strong, but she is a little exhausted. Why would she appear here? I think it's hard for us to know. What we need to do now is to get to know her as much as possible, or even befriend her." Mo Xiaolang also said, "Yes, everything about her is blank, just like a baby, easily influenced by others. In her heart, she probably doesn't have the concept of good and evil, and doesn't know that killing and destroying the world is not a good thing. We have to find her and guide her. Right now, she is blank, and she doesn't seem to have any evil intentions. If we can become friends with her, we will know a lot of things, and it will be very beneficial for us." On this point, everyone had the same idea. Kitten chuckled and said, "In the end, isn't it just picking up girls? Boss is good at this. Look at this big beauty, those arms, those legs, those big breasts, and that butt. She is definitely the type that boss likes. We should retreat first, and let boss go first. Under boss's bravery, this big beauty will probably fall head over heels in a few moves." To be honest, Long Chen regretted letting him return to this personality. This mouth of his really deserved to be slapped. Befriend her, guide her to do good, that is the most important thing. At the same time, we must know why she appeared here, or else we will be quite passive. In the end, Long Chen decided that the four of them would split up and go to the various worlds of the infinite worlds. If they met her, they would try not to fight with her, and solve it with words. If they went out personally, it would be more reliable than the people of the infinite worlds finding her themselves. After all, this woman was so strong, if she was nearby, she wouldn't be able to escape their eyes. Long Chen searched the entire northern star region, while the others went to the east, south, and west. Why is she doing this? Long Chen racked his brains, but he still couldn't figure it out. Could it be related to the mystical dragon origin grounds? Long Chen recalled that he had touched a figure in the mystical dragon origin grounds, and that figure was somewhat similar to this mysterious woman. However, if she was ancestor god Ling Su, why would she be related to the mystical dragon origin grounds? Because of this woman's appearance, the infinite worlds became nervous again, and Long Chen couldn't cultivate in peace. He led the entire infinite worlds and devoted himself to searching for this woman's location. He moved through more than 2,000 worlds in the northern star region, over and over again, but there was no news from the other 3 star regions. This proved that the mysterious woman might not be near the infinite worlds yet, and was wandering in space. Finally, after moving around a few times, Long Chen found traces of her in a primordial world called the Firmament Sea of Stars. She was indeed heading north, and after a few days, she reached the vicinity of the Firmament Sea of Stars. She probably saw the Firmament Sea of Stars, and that was why she was approaching this beautiful world. She sat on a blue, sparkling, broken star. Her legs were bent, and her body was leaning on the broken star. Her beautiful eyes looked at this world in surprise. This was probably the second world she had seen. This place is bigger and more beautiful than the place I saw before. She couldn't wait to go to this world. Suddenly, she saw a figure coming towards her from the center of the Firmament Sea of Stars. She saw it clearly. It was Long Chen. When Long Chen found her, he didn't summon Kitten and the others, lest she felt too much hostility from them. He quickly came before the woman and said sincerely, "I'm sorry, I've come to find you again. This time, I don't want to fight you. I just want to tell you something you want to know. You've just come to this world, and there are many things you don't understand. I hope I can be your friend." He realized that talking to her was like talking to an ignorant and curious little girl. Friends? Like your relationship with each other? Alright, I don't want to fight you guys either. I'm too tired, and I can't breathe. But it's strange. In such a big place, besides the four of you, everyone else seems so weak. The woman looked at Long Chen with an innocent expression, as if she had completely forgotten about their previous fight. This made Long Chen feel a lot more relaxed. It seemed that she wasn't as difficult to deal with as he had imagined. It's not that they're weak, but we're different from them. Of course, you're different from them too. In comparison, you should be closer to us. What I mean is, I think I know who you are. Do you want to know? Long Chen, of course I want to know. The woman was a little excited. She stood up from the shattered star and gestured for Long Chen to come over. She said, "Friend, do you want to come over and sit with us?" She still remembered Long Chen's name. It wasn't that she had a problem with her intelligence, but her mind was really blank. Apart from being able to talk normally, she had no memory of what she had experienced. Long Chen stood beside her. To be honest, he was a little nervous standing next to such a strong person. Seeing that her eyes were pure and flawless, he felt a lot more at ease. He said, "We're different from those creatures, and you're different from them too. That's because you're the one who created them. At the same time, you're also responsible for protecting them.